Mr. Dortch, will you lead us in the pledge? Please rise, put your hand over your heart.
To the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Astchev? Guston? Absent. Zadra? Sferaza? Dorch? Ayazi? Kashal?
Here. Approval of the agenda. Before we do, pull items. I'm not sure I understand this one. C12. Okay. Pull items. Beck's staff has requested that Beck's Brew House be pulled. Staff has would like to request that item J3, agreement with RJB regarding the Northgate Golf Course, be heard before item G1, ordinance adoption 2010 Special Assessment District, Northgate, number 2, Northgate. So we'll hear item J3 first. No proclamation, no presentations, public comments at 12 noon, public hearing at 12:15. Items F1 and 2, time certain 12:30. Amendment to consolidate an annual action plan to add neighborhood stabilization program 3 for submission. And also at 12:30 or following that one is the parking at DePoli Middle School. That's a staff request because some of other items that have to be. Any other changes?
Would you repeat that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, which one?
L5.
L5 would be, it's at 12:30 or soon after the 12:30 because staff and some public has asked for it to be held earlier.
Actually, I've had discussions with some of the people, key people that have been involved in this, and we were talking about at 3 o'clock. Could we have a 3 o'clock time certain, please?
Yes, staff probably won't be here then because they're traveling somewhere. But 3 o'clock would be fine.
Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. I think 3 would probably work for staff.
Okay.
It's getting late, but if you ride at 3, I think that probably
Okay,
would
as
work
long
for
as
them.
staff, because staff had made the request. Didn't they?
Right,
Okay.
and they made the request
That's
through
fine.
me,
3
so
o'clock would be fine.
I think that would work.
That's fine. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Fairfield.
Is it possible that, because we have a lot of people regarding the budget here, that we could hear our budget discussions after J5, our land use cases? The budget discussions, J13, and then the Pines is the last from community development. I just want to see if we could move that up on the agenda.
Move move which one up now?
J13, if we
J13.
could.
Probably won't take that long to go through some of those items. If we
Okay,
left it there, because that
Okay.
way we can get them out of the way and get everybody out that doesn't have anything to say about the other one.
okay.
Yes, Mr.
One
Hazard.
thing I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, I don't think J15 is going to take very long, but I know there's a bunch of people here for that. If we could move that right after the F, between F and G.
Right after F.
J16,
That's J16.
correct. Yeah, they're all.
Oh, okay.
They were.
Any other changes?
Move to approve with those changes.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just to clarify, staff won't be able to be here at 3 o'clock
what
on
I
the
thought.
poll, so we'll have to just do the best we can without them.
Have somebody brief before then, before they leave, so that somebody from staff can give their report. Okay. Approval of the minutes for February 9th.
Move to approve? Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Public comment cards? Mr. Eddie Lorton.
How you doing? For the record, my name's Eddie Lorton, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I kind of wanted to speak on these budgets and stuff like that. And the thing is, I really hope the unions can make concessions. The city has no choice. I know your back's against the wall. There's a lot of stress for you. It's just, believe it or not, my businesses don't make what they used to either. So there's a time you have to make cuts. But by the same token, I hope the union's responsibility is to keep people working over getting absorbent wages. So I hope we can come together on this. But I also would like to also hope the city can be a little more responsible with our money too, and be more fiscally responsible, as to where sometimes, I know the spirit was right, but to spend $3,500 to turn the arches blue, that didn't make sense to me. But I know that it was a good thing to do, but we just can't waste money now. We can't.
That was all
spend-
private money.
Oh, okay, excellent, good. Well, that was nice. But right now, at a time like now, we can't give to orphanage funds, anything. It all has to be cut out. I know it's no is no. We have no money, so if they come down, I hope we can be responsible with our money, and then we come together, because now we need to keep as many businesses as possible open, and we can't be short on police and fire, and I hope we all come together on this so we can keep businesses open, and I hope they do make concessions, and I know your back's against the wall, so you have to do what you have to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chuck Walker.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Chuck Walker, and I'm a citizen here of Reno. Last November, I spoke to the group here of my concern on the rocks falling on Somerset Parkway. At the following city council meeting, I presented the city manager with a formal letter requesting some action. The Homeowners Association continues to report things are tied up in bureaucratic mumbo-jumbo. It appears the responsible parties do not want to fix things. The City Council actually approved the PUD which created the problem, and I would look to you and staff to sincerely take some action to fix the problem, because somebody's going to get hurt there someday with those rocks falling on Somerset Parkway if we don't fix it. So please help us. Second item I'd like to talk about. Recently there was an article in the Reno Gazette-Journal about Miraloma Park and the windmills you've put in there. There was also an article today, a letter to the editor, somebody commenting as I'm commenting today about those costs. It seems we've spent $11,000 on a windmill, which has a return of $120 a year. That doesn't make sense. If that is true, and I hope it is not true, but if it is true, we have a real problem here in the city in the way we spend money, and I'd like the council to address that issue to make sure we're more effective in our expenses. And the last thing I'd like to talk about, and the most important I think today, is city leadership and a budget. The revenue over the next several years will decline, forcing further cuts in the budget. We have substantial bond indebtedness without adequate coverage of revenue. We're tapping the general fund to pay those things. The damage has been done. We either need to restructure those payment processes or default on those bonds. Either way, we're no worse off than we are today, and it will cost the city less money. So please take a look at that. We all need to stop blaming the legislature and the economy for our problems. We need to work together and start moving ahead. Reno in 2011 is not like it was 5 years ago, nor will it ever be like it was 5 years ago. We need to stop thinking about the past and move forward, all of us together on a united front. Failure to do so will only accelerate the decline of Reno, and I don't want to see that happen. We need strong leadership. As you look for a new city manager to lead our problems, do not look internally, even for an interim representative. Look outside. Many people, as I believe, don't believe that we have qualified people that can get us out of our problem. Look outside, either to a public servant or a business person who has demonstrated skills that can help us out on the short term and create a longer term plan to be effective. Let's focus on somebody who can work with the city's people, the unions, the represented staff, and address the budget issues so at one time we can begin a new program to fix the issues rather than the quick fix we've tried over the last several years. The quick fix doesn't work, as we know, because we're here today trying to address the same issues we were addressing 3 years ago. Please, let's try to work together and get some leadership that will help us, and some assertive leadership that can help the city council and the mayor's office to come up with a win-win plan for everybody.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mike Minette. Mike Minette? Okay, yeah, might be. If your name's Mike and that's close enough, come on up. That's close this country boy can get. I couldn't read your writing. I'm sorry, sir.
No, that's okay. Hello, my name is Mike, and I am here just to pitch an idea. I was reading in an article a short while ago about the benefit of volunteer work. I thought it might be a wise idea for city council members or whoever's listening to mull over a sort of city-sponsored program that encourages people to contribute to the economy via volunteer work. I understand that a volunteer is worth 2 times what the regular wage is paid to a worker, and I think that if some sort of program were sponsored by the city that encourage high school students and college students and people in general to volunteer for senior citizens, the library, parks and recreations, painting signs, cleaning things up, in exchange for reward letters or credits at thrift stores or various other things, companies like NV Energy or there are 100 feasible ways that this could be implemented into the Reno economics, that it would be very beneficial to the economy.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mike, actually on today's agenda, items number L4 and L6, I put on those 2 items that talk exactly about that. We're going to be talking today about how we can get volunteers involved in some of the basic services that we need in our community and a rewards program behind it. So
That's
later
great.
today, we're going to be talking about those very 2 issues.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, well, I wish I could
Thank
say I'll be
you.
sure and read it on the agenda.
Yeah.
You're
Thank you
Circle
very
back
much.
with us and we'll put you to work.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Courtney Bell?
Courtney Bell for the record. Mr. Mayor, City Council. One of the things I've learned in life is there's some things you have to experience for yourself. And one of those things is homelessness. You know, there's nothing like it. And from 9 to 14 and a half years of age, I've experienced that. I've experienced homelessness. I've experienced living in a hotel. I've experienced living in a shelter for 2 years. And because of those experiences, I've started my own nonprofit organization to help kids just like that. And at this time, during the work that I do, I've become aware of 3 different services that the city of Reno provides. So what I'm here advocating is they're very significant. And matter of fact, they're the primary resources that help these young adolescents move to the next level as far as education, mentoring, tutoring, and advancing their skill set to become a productive member of society. Those 3 different programs are the summer meal program. The summer meal program is very significant because a lot of those kids wouldn't have a meal if that resource was not provided. Park Pals, a lot of homeless and transient youth in the city use. These different resources aren't going without any waste. You look at the numbers. And the last one is the Sabayan, the project solution, the Sabayan Community Center. It provides, I believe it gets around 14,000 to 15,000 visits, and about 2,000, maybe 3,000 of those visits are youth. And out of that, over 30% of those youth are homeless and transient youth. And so what I'm urging, what I'm stressing is that these different programs, I know nothing's free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. But what I'm telling you is that these different 3 programs are so significant to the growth of the city and where we're going that they can't be cut. I understand they can be reduced as far as the hours and the services it provides, but there's over 100 volunteers that put into these different efforts. I work with 4 other nonprofits, and together we work with about 400 homeless and transient youth in the city annually. And the services we provide are food, clothing, emotional support, mentoring, tutoring. And so that's what I'm here today, hoping that you can continue to provide these different services because they're really needed and it makes a big difference. And also at the same time, these different services are saving the city money because statistics show that a lot of kids that don't have a place to go, a safe, positive place, they find trouble elsewhere. They make trouble in different places. And, if you look at the dollar amount as far as it costs to house any youth in jail or something like that, it's much more significant than the dollar amount it would cost to provide these services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate, spent many years flying fighters and bombers, and Sam Dene is the ultimate volunteer in the history of Reno, Nevada. Sam Dene has contributed over $247 million worth of ideas to this city through the years. Sam has been at every city council meeting, virtually every city council meeting since 1994, and his brilliant ideas have directly saved the city over $247 million. And the things that were not listened to could have added another $200 million to savings to the city. Again, the ultimate volunteer. I came down here ready to pay the parking meter, and then I remembered we've got the Sam Dene do not pay the parking meter during city council meeting rule from long ago that was never canceled. And now I find out that the Sam Dene parking meter rule is throughout the community, and it's 24 hours a day because you're laying off all of the parking monitors. I did put my money in the meter, I have to admit, just a good citizen. I come down here every time planning on being the kinder and gentler Sam Dene. And every single time my eyeballs get like a magnet directed towards the media regurgitators, and I think of how evil and rotten they are. All of your blunders are your own blunders. The real blunder is the media's deathly fear and jealousy of Sam Dene's truth. There's one media person there. There's the camera not even on. They ought to be listening to Sam Dene. We wouldn't be in this pickle we're in right now. I'm here to nominate the best person I can think of, and I'm an expert at it, the best person I can think of for our new city manager. Here's a person he doesn't have a lot of paper on the wall, but he's a go-to guy.
He knows a lot of people. He knows how to take care of problems. He knows how to take care of volunteers, and he has a lot of qualified volunteer friends who will come down and help us out of this, try to help us out of this horrible financial pickle we're in. This man was only about 4,000 votes short, 4,000 stolen votes away from being the mayor of Reno. This Marine Corps veteran should be our next city manager. He will have the help of the most important person in town, his father, Sam Dene. And Sam will do it for free, and this Marine veteran will do the job for 1/2 the salary of whatever you're paying the people now. No paper on the wall, it's just a darn well qualified person. And by the way, he didn't even ask me to say that. Layoffs, we got all these layoffs coming down, and if you listen to me, we wouldn't, again, I don't want to be the curmudgeon, but it just always ends up being that way. We have all these layoffs coming down. If you listen to me and hadn't bought this building here, $30 million down the drain, perfectly good building over there that you gave away to somebody just so I couldn't say it anymore, the old city hall, tore it apart. You've got a baseball stadium over there that doesn't pay its way. You've got on and on and on and on.
Thank you very much. Having no other public comment cards, I close the public comment section at this time. Did you turn in a card, sir?
No, I didn't sign your card.
You can find one. Come on up and say whatever you wish, and you can fill one out when you're finished. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Ed Doucette. I am a 5-month resident of Reno, down here for some VA procedures. And I saw on TV this morning, you're laying off about 150 people. You got a growth problem here. You don't have the businesses. I don't see why you don't get somebody over in the Silicon Valley and try to get some of those high-tech companies here. But I understand the knock on Reno is they don't have the educated workforce. That's the problem of the University of Nevada. They're training too many lawyers. My apologies to the lawyers here, but they don't need any more competition. They can have their own yellow pages. We need more engineers, more high-tech people. In fact, I don't know why you don't get somebody from Stanford who knows the whole gig, how to get high-tech companies in, to get these people who finance them, et cetera. Even smaller, middle-level high-tech companies would be happy. Reno is a beautiful city, beautiful climate, clean, reasonable housing as compared to Silicon Valley. I can't see the low taxes, et cetera. You're not going to get anywhere unless you grow and change the emphasis. Mining is good, but the gambling, California is taking that. So the point is, and like this gentleman who was just here before, the baseball stadium, buying a building, when you had money, you went crazy with it. Now you'll know you better put something away for a rainy day. But the point is, you're going to have to change the educational system. University of Nevada, they're all liberal arts, all those bullshit courses, sociology, psychology, all this crap, which doesn't pay the rent and buy groceries. You got to get engineering in there, software engineers, et cetera. That's about all I got to say.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. I hope you have a good stay here. Any other public comment before I close it off? I'm closing the public comment section, now bringing it back to the table. All right, consent items. Excuse me, what? Oh, yes, I should do cash disbursement. Mr. Hesh have anything? Mr. Dorch, anything? Chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
I have a motion, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now we go to the consent agenda. All right. Any items you want to pull for the consent agenda? We have C1A.
Yeah, C1A1, Mr. Mayor.
C1A1.
We could pull that.
We'll pull it for discussion.
Also C1A4
C1A4.
and C1D2.
C1D2. Okay, we'll pull those for discussion. Any others?
C7, Mr. Mayor.
C7. Any others? Okay, Chair will entertain a motion on the other items. Just on the ones we pulled.
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
I'm on, these are all motions except the ones we pulled. Yeah, he'll be able to speak. He's the only one who won't speak generals. Mr. Dene, we do have one here. He wants to talk on the whole thing.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government, and I'm here to compliment you on following Sam's directive and keeping the consent agenda to relatively mundane items. For the folks in the audience who don't know it, the consent agenda is items that generally would be called housekeeping and mundane, and that's what we have today. We have about 6 items, and I did want to say one thing about the first several items there. As I said, over in Carson City, if a person wants to get a liquor license, they have to come to the podium, and I'm not trying to cause any trepidation amongst the people in the audience, but down there, they ask the people to come to the podium and maybe ask them a couple of questions about the businesses that are opening, and maybe even give them a little speech from the bully pulpit of the mayor, just to remind them that they're supposed to be good citizens and all of the other things they're supposed to do when they have liquor license and whatever kind of license that you're giving out. Other than that, I support the consent agenda today, and I'll be interested to see what you have to say about the items that you've pulled.
Thank you, sir. On C, now I'll entertain that motion to approve all the items I've pulled. I have a motion, second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. We have 51 or 59 people that have turned in requests that are against C1A1, and they are in opposition, but they do not wish to speak. We have about 6 or 7 people here that wish to speak, and they're in opposition, the majority of them. So if they start repeating themselves, I hope you'll pass to the next person. Walter Clausen. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just wanted to talk about like selling booze next to a school. I don't see that as common sense. You know, I understand it's a business, and back in high school, I had a brother, and well, he died in a wreck. You know, with alcohol, and I don't agree with or want the liquor license to be approved with the kids right there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Jackson? Dane Jackson? Dane Jackson? Just said he wanted to speak, or she. Chuck Grimm?
Mayor, council members, my name is Chuck Grimm. I am on the board of directors of Pathfinders Children's Ministry in Reno. I'll be appearing before you a little later on the subject of the budget on a short matter, and I'll try to be brief, very brief on this one. I'm very opposed to this liquor license in question. I'm going to defer most of my comments to Bill Fisher, who I think is one that's scheduled to appear, and I think Bill will cover it much more factually and succinctly than I. I just want to mention that my responsibility is to pick up pieces of. I work with children that are at risk, inner city children. The thought of having a liquor operation in close proximity to a high school is anathema to me. I don't understand the reasoning of it. I would urge that the council look into the background of the person that's is pushing this because it's my understanding that previous businesses have not followed the rules that were set down by the council. Mayor's shaking his head no, so
No,
maybe I'm wrong on that. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not shaking on that.
Okay, I thought maybe I was factually incorrect.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. Didn't mean to shake.
Okay, no problem, sir.
That's age.
I can identify with that, sir. Okay, that's all I had to say. Again,
All right.
I do urge you to listen to Bill Fisher.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Griff Durham.
Mayor Cashel, members of the City Council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. The last time I appeared at this podium, I was speaking in favor of a city proposed regulation to limit the number of liquor licenses on Wells Avenue. I'm a member of the Wells Avenue, West of Wells neighborhood group, and I'm speaking on their behalf. At that time, I pointed out that there was a restriction on liquor licenses downtown, and as a result, there was an explosion of liquor stores on Wells Avenue. There was something like 13 between the Wells Avenue overpass and South Virginia Street. And a newspaper columnist referred to this as the whack-a-mole theory. I didn't use the term, but it's apt, where you make a restriction in one area and things pop up in another. Subsequently, restrictions were instituted for Wells Avenue, and we've kept the number of liquor stores down. I want to point out that this Norm's Auto, this property at 1496, is right across the street from the border of the Wells Avenue neighborhood, as well as being across the street from a high school. A quick inventory of packaged goods liquor stores between California Avenue and this property at 1496 South Virginia gives us the following. At 600 South Virginia, we have Discount Liquors. At 743 South Virginia, we have Little Bangla. At 777 South Virginia, we have Quickie Market number 2. At 895 South Virginia, we have Sam & Sons Discount Liquors. At 1000, we have City Gas, which is a gas station and a convenience store selling liquor. In the 1100 block, in the little strip mall there's K&J Mini Mart. It doesn't actually face Virginia, but the strip mall does, and it borders Holcomb Avenue. At 1292 approximately is Rams Discount Liquor, and at 1390 is AM PM Discount Liquor Store. Approximately one per block. Look at the picture of our city that this presents. I'm not certain how many more purveyors of tobacco and alcohol and hookah pipes and baggies and crack pipes and scales we need in Reno. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Mashad Singh. I'm really butchering this, and I apologize. Singih? I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for...
Good afternoon, City Mayor, City Council member. My name is Manjeet Singh. We live more than 8 years in Reno. We speak with like 1496, like South Virginia Street to the liquor store.
Let him pull that up first before you start.
So this is have apply to liquor license 10 meter away from to the high school, Rain Shadow High School. This is community best high school. My son has graduation last year too. That on 200 meter away from to it, more than 10 have a liquor store. Okay.
Pull it down this.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Sorry, this look like toy, but it's not toy. This is a crystal pipe, drug pipe. Why people sold? We speak with all a liquor owner. I say, why you sold? This is bad fact to the kids. He say, I not survive because within 200 meter away from that area, have more than 10 liquor store. People sold spice, crystal pipe. New generation is too many have a side effect. I don't think it's a good idea. We request to the city council, that's not good idea. Next day, 10 meter away from to high school, any liquor license. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Apologize again for mispronouncing your name. Eva Marie? Eva Marie, I can't read your last name. Eva Marie Sploss or Sploss? Is there anybody in here named Eva Marie? She's not here. All right. Robert Spears?
To the council, mayor, I'd like to say too against the liquor license for the store next to the school. I work with kids myself at the Seventh-day Adventist Church, doing our best to show them the right way, and I think it's not worth profits versus the peace we have. So that's why I'm here to voice my opinion on that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Fisher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Once again, I stand for the children and decent families of Reno. Maybe you will learn from your mistakes. You decided to open a grocery store next to the family shelter and all the alcohol rehabilitation centers. I told you it was a bad idea. So did 10,000 plus citizens, community leaders, the police. Did you listen? No. Here's some food necessities you can't find at Rayleigh's, Albertsons, and Safeway. The Right Way grocery store next to the family shelter sells crack pipes, meth pipes, pot pipes, bong, spice, not salt and pepper, baked pot. Bath salts, not your warm bath salt, but baked Coke. How many square feet did you set aside for drug paraphernalia and porno? This is the #1 bestseller of the new grocery store. Something not any liquor store in downtown Reno can sell except the food market. 40-ounce bottles of beer, the new favorite of the homeless campus. I told you just open a liquor store in Tent City. Darn, now the homeless complain. They have to walk half a block to buy meth pipes and their 40-ounce beers. Broken glass everywhere. New big bottle weapons for the police to enjoy in downtown. Now let's open a liquor store next to a high school. They won't sell meth pipes, crack pipes, and porno. They promise. Don't stop there. Let's start early. Let's just open liquor stores at the elementary schools or on the high school property, just like at the family shelter. You already polluted the family shelter and rehabs you spent millions on. Let's pollute all our schools. You okayed a liquor license at 1496 South Virginia. You might as well just put up billboards across the city. Reno City Council approves any type of drug, alcohol, porno sales, even next to schools and family shelters. Is this the city council trying to do? Is it trying to make Reno one big alcoholic, homeless town? We do not promote anything but liquor stores on any block. I mean, no offense, you guys, but come on. You made one mistake at the family shelter. Don't make another mistake. Mr. Mayor and certain members of the city council opposed that liquor store downtown by the family shelter. I hope the council decides to do the right thing and go the right way and try to revoke that liquor license for bad faith. The police didn't want it. Thousands of us still don't. I volunteer at the homeless campus every day. Try it. You would close that liquor store if you gave part of your life helping people off drugs and alcohol. I dare you, give a half an hour each day. You would never okay another liquor license in this city. Return Right Way Market to its intended mission to provide groceries. The market has proved by its actions that it's not compatible to the services nearby, namely the campus dedicated to reducing drug and alcohol abuse. Think most of all the family shelter, which Courtney and Chuck and many of us volunteer. We have for 8 years every Friday. I wish I had time to say to Wes, say no. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your help in trying to help stop drugs and alcohol.
Thank you. Joyce Cappy. Oh, excuse me, you're on C7, I'm sorry. Okay. No other public comment on this item. We'll bring it back to the table for discussion. Mr. President.
Yeah, I guess from staff, because there is a lot of discussion, actually, the location of a school, it was a restaurant at one time, and then they had come in for a change of zoning there to allow a school. Does staff have some history on the area there, Alex?
Yes, ma'am. Alex Willie, Code Enforcement Manager for the city. My understanding is previously I do remember there was a restaurant there with an alcohol on-site, on-premise license. And since then, I don't recall another business being there other than the school went right after that restaurant.
So, and then do we have a perimeter, and I'm not sure if this is for Alex or Mike, on the number, and my concern, that's why we did this on Wells Avenue, is the proliferation of these liquor stores being concentrated like they are, popping up.
Yes, ma'am. For this particular area, we don't have an idea to give you a radius or what the concentration is of liquor stores. What we do have is a copy of the actual perimeter for the Wells Avenue neighborhood overlay with that has the prohibition regarding new package liquor licenses. We do have that with us. If you would like to see that, we can show you that.
Yeah, if you could show up there, Alex.
Okay. Can we zoom in? Thank you. Okay, that's good right there. Okay, yes, ma'am. So right here, as you'll notice, the area, this is the boundary. That was, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, they did come to council and they did voice their concerns, and you took the action to work with the neighborhood and their representatives to actually create this boundary. And this line right here, as you see the bold red line, that delineates the boundary. And at this point in time, this particular license is for this area right here, which is in fact across the street from the boundary itself. As the gentleman earlier stated, that is very common whenever there is a boundary, that those on the very outskirts, they tend to stand out, for lack of a better explanation, because of that fact that you won't see any new ones in the area, but you will see some on the exterior.
And then, Alex, do you know how many we've gotten, or Mike, on South Virginia from, let's see, Liberty down south? It seems like they're popping up everywhere.
I couldn't give you an exact number, but you are correct. It seems like we have one, maybe each block, we have about one packaged liquor license establishment. That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And then when we looked at Wells Avenue, one of the nexuses that we made was on the limit, and the boundary was the effect near schools, churches, the neighborhood surrounding the area. Did staff have the opportunity to do that analysis with this application?
No, ma'am, we haven't. We have not.
And then I know that staff had checked the location in Sparks, I believe.
Yes, we did. At your direction, last month, we did the very next day, we did do a site visit. And some of the concerns that were voiced here in council, we did not identify those issues there, specifically with regards to the cracked pipes. I don't anticipate that they expected us to be there that quick, because we went there the very next morning, and we didn't see any signs of it. We did see they did have tobacco and alcohol, a pretty significant amount of tobacco, regular cigarette tobacco, and some specialized tobacco. We did, however, visit the police department and the business license department. They had numerous sting operations for sales to minors, and they passed every one. They never had any incidences there, and they said they had no records or any cases negative with regards to that particular business.
And then, Alex, just one last question on the paraphernalia issue, and I believe Councilwoman Zadra brought this up for an issue in her ward. Is that within the council's discretion to ban the sales of those items? And maybe that's a question from the city attorney's office, and hopefully a bill that we're going to support this legislative session, which is the issue of spice that they're looking at, and we're having those stores creep up and pop up around downtown Reno.
Craig Scoff from the City Attorney's Office, and I won't pretend that I am an expert on paraphernalia, but I remember reading the statute in many ways. I remember reading the statute, and basically it indicates that because it has alternative uses, there has to be knowledge and intent proof that it's going to be sold for an illegal use. And so right now, there's not a ban against it altogether, so that would be something that I don't believe would be a good substantial evidence basis for making a decision of denial at this point.
But Craig, what about the public safety and welfare of the public and it being so close to a school, the proliferation within a mile radius of how many liquor stores we have now? I mean, you could pull the statistics. We have a lot of graffiti in that area. I mean, I'm sure Alex, with code, we have issues within that particular gateway. It seems to me that by approving this application, we're going to have more of those problems.
I want to address this from the perspective of my job as a legal advisor, and that is that your basis for making a decision, as indicated in the memo I sent around, is substantial evidence. And it's got to be substantial evidence that shows public welfare, but it requires evidence. People's opinions alone are not sufficient. So that would be my advice to you.
Have we pulled the calls for service in that area? Have we got that from the police department?
No.
Because to me, we should be pulling the calls for service. We have, that's one of the target areas for graffiti. All these people were down here. That's a target area. And the issues we have associated with that gateway.
If council has direction to staff to continue it and make such a further investigation, that would be, I think, within your prerogatives. But again, I think that evidence needs to be in front rather than simply saying that there may be those problems. Again, they would also have to be analyzed from the perspective of equal protection in that there are other, I think that was one of the concerns, is that there are others there, but they are there. And so that would be something that I would have some legal concern with on a decision. So as long as we can get evidence that it would indicate that this business would have a negative effect on the public welfare, then I think we would have a substantial evidentiary basis to potentially make a decision of denial if that's what council wanted to do.
Okay, thank you, Craig.
Jessica, can I follow up on, you're absolutely right. I did request an opinion about the pipes near a park in the Yori area, and we got that decision back. I will remind council that we had proof that such restrictions exist at least in Washington State, and I'm forgetting if it was which city for sure, but it was Washington State. There is history that they have passed regulations and ordinances against the sale of these pipes, and there is one pipe in particular that I'm advised that can only be used for cocaine that is being sold in these markets. And I did ask for a revisit of at least excluding that particular pipe several months ago and have not gotten that report back. So I really think it is time for us to take a look. I think at the time the language that I requested was near parks where youth are. I'm not sure that I requested schools as well, but that makes absolute sense. So that's something that we do need to move forward with. I did request it some time back and just haven't gotten response on it yet.
Mr. Azzi.
What type of investigations do we actually do on the owners? I mean, how long have they owned their current business? And, have they changed ownership a lot?
On the standard practices, they do go through a background check, and we haven't received the results yet from the police department on the background check. But on this particular business that we visited in Sparks, they had been there in business for 5 years, and
With the same owner?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
They haven't changed the ownership of the alcohol or anything that goes on over there?
No, sir. The applicant informed us that he had one in Las Vegas, but we did not research that.
Are the applicants here?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
The applicant want to come forward, please? Come up to the microphone, please.
Hi.
Wait a minute, let's you introduce yourself.
Yes.
I'm Peter Bosco. I was the realtor helping them purchase this property.
Okay, and then identify yourself, please.
So my name is Baljeet Kaur. I was in Las Vegas since from 2001 to 2005, and here in Sparks 2005 to now.
Okay.
I no have any ticket citation. I no sale and pipes. No spice, no nothing. They go check in the store, everything. We no sell that. Just liquor, tobacco, and food, soda, that's it.
Okay.
Because we have gaming machine and also in the store. And I have a gaming license in the Las Vegas. Also, I was licensed. They check all the background in my.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Isaac?
so ma'am, are you the owner of the store?
Yes.
So the liquor license is under your name?
Yes.
And it has been since you opened in 2000?
2005.
2005? I'm
Yes.
sorry. And also the gaming license is in your name?
In Las Vegas, not in here.
Do you have gaming at your store in Starks?
Yes, we do.
And you contract out to someone else?
Who has that gaming? United Coin or somebody like that?
Right.
Yeah, I lease the space.
Okay.
I don't remember the company now. Before was GSR, now it's new company.
Okay.
I
Any
know
other
that.
questions? Any other questions? Mr. Dorch,
For staff, Mr. Mayor.
staff? Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. When did the school open at this location?
It was several years ago. I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly the date.
I think it's about 2 years ago.
3 years.
And
Two
I'm
and a
assuming
half.
a lot of these stores were in that vicinity at that time when this school opened?
This particular store wasn't there.
Not this one, but the others that
other ones.
everyone's-
Yes, sir, they were.
And no one expressed any concern with the school going in next to liquor stores and bars at
No,
that
sir.
time?
No.
And as far as the drug paraphernalia goes, do they need a liquor license to sell drug paraphernalia, or can that just be sold on any retail establishment?
That is correct. That can be sold at any establishment.
So the liquor license has no bearing on the drug paraphernalia that's been
No, sir.
mentioned today. And then calls for service, this will be for legal staff. If we did look at calls for service and determine that there is a high number of calls for service in that area, we would have no way of really saying that just because we're putting this additional business into that location that it would increase the calls for service, is there?
I hate to speculate on what an investigation might show, but that would tend to be a reasonable
I mean, you're just
thought.
making an assumption at that point in time. You're not making,
Correct.
there's no fact that would say that you're going to increase the calls for service.
That seems very likely.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Asheff.
This again would be for staff. When do you expect to get the results from the police investigation? Because it's still pending.
Yes, sir, it is still pending.
Generally, it looks like about 90 days, so it'll probably be another 30 days since.
And then how long would it take staff to look for the calls for service in that general area?
We can get that in a day, sir.
And then maybe this is for legal. I know this is an alcohol license. What kind of restrictions can we put? I mean, if we wanted to say with respect to the liquor license that we don't want any tobacco products being sold, for example, do we have that option?
There is a Nevada Supreme Court case that said that it is permissible to impose conditions, but those conditions need to be related to the issue of sales of alcohol. If they're not related to the sales of alcohol, then the basis for conditioning it would be lessened. So to the extent that a condition could be imposed that, for instance, if it were a bar, then limiting the hours might be something that would pass muster. Again, assuming other equal protection and other arguments are properly addressed. So I'm not sure about that specific condition, but there is a potential that conditions could be imposed generally.
Okay. So that may include saying you cannot sell pipes or certain products, for example.
Again, I would be very concerned about that because I'm not sure that selling pipes is specifically related to the alcohol license. The reason the Nevada Supreme Court allowed conditions on the alcohol license was because of the very detrimental effect of and long history of regulation of alcohol specifically. I don't know if we have that kind of a support in the cases in law to support something on the pipes specifically, just because I haven't done any research on that specifically.
Okay. And then potentially, if there's quite a few calls for service, drunkenness, et cetera, that would be related to the issuance of one more liquor license, for example, in an area that's already troubled. I mean, that would the nexus be appropriate at that point?
I would have a hard time. I've just gone through some this issue on some other matters, and the defense counsel come in and point to our service calls, and they say, okay, you have a service call of somebody being drunk. Can you tell me where they got the alcohol? No, we can't. We have no idea whether they got it south of town at Ben's Liquor, where they got it. So absent that kind of specific information, then just simply saying that there has been a problem with drunkenness may not be enough of a nexus.
And then one last question for staff. How many, there was some testimony of the number of liquor licenses, you know, Save Marts, whatever, in that general vicinity. Is it true that it's 14? Do we have any idea how many
No,
similar
sir,
operations we have in that general
I
vicinity?
couldn't tell you for a fact, sir, but I can get you that information along Virginia Street.
All right, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I know there are about 3 within about the same distance, well, maybe 20 yards further than the present location they're looking at.
That is correct, Your Honor. As you can see right here, the AM/PM is approximately 200 plus feet from the school, whereas the supermart is approximately 100 feet from the school.
Right. Yes, ma'am, Mr. President.
Yeah, can I ask another question? I'm not sure if this is probably best suited for legal, because we've done this with other, in fact, maybe it was Napa, Sonoma, but when we're approving licenses, we do it on a percentage of a square feet. So the sale of packaged liquor, for example, like in a restaurant, we say that only a certain percentage could be, you know, you're serving food. And so your secondary use is you serve alcohol with that food. And maybe the policy is something that's got to come back to us, because I see where the problem is. And Alex, you said in your testimony, again, they have a lot of liquor and tobacco sales there. So is our code encouraging these types of businesses to open, where we should maybe look at the privileged licenses to say, okay, you know, there's got to be this much percentage of food, and then the alcohol sales is X, because I see it the opposite way, that they have a ton of tobacco, paraphernalia, liquor sales. That's where they're saying they make their money, and then we have those issues in the neighborhoods. I don't see how we could do it with a restaurant, and we could do it in a special planning area where we said, okay, you can't, you know, we limit the hours of operations. We say, I think Napa, Sonoma, even the council put conditions on what could be sold out of there. I don't see why we can't make those conditions on a privileged liquor license.
That may be something that we could modify our code to do generally, whether it's in the alcohol section, licensing section, or in the zoning section. If your question is, can we condition the amount of alcohol sales here? if there is substantial evidence to support it, in the sense of saying by limiting the amount of alcohol, we may somehow promote public safety, then I think we could do it. But I don't know if that evidence is before us or not. Legally, there may be an ability to do it, but it's a matter of having proper supporting evidence to limit somebody's right to engage in a business.
Okay.
So Craig,
Mr. Isaac.
Craig, what you said earlier then, could we limit the hours of that they could sell alcohol here, like an hour before or after school hours, they could not sell alcohol?
I think that came in better.
That's good. Go ahead.
I think that with the presence of a school there, that might be something that is supportable because of the proximity. Again, that's one of those things that it might take ultimately a court to determine whether there's a sufficient nexus or not, but I think we're getting closer.
If we postpone this until we got the police report back, that would let you research that a little more?
It may or may not give us additional indications.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I just wanted to add that a lot of the hours of operation are established in our zoning code as well.
The store could be open. I'm not saying the store couldn't be open, but just the time that they could sell alcohol.
Okay. And then just some of this actions that council has taken previously, I do recall, was basically voluntary by the applicant.
Right. Don't we have an ordinance that gaming can't be within so many feet of a school or something, or a church?
I believe that's in the zoning code, Your Honor. I'd have to.
Well, anyway, look at it before the next one, because I hope
Yes,
that
sir.
maybe we. Huh? No, I know that. But I'm just saying, looking at other stuff, thinking out in the future.
Okay, and we can, Your Honor, if the council wishes, we can research other cities and entities out there, especially to address, as Councilmember Esparza said, a concern with regard to the community as a whole throughout the entire city with regards to the proliferation or how close they are together. And we can bring you back a staff report or a presentation to inform you what we find out there and what you may want to consider.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to continue for staff until we get the background back. And then
You need to
also,
put a time with it, I think.
well, do we have any idea, Mike, you said that background could take 90 days?
Yeah, we're probably looking at another 30 days.
Okay, so as soon as staff, I guess, after the background comes in, but I think we need the crime statistics there, the calls for service, graffiti, and the proximity to school, all that information brought to council so we can make a determination on this.
Okay.
And then also what the public testimony, I believe the gentleman said, because we went through this before, Mr. Mayor, that establishment by the homeless facility. I do think we need to make sure that they're complying with those conditions. I want to see how that's working out over there as well, because they put that into the record. They signed off on that, and that was important to council. So I want to know if that's happening.
And we got a letter on that, and Alex is working on that, concerning that. And I think it was last Thursday or Friday, and I talked to him this morning, and he's going to do an investigation and stuff, make sure they're complying with everything.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Have a motion by Mr. Fraser. Do I have a
Second.
second? Excuse me, Mr. Hesher, do you have something? No, second. Oh, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Azzi, C1A4.
On this one, I just wanted to be reintroduced what we did on that. Well, this is the one next to the West 2nd Street Bar. Is that one parcel, the West 2nd Street Bar in the Thai corner?
Michael Chomp Business License Division, yes, that's one parcel, that entire block they own. They do have separate addresses.
Is there a hole in between the two buildings?
There is a glass partition. The restaurant does share a kitchen.
And they share a kitchen, right? Now, is there gaming in the West 2nd Street Bar?
No.
And what about so they can each have their own liquor license?
The restaurants, since it's being leased out, we're considering a separate leasee would have to get their own alcohol bar license.
I mean, I just remember when we were doing this whole thing, rigmarole with those guys, they were going to operate the thing so they didn't need all this. There wouldn't need to be a second liquor license, because I didn't know how we did that when it's one parcel. That's, I guess, is my problem. Even in, I thought that, like, when we were talking about Dottie's and all moving in, they were in separate parcels. So how do you have two bars by different owners on one parcel of land?
What they've done, and they're currently licensed to have both bars. So West Second Street Bar is their initial license. They have a license for an additional bar, which is inside the restaurant. And you're correct, at the time they were going to have the restaurant. For whatever reason, they didn't open it, but there is an existing bar on that side.
But they have the right to have a second bar, but that doesn't mean that the new people have a right to have, because they got grandfathered in.
The new people, and the way we consider, because of the proximity of the bar in the restaurant, that opening does open and close, but the restaurant side could be open when the bar is closed. So they could operate independently of each other.
Really, where's the kitchen?
The kitchen is still on the West Second Street
Right, so
side.
they couldn't close the door, they couldn't be
Well,
separate.
that door they couldn't, but the front door into the bar they could. So the West Second Street bar,
Has to be open for this to be open.
well, not necessarily, because the kitchen, access to the kitchen just needs to be available. But the bar doesn't have to be open and operating for the Thai restaurant to use the
And
kitchen.
if we grant this license and these guys go away, then do they get grandfathered in for their, back to their having two?
They'd have to reapply for that additional bar if they want to use that space.
So, but go back to my previous point, though. How do you have two liquor licenses under our current code, under one parcel?
We base it on the address, the physical location. They've split the addresses, that's 100 West Second Street. West Second Street Bar is 118 West Second Street. So that's how we
How do you do that when they share a kitchen? I mean, I know the post office can do that, but if you share a kitchen, how can you have it be a separate thing?
Well, that's how on the privilege side, that's how we're considering, because we don't regulate the kitchen. The health department would regulate that, and they're happy with that location and that access to that kitchen.
But I don't even think they have storage for alcohol. They don't, all
Well,
that
they have
stuff, all that stuff relies on being on the West Second Street side.
Well, when I did a site visit, just because of this issue, they do have a bar there that's currently not stocked on the restaurant side.
Well, I know they have a bar, but
Right.
that was supposed to be an adjunct to the one that they have at West Second Street. It wasn't supposed to be a standalone operating bar. So how do you have a standalone operating bar when everything else is not there to support it? Let's say they opened up all on their own. They don't have a storage, they don't have coolers, they don't have anything over there to have a bar, except a bar.
Well, and they can store the alcohol in the bar. I mean, they do have capacity to do that. So the restaurant, like I said, is operating totally independent of the bar, of the West Second Street bar, of that business, so.
But they have enough room to stock
They have enough-
their supply?
Correct,
Do they have separate restrooms?
yes.
Now, and there's a door in between so they could open up in between, or is it solid?
There's a sliding glass door. but-
Because I thought we addressed this same issue when we had the place south of town. What is it?
It's
Summit's here, I think Dave's right on that.
Gold. Yeah, we absolutely did. They had to have their absolute, there had to be a wall.
Well,
They had to
yeah.
have a physical wall, not just like a,
You had to go outside to go to the next place.
but it was for gaming.
Yeah, I think it was for gaming, correct.
Yeah, for gaming and,
It was gaming.
and food, smoking cigarettes, right? That was
Right.
it?
Right.
But I'm just curious what happens later on. I mean, this just seems like these guys keep trying to get around us, and I'm just not sure.
Don't we have more than one liquor license at West Street Market? Same parcel?
Not for package sales, no. I don't think we do.
Well, this wouldn't,
We don't have, they don't have a bar. They
This is
don't have a bar. This is not packaged liquor. There's only one bar. Oh, there might be two. You might be right.
yeah, West Second Street, 2 bars.
Well, why don't you postpone this one and let's get the answers to your questions?
Just a quick question for me,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
As I understand it, the licensee here is the lessee, correct?
Correct.
So to answer Dave's question, even though it's one parcel, the fact that he has two physical addresses, then presumably if he leases it to a third party, that third party has to come in and get their own liquor license.
That's correct.
And then he has his own on West Second Street Bar, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
As they do an annual business license.
Right, no question about that. So, let me ask you this, so, given those circumstances, what's the grandfathering on this, at this address?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what we can or can't do. I mean, I'm looking next at gaming's gonna come in next, so you've got then you have a Dottie situation where you could have gaming on both sides. Even though they have a different, address, they're not disconnected. They're basically, the guy partitioned his big room into smaller rooms, and he's just trying to get as much as he can out of it.
Yeah, I think after we changed that rule on the gaming, I don't think you'd be able to have gaming at both if you got that door connecting the two, according to code. We fixed that after.
And I just wonder why we wouldn't do the same thing with different owners of the bar. I could see there's places like, the El Dorado and the Knitting Factory where one owner has more than one bar in one location. But you bring up a good point with the West Street Market. When's our next meeting? The 9th? Well, we can't be on that. The 9th?
The 9th.
Can we postpone this till the 9th? And I'll go over there and meet with you and take a look at it.
Yes, Mr. Fraser, before
Yeah,
we take a
can I
motion.
just ask one question, Mike, on this? Because my concern is different in the sense that we've had troubles with this location. So when they came in, and now if we have a different licensee on a different location, how are we going to enforce what plan we have in place? Because who's the responsible party at that point in time?
Let me follow up, because that's I forgot about that. The other guys agreed to close at certain hours.
Yeah, and that,
Do these guys agree to close at certain hours?
the hours of the restaurant are 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
But they could open any time. I mean, are they agreeing to be closed the same hours as the West Second Street Bar? Aren't they supposed to be closed between 2 and 6 or something?
The agreement was to close between 4 a.m. and 7 a.m., and they are doing that now. The restaurant, again, is only open until 10 p.m. It is
Now,
on 24 hours.
But what they have the right to open it all they want, so they could just open the bar up 24 hours too.
That's my whole point. That's why I think there's more to this story. I think they're trying to circumvent what we've put in place. It's been a troubled location we've had more problems with this location. So how do we enforce the bigger issue?
Again, we are treating this restaurant and the leasee completely separate business.
And that's the problem, because
But they
when we
could run
agreed to.
24 hours if they want to.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, Mr. Mayor. We have had one problem after the next with this particular business. So technically, he could say, oh, I can't open on this side, but I'm going to do the 24-hour thing on that side.
I don't see how you can
Ma'am,
do
Alex
uh,
that.
Willie again for the record, code enforcement manager. What we can do, ma'am, since Councilmember Ayazi requested it be continued, we can get with that applicant and inform them of this commitment with the owner of the property, with the city of Reno, and make sure that they also sign off on the same agreement that was made.
Chair will entertain a motion to postpone
I'll
till
move
the
to
9th.
postpone this till February 9th, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
March 9th, I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and second that. Just quickly, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
This staff report says that their hours of operation are limited. So that goes along with the liquor license, correct?
Right, because they're applying to be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. But I do believe that agreement is for that entire parcel. That would be the entire parcel, not just that piece of the restaurant. And I'll verify that when we bring that back.
But these hours of operations are within that limit, that
Correct.
agreement, prior agreement. So it's less than what they agreed to
Yeah,
in
it's,
the prior agreement. Okay, well, there's a motion and a second.
Have a motion second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item C1D2.
Yeah, this should be quick, Mr. Mayor. Don't they already have that? I mean, it's been open for a long time.
yeah, they have a bar license. They don't have the ability to sell packaged beer and wine off premise.
Oh, okay,
And that's what they're asking for. It's a supplemental add-on
Oh,
to their
okay.
existing license.
okay. I'll move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Wait, I have a
Whoop,
question,
wait
I have a
minute. Whoop,
question
whoop.
about that. Is this within the area that we have the moratorium for the packaged liquor
Yes,
sales?
Oh.
but the moratorium's on packaged liquor.
Yep.
This is wine and beer.
This is wine and beer.
Wine and beer
So
is
you could
not
go in there and
liquor?
buy a six-pack of beer you can buy a bottle of wine. But you couldn't buy hard alcohol.
Did we make that distinction when we?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's packaged only.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item C7, Mr. Dortch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually just pulled this because staff asked me to because they wanted to add some language to the
Let
agreement.
me have a lady come up wishing to speak. Joyce Cathy. Sorry for the false run a while ago, Kathy. Miss Kathy.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good afternoon. My name is Joyce Cathy, and I'm here on behalf of the High Sierra Diamond Softball Club. And we would just like to thank you for supporting our organization by allowing us to use warehouse building located at 260 Winter Street for our softball activities. Once again, thank you for your past, present, and continued support.
Thank you very much. Mr. Azzi? Oh, do you have something? Come on, staff.
My name is Steve Hardesty, Public Works. Mr. Mayor, Council. Upon Council's suggestion, what we'd like to do is we'd like to modify this license agreement and add an authority clause. With your permission, we make that change, get the proper signatures, and have it prepared for the mayor's signature.
Okay, Mr. Dortch.
Move to approve with that change, Mr. Mayor.
Have a motion. Do I have a second? Have a second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir. We have no proclamations, no presentations. Public hearings through. Madam Secretary, we'll go now to public hearings. Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and no correspondence was received.
All right, we'll bring it back to the table for discussion. Have no public comment cards.
Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance F11.
This, excuse me, this is bill number 6737, an ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title 18 Annexation and Land Development in order to amend text and standards from Chapter 18.08 Zoning, Section 18.08405 small f, Regional Center and Transit Corridor Overlay Districts, DRC Dandini Regional Center Planning Area Overlay Zoning District, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item F2, Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, no correspondence was received.
All right, no public comment. Bring it back to the table. Have a motion?
Second.
Do I have a second? Have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item F21, ordinance.
Bill number 6738, an ordinance annexing to and making part of the City of Reno certain specifically described territory being 44.99 acres of property located east of South Virginia Street, west of Veterans Parkway, and north of Geiger Grade in the southeast neighborhood plan area, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
Have motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to ordinance adoptions. Item G1.
Did you say we had to hear J3 before this one, Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me? Wait, this is,
J3 before or after?
we wanted it.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, I had on my notes that J16 would be after this item when you did the agenda earlier.
It was on the item before or after?
After now.
Okay.
No.
Either way, Mr. Mayor. We can do J3 and G1.
Well,
these will all go fast.
let's go. Let's bypass that one 1 minute, and we're going to go down here and knock these others out. Ordinance G2, Military Road.
This is ordinance number 6175, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a 35,649 square foot acre located 260 feet southwest of the Military Road Lemon Drive intersection to establish AC arterial commercial zoning together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Have a
Second.
motion, do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Resolutions, item H1.
Resolution number 7554, resolution accepting streets, villages at Damani Ranch Unit, 19B2 subdivision, portions of Oak Haven Drive, Grace Lake Drive, and White Cliff Drive.
Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H2,
Mr. Mayor,
resolution.
I have
Yes.
some questions on that, but I don't think anybody's here for that, so we can push that off till later if you want.
Which one's that?
H2.
H2, you want to postpone? All right. Item J2, Parks and Recreation, discussion potential direction, Washoe Treasurer for tax rolls.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Hold it.
Wait a minute, we have a public comment? Oh, J2, we do have a public comment. John Fidaldo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is
love
John
your
Fidelio. Thank you. And I'm a citizen of Reno. The city has over the years used public money to establish services for the citizenry. And the first priority of budgeting must be to maintain and operate what we have. You know the parks and pools, et cetera, are not going to break even and must be properly budgeted for them, or you must properly get the citizenry to accept closing or modifying them in some way. It's too easy to go for the new, whether it's a program or a park or whatever. New stuff gets press, ribbon cuttings, et cetera, but putting money aside for operations and maintenance just isn't sexy. I saw this too often in the federal government, and we have to all be aware of the siren call of putting out something new. Now, speaking for Reno Aquatic Club, we and other user groups met with the Parks and Recreation Department and then met amongst ourselves to prepare an offer of services in order to get Idlewild open. I hope you're aware of this offer. It includes lots of volunteerism. We put it together without real guidance, though, as a target for what the city really needed from us. So we hope that we have done something that's going to enable you to open Idlewild as requested. Finally, I'd like to let you know that each of our Reno Aquatic Club swimmers proudly wears a bright orange cap when they swim with a blue Reno emblazoned upon it. Every swim is an advertisement for this city, a free advertisement, I must say, which I'm sure the Chamber of Commerce appreciates. In my comments to you a couple of weeks ago, I told you about the potential devastating effects on our program and other swimming programs of the lack of sufficient pool time. And I hope you keep that in mind as well when you consider your options for the Parks and Recreations and opening Idlewild Pool this summer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. J3, we'll do in a minute. Item J5, the Pines. We have one person wishes to speak. Paul Hershey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. My name is Paul Hershey. I'm the general manager at Collin Ranch Homeowners Association. We are not opposed to the extension of the map being offered. I have read the staff report, but I'd like to go on record to make sure that in the future, with the development of this area, that the engineering and traffic studies that have been allocated, make sure they come back to the homeowners because of the density. I am a Hilton Head, South Carolina transplant here to Reno recently, and again, I think that this area needs a secondary access point because of the Hawkins fire and that fire area up there. And I think that I'd hope that the City Council and Planning Department would look at that for future development.
Okay. Thank you very much. No other public comment, bring back. I have a problem with the 7 years.
Me too.
I'll go for the 2 years like we have everybody else, but I have a
thought I
problem
read
with the
that we didn't
7.
need to do
Yes,
this.
ma'am.
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager, Community Development Department. In the staff report, we explain that the access issues are being held up in court right now. So actually the timeline is frozen, so we don't need to process the time extension at this time. When it settles in court, then the timeline will start again for the ultimate 4 years of the time of the map. But right now, no development can happen at this time.
So if we turn this down today,
This is just an update. This is just an
Okay.
update today on where it is.
Okay,
And
all right.
there doesn't need to be any action for the extension. They have the 4 years, which is frozen in time. Once it's settled in court, then they can proceed with the development.
okay. Chair will entertain a motion to accept the report.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J7.
For the record, Maureen McKissick. What you have before you is the approval of Neighborhood Stabilization 3 Action Plan. This item is actually due today, and we gave you guys, we gave the council a memo last Wednesday updating a little of the information that was provided in the staff report. We followed through on your direction to contact code, to look at various parts of the neighborhoods. We think the plan that we've developed will be compatible with your direction, and it is acceptable to HUD. And we're seeking your approval today.
I apologize. This is the one you wanted in a hurry, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Question, Maureen, on the $150,000, that's the fee that the city gets for administrating the program.
Yes.
Can we look at that in our overall budget? Is that going to go to a particular staff within the department?
Yes, it is. It is going to go to a staff person in Public Works who will be assisting us with the energy retrofits. This is going to be developed as a pilot project to look at how we can install those retrofits to make these units more affordable. And we're going to need that expert advice.
Okay, and then are we getting some feedback from the house? I understand from Housing Authority on this since...
We did contact David and spoke with him about it. He is not interested in doing it with us, but would be interested in seeing what the outcomes are. So we are coordinating with him.
Okay. And staff thinks they can handle...
We do.
Within the time frame?
It is an aggressive time frame, but we believe we can do it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, they could have got a 2-hour jump if I hadn't left them out. I apologize.
Okay.
Also, the housing, we are looking at minority contractors and stuff like that also for any
Yes.
remodels and stuff we're doing?
Yes, very
Okay.
much.
All right.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, why was Linden Grove pulled out of this?
We had to use a tool that HUD developed called the map widget. And the map widget more or less condenses information from multiple sources into one. That became the tool that HUD required us to use. It looked at home ownership, looked at income levels. I believe it was a combination of those factors which made this neighborhood score higher than the Linden Grove neighborhood.
So would it be a fair conclusion that the majority of the residents in the Linden Grove area are rentals? Is that why? Would that be a fair conclusion?
It would not be as simple as that, but that would be one of the factors. The map widget is a fairly complex tool, and I can, if council would like, I can do a memo describing all of the different factors that go into it, but it is no single factor.
I would like to see that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, have a motion and second on J7. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J8.
Mr. Mayor, this is something in our town grant that we have to have a letter from the mayor that came to us from the NEA, so it's something we can apply for, but not necessarily we would be guaranteed of. Staff has identified some funding sources. I also think that we can work with RTC and some private sources if we're granted that to fill in our share. And we had talked about doing something along the East 4th Street corridor to look at that, about how arts can help businesses in the future. And that's what we were looking for, so it'd be no general fund money involved in this. but we have to have a letter of interest by tomorrow.
Think it's something we should do. Will the chair give me a motion on this?
So
Mr. Isaac?
I'll move that we authorize the mayor to sign a grant, and we go forward with the East 4th Street corridor program.
Second.
Ms. McKissick,
That's fine, sir.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion. Item J9, discussion petition sale of naming rights. Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I put this on, and hopefully we'll be having a town hall with our employees coming up in the future, but I think one of the issues is for staff to bring back the ballroom agreement, and I would like to proactively seek naming rights, and that the proceeds from those naming rights go directly to bond payment on the event center. So I would like that agreement to come back as soon as possible.
I think you ought to include, personally, I think you ought to include not just the event center, the ballroom, and the bowling stadium.
Well, I guess we do. We own all those facilities.
We should
So,
use those, and I'd like to.
I think the RSCBA, though, we're limited, aren't we?
Well, that's why
Tracy?
they need to look at it and see.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy
Yes.
Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. This item is specific to the Reno Ballroom. If you'd like us to look at those other items, you'd have to put it on a future agenda.
Okay.
Well,
But I'd like, instead of saying it'd go to bond payment, maybe it'd go to operational cost or something like, make it a little broader.
well, I think since the general fund is, right now, a portion of the general fund, Mr. Mayor, is taking care of those payments, that was what
Well, that could be payments and operation.
So if that could come back to us, I mean, I guess include it general enough for council discussion, but we do need to amend the agreement, Mr. Mayor, because
Right.
right now, I believe NewCo has a split with us.
Right. Okay. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J10.
This
Yeah,
has to do with L7, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, so
Excuse
we
me.
can.
You wanna go to L-
Yeah, let's just leave those to when we get to L7 and L8, Mr. Mayor, so we can move J10 and J11 later.
Okay, all right.
So confused.
So, you want to go to, y'all want to go through J12 now? Save 10 and 11 on J?
Aren't we doing J16? Didn't we move that up?
We
did.
Did we
Yeah, we're
not?
going to move it up.
I thought we moved it up after the G items.
We can move it up now. All right, let's go to item J16. We have some public comment. Mark Lipkowitz. Mark? Mark Lipkowitz? Jay Levitt? Jay Levitt? Is there a Jay Levitt here? Ralph Schindler? You Mr. Schindler?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay, you go ahead and speak. We're on item J16.
I want to let you guys know a little ahead of time that I have a vested interest in seeing this project move forward. Fernando has talked to many subs in Reno, many subcontractors in Reno, all the local subcontractors, and we will be able to put people to work immediately.
Identify yourself for the record, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm Ralph Schindler. I'm the CEO of Reno Ironworks, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Fernando's group and the climbing wall proposed on Virginia Street. And Fernando, like I said, has worked with all local subcontractors. Every meeting I've been to, there have been other subcontractors all from the Reno area. In our case, we would be putting 4 guys that are laid off right now to work by the end of the week, and probably have 10 to 15 people by the time the project's over with. So as a subcontractor here in Reno with a bunch of unemployed construction workers, I'd like nothing better to do than see that climbing wall get started on Virginia Street. The plans are in such a stage, we've heard of shovel-ready. This job is shovel-ready. We would have people on site by the end of the week.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Levitt, All Glaze Venture. Jay Levitt. He said he's in favor. He wished to speak, but he's not here. Mark Lipowitz. Mark Lipowitz. Lipowitz. He doesn't say who he's with, but he's in favor, and he wanted to speak, but let the record show he's not here either. All right. No other public comment. We'll bring it back to staff.
Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. But I have given you a new copy of a proposed license. There is one attached to the staff report. However, since that was attached to the staff report, Mr. Leal's attorney and I have discussed further the terms of that license, and I believe everything is resolved except for two terms. One is they are concerned about the 10-year period of the license. The other is the city's ability to terminate the license for good cause. Now, good cause is essentially a compromise between us. Of course, we would like to say the city could terminate the license for any reason that the city found appropriate. That gave them some concern because they are putting some considerable money into the building. So we recommended good cause. That gave them some concerns, and so that is not resolved. We think that that is a good result because that does restrain the city, except in cases where the city has a reason and we can't anticipate what that reason might be in the next 10 years. With respect to the 10-year term, obviously that's up to council. We thought that was a reasonable period for the license to extend. Of course, it could be renewed at that time, but that also gave them concern. So that's where we are with the new document that you received approximately at noon today.
Okay, before we go there, I'm on one more time. Mark Lipowitz, did you just come in the room? Jay Levitt, did you just come in the room? Okay. Mr. Leal, did you have something to say?
Mr. Mayor, Council, Fernando Leal, Managing Partner of L3 Development. City Attorney has described the situation. We're in an impasse. We do take exception to the 10-year limitation, and when the idea of putting language in that described, Marilyn, help me with this, what was the? Good cause. The good cause. We asked for that to be defined, I think like any prudent individual would, and a definition was not put forth. So under those terms, we find it impossible to move forward knowing that a multi-million-dollar investment might be, maybe not by this council, but in 10 years, other members or whatever. It's just too much risk for us. And the special use permit that we went through, you know, we received notice very, very late in the process. This has delayed the project by easily 2 months and put already about 40 people out of work. And we find that this agreement is just not something, we're not trying to be confrontational, it's just, it's illogical. So.
Mr. Leal, would you give everybody just a short brief of what all you're doing besides the
Sure.
wall and the inside and stuff like this? How many hotel rooms you'll be opening, or
Sure.
will you, or stuff like that, please?
Absolutely, Mayor. The project consists of, on the first floor, first of all, it would be a non-gaming, non-smoking facility. We would take the 347 hotel rooms. We've basically limited opening up 136 hotel rooms that would be located on floors 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We've installed valves in the plumbing risers that enable us to basically, with the exception of what's needed for the fire control, for fire sprinkler, life safety issues, basically enables us to modulate the building from a 16-story, 347 hotel room down to 136, but making those rooms available for special events. On the first floor, what we would do is we've removed all of the gaming.
we were bound by a license agreement that was void on the trademark Fitzgerald that ended when our tenant moved out. So we have to remove all references and all service marks of the Fitzgerald. And on that property, we would put basically 9 food and beverage vignettes, all designed to be very eclectic, to cast a very wide demographic net. 4 of those would be walk-up diners where we anticipate the food will be, meals will be $7 and under, including a drink. Very eclectic mix of food, something very unique to Reno. There would be a live music venue also on the first floor that would serve as a lobby bar. On the second floor, we would basically be turning what was the Lido deck, what was the Keno area into a bar that would have a 60-foot deck, 60-foot wide deck by 10 feet in dimension that would overlook the retract project. And it would also have a 7,000 square foot indoor bouldering park. And that floor would be basically where you provide access to the deck that is in question, that would provide access to the world's not only tallest climbing wall, which is 163 feet, but it would terminate at over 200 feet and well above anything that's currently created worldwide. More importantly, this wall is not designed as a gimmick. It's not designed as an attraction. It is designed basically to host international competitions, national competitions. It's like anything else. I am not a climber, but as you spend more time understanding this industry, there are phenomenal potential. We've already received acknowledgement that the International Federation of Sport Climbing would like to hold a national event here. We've had international press coverage, not by our accord. It was basically documents that were pulled when we had to go in for the special permit, but we received almost every single climbing magazine, articles all over through Europe, San Jose. I mean, I think that this is something that can provide Reno international attention, help reposition, and as I stated at the special use permit, this is after 2 years of trying to find a tenant. Obviously, the path of least resistance would have been to go with a gaming tenant, even offering financing, given sort of the formidable competition that exists across the street and the capital intensity and heavy regulation of gaming, and with the numbers also tracking downward, unfortunately. I know that they're stabilizing. That was an absolute waste of 2 years. So what we've done is tried to create something that we think can be really something that bridges the chasm that is created between the university, between people that live south of Plum Street, which I find really don't travel downtown, and the tourists that surround all of the adjacent properties. And we've received incredible community support as well as stakeholder support from El Dorado, Silver Legacy, Circus, Harrah's, all of them.
So you don't want me to condition this that you and I are climbing the rock wall first?
You'll be up there, but it's on the Santa Crawl.
Oh, no, I'm going to be chasing you up.
Yeah, okay, well, we can do that.
No, we can't.
Okay.
No,
But
we can't.
it's just, listen, this is I said at the special use permit, I want to be very, Ralph Schindler just came up and made a statement, and I want to just add to something. I'm in a position right now where I'm trying to salvage this project. I have a partner that is a little bit bent out of shape in Chicago. He doesn't have the personal attachment and the love that I have for this city. And this has caused us a very significant delay that is going to cost us in excess of $400,000 to $500,000 if we were to proceed. And so we have all kinds of scheduling issues that we're trying to deal with. And I do appreciate the response from Claudia Hansen and planning and everybody that's trying to do their best to expedite it, but there's no getting away that we've lost a tremendous amount of time.
Well, appreciate that very much. That brings everybody up to date a little bit where we are.
May I be excused?
Yes, you can be excused, sir. Before we go any further, I want to make a declaration at the Vice Legal Council. My son was associated with Mr. Leal in the gaming over at the Fitzgerald. He has nothing to do with this. So my decision today to vote on this for or against has nothing to do with the proposal. I know Mr. Leal very, very well, and I know he's trying very hard to turn this property into a piece. But my son's relationship with him in the past has nothing to do with my decision that I'll make today, because my son does not have an interest in this at all. Mr. Isaac.
Where does the property line go? I guess I got hung up on the property line issue. Does it go to the middle of Virginia Street, or does it go to just their property line?
The property line goes right up to the edge of the building. It includes the sidewalk and everything. And that's part of the Central Pacific easement that was granted to us in 1930, 31 or 33.
Okay. And is there a time, are we bound by law to make this a 10-year agreement? Could we make it longer?
You can make it longer.
Mr. Leal, is there a time frame, if it was 30 or 40 years, that, yes, please.
Please come.
I mean, we're at this impasse. Is it the 10 years, or is it there's one at all? What's the issue?
Well, we would see this license going in perpetuity unless there was good cause. And when city attorney wouldn't provide us with good cause and just say, we'll have good cause, that is such a generic statement, we can't work with that. So we are looking for something in perpetuity. This is a massive, massive investment in a community right now that I think we could all use. And I mean, I'm a resident here, and we would ask for perpetuity unless there was language where we were in breach and did not remedy within the allotted time.
I guess that the issue that they have with that one is it is city property, and saying you have an easement in perpetuity gives us some grief, I guess. But could they also apply, and not to postpone this, if I gave a license for some time, just like we just did with the West 2nd Street Bar, they could apply for abandonment for that area, couldn't they? And they would just own it. Okay.
Legal counsel, step up, please. Mr. Leal, stay. Go ahead.
Marilyn Craig. The property is owned by the city in fee, so you wouldn't be abandoning it. You would have to sell it to them, and that would require appraisals and so forth. But of course, you can do that. I mean, it just takes time to do that, and you could make this license for a period of time if you decided to sell them a portion of it.
If we were going to do that, is that something that the city attorney's office would be sort of in favor of? You wouldn't have a position one way or the other?
I wouldn't have a, well, I think we'd want to preserve the street.
Right.
But
just for the outline of what this balcony would be, which doesn't go over into the street, I understand. It only goes over the sidewalk.
And I would, rely upon Mr. Leal's description for that. But, we would come in and simply say, if you want to sell it, we'd have to go through the appraisal process and so forth. I think you'd want to preserve the street, but that's a decision for you to make, not for us.
So the decision whether I go to this license in perpetuity would be pretty much the same as if we gave them the property in perpetuity.
Well, that's
or they purchased the property or whatever. It would be the same thing.
A sale or a lease, you have to go through certain steps.
Correct.
And if you were to give a license in perpetuity, that would likely be determined to be a gift of public property. So you need to go through the sale process if that's what you desired to do. You could give a license for say a period of 10 years or 20 years or whatever you have in mind.
Well, 50 years?
You can do it for 50 years.
Okay.
Okay. But then you could also, during that interim time, do a sale if you were inclined to do so.
So that I understand this better, the property right, where's the boundary lines on Virginia Street?
It's off of the side of it. It's right next to the building.
They're built right there. They're built.
Okay, they're built on the property line.
Yes.
It doesn't go to the center of the street.
Right, that's
okay.
correct.
Same thing on the railroad?
On Commercial Row?
Commercial Row?
I believe so.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir. Sure, come back.
I'd like to put a couple things in perspective. The deck is 15 feet above street level, okay? And it protrudes out 2 feet past the existing, approximately 2 feet of the existing marquee. So what we're really asking for here is about 2 feet. We've also taken design measures. This is well before we even knew that we needed a special use permit or variance to create sort of a jog out in the balcony, being completely respectful to the Reno Arch. So what we're talking about here is we're talking about a balcony going, again, this is not something that is at street level. This is above a very large 100-foot marquee, and we're talking the difference of 2 feet.
And that 2 feet does not extend into the street? It's still
No,
over the
it's not,
sidewalk? Not even close?
absolutely not.
Doesn't mess with the arch or anything.
It doesn't mess with the arch, Mr. Mayor. We know that the arch is one of the most widely photographed and iconic landmarks that we have in Reno.
Probably
So
get a lot
again,
more photographic.
I'm sorry?
Probably get a little more
Yeah, we've had a lot of people, I mean, this has been, it's something. This is a do-good, feel-good project. This is for the community, and again, it's no disrespect to the history of gaming there. As you know, we've never been gaming operators. We've never intended to be gaming operators, and we think that this is something that could be a very family-friendly, people-friendly, something for the university, tourists, and people in Reno.
Okay.
One more question.
Wait, one more.
Would 50 years be enough for you to recoup your investment?
I plan on living to 175, Dave, and I can see being bitter at that 95. Dave, or excuse me, Councilman Ayazi, the issue to us is just practicality. A 50-year, we would absolutely go for that. And we totally expect there to be language in the agreement that says if we're derelicts in our duty of taking care of it, maintaining it, safety hazard, anything, we would expect that 50 years could, certainly come slamming down on us. And we just don't have a history of that.
Okay. Mr. Fraser?
Yeah, just Fernando, one question, and certainly I'm totally supportive. What I'd like to see in the language is that this is completed within a year or whatever time period, because I know from history with like certain abandonments that we've done, the projects never come to fruition. So would you have an issue with us putting this in the lease agreement that it would be completed within?
Jessica, I think that's your fiduciary responsibility, and we would agree to that. Again, I want to be very clear. This is one hurdle that I'm trying to get over today, and I'm still dealing with some very, very, very delicate issues as it relates to scheduling, because from day one, this plan was put forth that we would not go forward without the wall. And the problem is that the firm that is the world leader in building these structures, and I must say that the wall, the other point I wanted to make is this, again, has been designed. It's the only wall in the world that meets all of sort of the current Climbing Wall Federation standards. So this isn't designed to just be something aesthetically appealing. So we're going to know within the next couple of weeks if this project is going to go forward or not, regardless of what you decide on today. I mean, we're fighting tooth and nail because we have vendors that are being very cooperative, but are saying, yeah, you told us we were going to be released on February 1 or whatever, and you've got all these January 15th, actually. And so we think we would be in total agreement with that.
Okay, great.
Any questions?
I just wanted procedurally, how are we going to make this work? Because is this something that we can move forward with today and then have the language refined so it'd be finally approved by council within that 1 week or 2 week period? Because to me, and I don't want to legislate this, but to me, B takes care of A. Because if they don't comply with the terms of the agreement, then you give them notice. If they don't cure within 15 days, then they lose the license. To me also, if the special use permit was revoked, which you can't do what you're supposed to do along with it, then that would be a reason to terminate the license, or you close the business, for example, in addition to opening it up. And then the fee of $6,500 was calculated based on a 10-year. So if we go longer, then how about the annual fee plus 3%? Would that work for you?
No, I mean, I think we were confused about that, Councilman Hashif. We thought that the fee of $647, we misinterpreted the language when we first received that. It's a $647 approximately annual fee. We thought that if it was purchased, if you paid 10 years in advance, then you would get it. But we would, as prudent business people, we just pay the monthly fee for the term of the agreement.
So if you didn't make the payment, we gave you notice, and you didn't make the payment, then you'd lose it.
Absolutely.
So we really don't want to design this thing at the table. Would you be willing to I mean, a couple of us get together with Mr. Leal and staff to try to work out some of the language, Dave?
Well, I think all we have to really do, as I understand it, is change the term to 50 years. You just mentioned that these other items taken up by Councilman Sfraz is already in the contract. So I don't know what else we'd have to change in there.
Well, when it says failure to comply, yeah, I agree to move forward, but to failure to comply, so I didn't see anything about maintaining it. I mean, you have a compliance with law provision, so obviously if you violated the law, you'd be in breach of the
We'd be in
agreement.
breach. And Councilman Hesh, if there's one other point I'd like to make is as to the dimensions of the wall. The dimensions of the wall, believe me, when we first started designing it, we wanted to, obviously, we wanted to make it as small as possible for budgetary reasons. There's a reason that deck is as wide as it is, which again is only 2 feet past the existing marquee, and that's because it needs to meet the international standards that the furthest sort of protrusion from the wall, you know, the wall modulates, it's not like it just goes on to the building, has to have 6 feet by international standards. So that really dictated the dimensions of the wall, or excuse me, of the deck, sir.
In there, with what you've uncovered there, that where we could give approval today so that he could go forward with the couple of modifications?
No, I think we can. I think, but in fairness to the council, once we tweak the language, it can be brought back to us. We give authorization to make those changes, and he can move forward.
But that might mean we delay another 2 weeks.
Right.
Or can you make that a condition?
No, I mean, what I mean, Mayor, is I don't want to sit here and draft the language, but I'm just saying, based on what we've told staff, they can add those changes to this, and we can move forward with this agreement,
so we'd go ahead
including the
and give him-
50-year term.
Would give him approval today then?
Correct.
Okay.
And Pierre, excuse me, Councilman Hashif, would that have a defined, would we be striking sort of with cause, or would we be defining with cause?
Well, I think that's something we need to work with staff. I mean, to me, it's one or the other, or possibly both, because if you're in breach,
excuse me,
and B basically picks up some of this, if not most of it, if you're in breach, then we'd tell you, and if you don't cure, then you lose it.
We would, okay.
In terms of good cause, we explained some of what good cause was, obviously, by those other terms, but we can't anticipate what might happen in the next 50 years, next 10 years, much less next 50 years. That's what the good cause is there for. It's the same type of things, but you can't make a list and you can't define it per se. We can't do that. There's nobody who can anticipate what will happen in the next 10 or 50 years. We're happy to do whatever you want in terms of the 50 years, the $650 per year. Did you intend a 3% multiplier for each year? I wasn't sure if you meant $650 per year for the next 50 years.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that okay? That's what you want?
No, do we have
Well,
a
no,
license?
plus the CPI, right?
That would be the plus, that would be the CPI, wouldn't it?
Or are you saying plus the 3% or plus CPI, or?
There was no CPI.
That was just
We did
3%.
Yeah, I think they picked up the 3%,
CPI
as I
of
understood it, it's to deal with the
$670.
annual increases, which is
Well,
similar
that's
to
that's
CPI.
what we're calling the 3%.
Right.
One or this. So are you saying yes to 3%
3%.
3%
Correct.
per year
Correct.
increase in the cost of the license?
Do they have a license for the marquee now?
No.
Can we make them just tear it down anytime we want?
What's that?
Can we make them just tear it down anytime we want now?
Well, I guess I'd like to look at that, but off the top of my head, it would appear that is protruding into our property. So,
I'm just saying, we're going through all this rigmarole for 2 more feet. It seems like
No.
we're making it overly tough.
Well, let's limit it down. They probably got a permit to extend out over. I know I had one at the Horseshoe Club, so they probably have one here.
I haven't seen it.
I know you haven't, I haven't, but I did look at it when I owned the Horseshoe Club.
Okay. I think then the only question is, do you want good cause in or out?
I want it out.
I think we ought to just, I'll try a motion, Mr. Mayor. I'll
All right.
move that we approve the non-exclusive balcony license with the change that it be a 50-year term, and we strike item 7A for good cause, because we can keep in the special use permit stuff that Pierre said. And I think that solves our problem to move along.
You want all of,
And the 3% is there for 50 years. I mean, we're talking about $10 a month, so.
okay, so let me recap. You want all of A gone under 7?
Yes.
Okay. And you want 50 years and $650 per year plus a 3% multiplier?
Sure.
All right.
Right, I think Mr. Leal also offered that, at least under 7B, he has an obligation to maintain the balcony and the wall, and if he doesn't do that, I'd put a provision in there that's a covenant or an obligation to maintain it. So if he doesn't maintain it, then
In
we'd
a
have to
good
give
and
him notice.
workmanlike condition?
Correct.
Right.
That's great. That be okay?
I think that's very fair and very logical.
Okay, I'll make that change to the motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Excuse me?
Yeah, and Jessica's language that he has to
That
do it
it be
within a
open.
year.
Oh, the project to be
Revoke
completed?
in a
or-
year.
You're gonna give him a year?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like he's on a much faster time.
Oh, he has a faster track.
Revoked in a year if it's not up and running.
Is that fair with you, Mr.?
Yeah, we'll move fast,
I know you will.
as fast as the baseball guys. We'll
You've
fly.
always moved fast on your projects. No sarcasm needed. All right, anybody else? I have a motion and second before we vote on it. Mr. Lipowitz, did you have something to add? Don't mess up the issue now.
Mark Lipkowitz, owner of Custom Sign, for the record. No, I don't. 4 o'clock became 2 o'clock, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you guys are doing great. I was going to talk on
Thank you
behalf
very
of
much.
Fernando.
Appreciate
I'm
you.
done. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor. And I have a second. Any further discussion?
Just,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, after this motion, if I could ask Mr. Leal a question.
Mr. Leal?
Fernando, you indicated in your testimony on the special use permit, because, and just disclosure, Mr. Mayor, I did go down and look at the property what you guys are doing over there. After this is approved today, what else is needed to get these guys back to work and open this place?
We are in negotiations. The company out of Oregon, Entreprise, which is the world one of the world leaders in this type of structure. A huge majority of their business is colleges and universities, about 75% of it. They've been holding a production slot for us, and we're trying to negotiate that production slot to still hit a date where we would be open sometime in mid-June to, let's say, the first week in July. And
I guess let me rephrase the question. Is there anything else needed by the city for you to get off the ground?
No, it's just the financial impact, and we're trying to limit that to see how it affects our numbers.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. All right. Item J12, grievance and arbitrations update.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Renee Runges, Director of Human Resources. You have before you an updated grievance and arbitration report. I do have one addendum, and that is we received an arbitration decision since this report has been published. It was for the grievance 2009-6, 6A and 6B between the IAFF and the City of Reno. And the arbitrator stated that the city was not in violation of the collective bargaining agreement, and therefore the fire chief had the right to staff two-person rescue apparatus at stations. And the arbitrator also found that both parties abdicated their responsibility to negotiate over the impacts, and therefore no remedy was crafted, and the parties would split the arbitrator's fee.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. President?
Yeah, Renee, on that, because as we're moving forward, obviously, today with our budget discussions, so this arbitration's going to affect those decisions. Essentially, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. They ruled in our favor that we have the ultimate decisions regarding the staffing.
The staffing of the two-person rescues in the stations.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
We also got an arbitration award for legal fees.
Yes, that was for the CIFRI arbitration and one for Pittsnogle, and those will be reflected in the next report.
But we won for some attorney fees, but then they appealed that to district court. Is that correct, on a different one?
Don Christensen, Deputy City Attorney. I think you're thinking of the ballot question case before the EMRB. The EMRB awarded the city attorney's fees, but the decision of the EMRB and the order granting the attorney's fees is before the district court now.
So they're taking it to court because they didn't want to pay the fees.
They're challenging the action.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
When is that scheduled?
Motion to accept the report.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Have motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Let's go down the rest of these real quick. Item K1, boards and commission appointments. Any reports? Mr. Dortch.
We're doing northeast there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I will move to reappoint Scott Ketron and Doug Parsons.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. North Valley's neighborhood
Continue to
advisory.
advertise, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me? Continue to advertise. Ward 5.
Continue to advertise, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Ward 2. Continue to Ward 3.
We're full, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Historical Resources. Continue to advertise at Senior Citizen Advisory Board.
Wait a minute, that's Dan's, isn't it?
Historical is.
Yeah, and it says here, Mercedes is recommended to make,
Okay.
so I don't know, is there an issue? Should we wait until Dan? Maybe we'll continue this until.
Let's continue this
Yeah.
till Dan comes back.
Okay.
Senior Citizen Advisory.
I'll move to reappoint Mr. Brown and Sheila, please.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Urban Forestry Commission, that's Mr. Guston also.
Yeah, nothing.
Ward 1 Neighborhood,
That's him as well, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
You want to continue that till next meeting?
yes, we will. Identification of any mayor and council items for agenda. Ms. Zadra?
Kind of based on the conversation we had earlier in the meeting today, and one that I did express quite some time ago, I do want us to come forward to take a look at an ordinance change that will prohibit the sale of alcohol and tobacco and related paraphernalia near, and I don't know what the appropriate proximity would be, we can work on that, near parks and schools where youth are present.
Okay.
And again, one of those is long time outstanding. And the other is, we frequently hear in public comment questions about our sustainable energy and green grants that projects that we're implementing. So if we could have an update, which we did a few months ago, but if we could have an update for the public's benefit of learning what projects we are implementing and the grants that we've received to do those and the return on investment.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Isaac.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have a staff report on whether we should hire Kafori Armstrong to start doing some work for us regarding the taxation, some other things, and also the UNR School of Business about some fire statistics, and just those two for now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's good. Mr. President?
Yeah, that's what I was going to put on Councilman Yazzie. I just want to make sure that it's specific enough for an audit specifically on the Department of Taxation transfers. So I don't know if staff.
I think Kafori's already working on that. We retained him to do that. They were going to also hire the university with our permission to start auditing the fire department's overtime and sick leave.
Well, if we haven't, if they've already been, maybe just to get a report from Armstrong as to
Right.
what they're doing.
What they're
And see
doing
if we
with
want to add
taxation.
anything to that then.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Okay, Mr. Aship.
Yeah, and Dave, I think you were going to talk about putting PFM too, Mr. Mayor,
Right,
Yes.
PFM.
Yes.
about retaining PFM to,
Study our bonds.
correct.
Yes. All right, any others? I've got one here that I want to put on. I want the discussion of a moratorium on any more bars in this city, any more packaged liquor stores in the city, tattoo shops, gaming and convenience stores, grocery stores, bars, and other things. And how far from a school, same as you asked, could they be? And I know that we'd be creating some things, but I think we need to address these issues. We've got entirely out of control tattoo shops, packaged liquor, bars, and we're putting gaming on everywhere except the back of a toilet door.
Is that part of the agenda item?
That could be a part of it. Well, I've come up with since we got computers, I've got a computer design for the back of the door, so while you're enjoying yourself, you could play a game. Never mind, I'm going too far. But anyway, I'd like to see that, and we'll go into that. Okay? Any other items? All right, now we'll move on to any liaison reports. Reports on any conference or professional meetings. Recognition of good deeds and positive events in the community. Mr. Good.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is my name is Chris Good. I'm the assistant to the city manager. This is the first of a new recurring agenda item that we have on the council agendas to acknowledge good deeds and good news in the community. I have a very brief PowerPoint presentation that is on its way. I'll tell you first, as that's coming up, though, that something that I didn't prepare for the PowerPoint presentation because it occurred this morning. Today, the city of Reno is featured in a story in the Wall Street Journal regarding our energy projects that were just discussed, as a matter of fact, particularly the wind turbines that are put up in different parts of town as a way to measure the different types of turbines and their locations for how well they perform. So this is getting national recognition, and our very own Jason Geddes is quoted in that Wall Street Journal story this morning. Again, it points out that the city of Reno is a national leader in terms of renewable energy. It appears that the PowerPoint is not being able to be put up there, so I'll just quickly tell you what was in the PowerPoint, and I believe that it's been distributed to the hard copies. The first item is that the biggest little tailgate party occurred on February 5th. That was, of course, the day before the Super Bowl party. It was a very successful event in downtown Reno. It was the third annual time that this event occurred downtown. This time around, we estimated attendance of 10,000 people. There were contests, live entertainment, vendors, food and beverage, high school marching bands from 4 schools, McQueen, Douglas, Sparks, and the Reno High Drumline were there. The organizers expect it to be a bigger and better event next year, weather permitting. Randy Wyke from the Silver Legacy said, quote, "We got the local market as well as the out-of-town market. Everyone is very pleased," he said. So that was a very successful event in downtown Reno. Another item to draw your attention to, I have 3 of these. That was the first one. The second is the Technology Transfer Office at UNR. Between UNR and DRI, they have streamlined their operations to let faculty from UNR and DRI begin startup companies. This is a way to draw connections between the research and the good ideas that come from the academy to make those connections to entrepreneurs in the business community in Reno. They have been contacted because they set up this new standard agreement to streamline this process. They've been contacted by the National Science Foundation to use our office as a model nationally. Just an example of the kind of thing that happens here, the director of the university's Renewable Energy Center holds 9 patents, and he holds a licensing agreement for material to remove arsenic from water. Just as an example, this is now a new product by EP Minerals, a company headquartered here in Reno. So we're making progress on this, and again, we are offering yet another national model for how to operate. The third and final of my examples this afternoon is that last year, Oramat Energy put a new geothermal plant online. Can we go to the next slide? Oh. There we are. Okay. 15 megawatt Jersey Valley geothermal power plant. It was the only plant of this scale that was put online nationwide, and it was put in here in northern Nevada. Oramat is a world leader in geothermal power sector, headquartered in Reno, Nevada, because yet again, we are nationally known as the place for renewable energy, particularly geothermal. It's the only utility scale geothermal plant completed in the U.S. this past year. It provides additional renewable energy to northern Nevada's electric power grid. With that, those are my three examples of recent good news to report to you and to the community. I plan to bring these back every council meeting as we go forward, as the council determined at a recent council meeting to make this a recurring agenda item. And I would ask to solicit any ideas from you all as we go forward to revisit these ideas at each meeting. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Ms. Zadra, discussion, potential direction, wait a minute, item L6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As was kind of identified in our public comment earlier today from Mr. Martinez, I think his name was, he sees, as do I, an opportunity for the city to really be able to move forward in getting some of the services that may no longer be affordable by city staff, that there are citizens in this community who are consistently volunteering to be able to be of assistance, be it with our, you know, I've had people tell me that they'll go mow the park, that they'll take care of, one resident has told me, don't ever send the street sweeper down our street. We'll take care of picking up that stuff ourselves. You know, that extreme of operations and offers from people. So I would like for us to actually begin a program. We kind of have it, you know, with our Adopt a Park through the Parks and Rec Department right now. And we've certainly received some good services from those activities. But to make it a formal activity that we develop this volunteerism and identify specific projects that we can benefit from the expertise and willingness of our community to continue to make this a place that they're proud of and participate in kind of covering the gaps that our staff may no longer be able to.
Any other comments by council members? Dave? So you would make the motion, direct staff to address all those issues?
Exactly.
Do you have a timeline when they would come back to us?
I would say within maybe the next 6 weeks, maybe our last meeting in April.
You think that's, how about sooner? Because it seems to me...
Sooner would be terrific. I know that staff's kind of stretched.
You want to get at least an update maybe in the next, every 2 weeks, and maybe
that
staff
would be great.
can let us know?
Yeah, that would be great.
Because I know we have some people that are volunteering for Parks and Rec and pools and things like that, so.
Yep.
All right, so that's a motion. Is a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Then the next item is 11, or L7. And this is my item, and I think staff wants to address this along with the J items, J10 and J11. So, Mr. Manager, do you want to have staff do a quick update?
Sure. I will actually take this one.
Okay.
Just to give you a brief update, after your meeting on December 8th, where you heard Assembly Speaker Oseguera talk and then a staff report on consolidation, you directed that a letter be sent to the county. We sent that. The county staff put together a staff report for their board with 3 options. One of them was to take the WC2 consolidation ballot issue and do nothing with it because it was advisory. The second option was to use the Shared Services Elected Officials Committee. The third option was to create a staff technical advisory committee to look at the differences and how to deal with, if we consolidated between the county and the city, three things: property tax rates, bonded indebtedness, and labor contracts. The Board of County Commissioners selected the third option, which was creating the Staff Technical Advisory Committee. If you would like a suggestion from city staff on where we would go with this, we suggest we contact the county staff and offer to work with them in their Technical Advisory Committee. And so that's the update on J10 and L7.
Any other comments? This is what I think might happen, because I want to make sure the policymakers are on the same page with the respective staffs. As I understand it, potentially one outcome would be to do exactly what you suggested, and then have it come before the Shared Services Subcommittee, which is already a venue for what we're looking at. This is just the bigger picture. So that would be another option or an outcome we could look at, because from what I understand from talking to Mr. Bretternitz, there is an appetite to move forward with some kind of consolidation, including shared services, but nobody has the appetite to do that unless those three issues are addressed: taxes, liability, et cetera. So that would be a good place to deal with that. And there may be some nuances on how that organizational chart will look like, but if you would sit down with county staff and then report back to us, I don't think it'll take you too long. Not this next Wednesday that we have a meeting, but the following general council meeting would be a good time to report back to us. So do we need a motion for that, Madam? Okay, so, okay, there's a motion, a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Next item is L8. Do you have that one too? Okay.
Kevin's going to start that, and I'll talk a little bit about the Business License Building Permit Committee.
Okay. All right, Kevin.
Kevin Knutson, Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Recently, with the Shared Services Elected Officials Committee, we made a joint AB 494 report to the legislature on February 11th, so that process is moving forward. The other major project that they're working on is the matrix study that is looking at potential direction to staff on IT, HR, and purchasing. Where we're at with that is they've accepted the report from the from Matrix, and we have been given direction to look at putting a staff committee together. The county manager and the city manager have been working with each other on that, and at the next meeting we'll go back and give them a presentation on how we think that could work so that we could go to an implementation phase on that particular project. That said, I'm not certain exactly what that's going to look like, and we failed to have a meeting recently because we were not able to make a quorum. So one of the other items that I'd like to discuss is how we can change the quorum requirements for that group so that perhaps Washoe and Reno could meet only on the issues that pertain to our two organizations, and that the larger group could meet on the bigger picture items. So that will be going forward as well. There is one other area, and I think Mr. Hester said he would relay that to you.
As the council may be aware, the Shared Services Elected Officials Committee created a subcommittee on building permits and business licenses, and Councilwoman Zadra is on that committee. The staff has come up with, I believe they are 6 items, and I'll just give you a quick overview of those. One is coming up with a common workflow and software between the city and county. We have a more advanced version of the software, and we are working to see if we can utilize that software with county permits. How much that will save, could save a lot of money, will depend on whether we can amend each other's workflows a little bit to match. We're working on a common code, which is pretty close already, and fees, a common application that could be accepted at all counters. Sharing staff, and the way that might work is in some other jurisdictions, if they call on each other for, say, Public Works for snowplow, you just keep tabs, and at the end of the year, you settle up. What we're talking about here is maybe building inspectors or plan checkers being used, and we just keep tabs at the end of the year. And we're looking also, this is more of a long-term item, that maybe some of the building permits for state buildings and mobile homes move from the state of Nevada to the county and cities. So those are items that we are meeting with the chair of the committee, Dick Bosdorf, to refine and put in a format for the rest of the committee to consider. The other elected official on that is John Bretternitz from the county. So that's where that subcommittee is.
Okay. Any other questions for staff for discussion? Just one footnote to this, John. At the Shared Services Committee, we directed both managers to form a technical advisory committee on those 3 areas, and then to report back to us. And then what I was understanding is because, we've got labor negotiations and we have less staff, that it wasn't receiving the same attention that I think the Shared Services Subcommittee had given to staff. So if that's an issue and trying to move that forward, then please let us know so that we can deal with it. Because I know we gave that direction some time ago to staff, and everybody understands how we have reduced staff and people are busy, but at the same time, I think it's still a priority. And if you need council to do that as a group, I'm assuming we can do that as well. But if there's any issues with respect to staffing and moving forward on those 3 areas, then please let us know. All right, the next item, we'll just finish the L items. We can treat this just as an update, right, Ms. City Attorney? Okay. And then we can go to L9, please.
Resolution number 7555, resolution granting $500 to Controlled Burn in support of their nonprofit performing arts efforts.
Is there a second? Okay, motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Then L10.
Resolution number 7556, resolution granting a sister city relationship between the City of Reno, Nevada and Changchun, China.
Does anybody have any questions or discussion on this item?
There's no cost, Councilman, right?
That's correct. That's
Yeah.
that's intent. If that changes, then staff's supposed to come back to us.
Okay.
They offered to partner up with us, and we're just basically accepting that offer. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I think we should probably leave 11 until the mayor gets back.
Yep.
So do we want to jump back to, we had a 3 o'clock on L5. Yeah, let's go back to that one.
Shouldn't be a big deal.
All right, so let's do G1 first, J3 first. Okay, let's do J3 first.
Deputy City Attorney Susan Ballroth for the record. Before you is with regard to possible approval of amendment number 6 to the option agreement, which extends the date that the option would have to be exercised to March 10th. And also, as it currently reads, escrow would have to close within 30 days. This gives closing date to June 30th of this year. And it also indicates that the city has a right to exercise the option on less than 228 acres per amendment number 5 to the option agreement. So this is just basically buying the city more time.
Okay, any discussion by council members?
Move to approve?
Is there a second? Okay, motion is second. All in favor? Aye. All right, motion carries unanimously. Then we'd be doing a G1. Is there a staff report on that as well? Okay. Dave, you want to make a motion on this one?
This is ordinance number 6176, an ordinance creating the City of Reno, Nevada 2010 Special Assessment District 2 Northgate, ordering the acquisition of one park project consisting of roughly 100 acres within the City of Reno, Nevada, providing for the levy and collection of special assessments, therefore ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken by the City Council of the City of Reno and the officers of said city directed towards the acquisition and improvement of said projects in said district, prescribing details in connection therewith and other matters properly relating thereto. And this would be the actual adoption of the ordinance. This is the second reading.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? All right. There's a motion, a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So, let's see. Right, H2 is still open. Do we have any staff report on that one?
It's resolution number 7557, resolution adopting and approving the Washoe County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan and Annex A, City of Reno, pages Annex A1 through Annex A62 of the plan.
I just had one or two quick questions on this one. Maybe they'll be quick. But I noticed on the flood, I'm not sure who put this proposal together, but it said that the flood for 100-year was low. that our chance of getting that, although it's happened 3 times in the last 15 years. I'm not sure how they got to some of these issues in here, Chief.
For the record, Mike Hernandez, Reno Fire Chief. That was it's a comprehensive plan that's generated at the county level. I would have to go back and check with Aaron Keniston, the County Emergency Management Coordinator, to determine where he got those facts.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things in there that I just don't know how they got to that, so I just wanted an update about how that would happen. I mean, it says the flooding for a 100 to 500 year event was low, the magnitude is medium, but the planning significance is high. So I don't know what happens if the Army Corps gets a hold of that, or somebody's, you know, if it's low, it's low. So just some explanations to how they got to some of these. I mean, it puts us on the same level as the chance of a volcano. It's
I
low.
can look into that. The overall intent of the hazard mitigation plan is to force communities, you know, FEMA likes for communities to come together, work together, and plan together, and they tie federal funding to grants through this process. So I can certainly get those answers to you and have a staff report back.
And that was the one. Now, this is not the same thing as our disaster plan if something happens, correct? But that was the major one that I saw here, was on flooding. It said that the risk is low. And if it's low, I'd like to know that too, but just how they decided it was low. I'm not sure what to do with it then.
Did you,
I mean, if we,
I think that's very important. I do. I think that's important enough.
well, there's no urgency, right? There's no timelines on this that has to be acted upon. So can we continue it for 2 weeks?
I'd make a motion to continue this until we get those answers.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Is there a second? All right. There's a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Then, Mr. Mayor, I think the items that we have left now are J13, which is the budget. We have J14, which is a 4 o'clock time certain.
Right.
L5, I think, is a 3 o'clock time certain. And then L11, which is the city manager item. I think those are the only ones that we have left.
L7?
No, L7's done. We did L6. Other than those,
Let's go to the
those
budget.
4, I think everything else has been done.
And then J10 and 11, we've done those.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the other one is, we still have G1 and J3?
We just did those.
You just did those, okay.
So J13, which is the budget, J14, which is 4 o'clock time certain, L5, which is 3 o'clock time certain, and then L11.
Let's do the budget.
Let's get on with the budget. Do y'all want to take a short recess before we get into it?
I think I'd like.
Take a break? Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back to it.
Back up.
Bicycles and walkers to navigate, and wheelchairs to navigate around any pebbles or rocks and dirt clods that are brought out into the street. And we've had ongoing conversations with the soccer league, as well as residents trying to identify how we can try and come to a compromise that will work for both parties. We have residents who live out there who don't want people parking on the streets in front of their house, even though, of course, streets are public and they're certainly wide enough without any security cautions to have cars parked along them. But there are neighbors who don't like that, but also don't like the dirt that comes from the park. So staff has had some meetings with the individuals that they can give you the details with. I've actually talked with contractors in the community to kind of get an idea of what can we utilize as potentially a temporary kind of a solution to the problem. This park is slated for us to begin work on it, at least the first phase, in about a year's time. So we're definitely looking at some temporary solutions. I have offered to share some of my discretionary money if indeed we need to get a special use permit or change to the PUD to access to better access this lot by the users. I'm willing to give those dollars that are in my discretionary funding, and potentially there are other council members who might be interested in as well. The soccer league has expressed interest at different levels. I'm not exactly certain where they are at this point in time. The most recent communication was they weren't as interested to the degree that maybe they had been previously, but we just need to have this as kind of a workshop discussion, what might be available for us to resolve the issue out there. Just kind of pie in the sky, one solution could potentially be grinding down about 4 inches. What I've learned from the contractor that I just spoke to over the weekend, who sent someone out to take a look at it today, they would grind down about 4 inches and then come in and put in a pallet, some shavings, some granite grindings, or gravel, and then a pallet of kind of a seal that would, be put on it twice, that could potentially resolve the problem. We're probably looking at about $100,000 for that. Staff has much better information and has probably detailed it even further, so let's hear from them and identify what we might be able to do.
Good afternoon. For the record, Barbara DiCiano, City Manager's Office. We have held meetings with the Richard J., who is the soccer youth agency president, and as far as the requirements go, the zoning and the PUD for that area do require an improved surface, so it would either have to be through a variance process or amending the PUD that would allow some type of other type of temporary surface. More the PUD than the variance. PUDs would allow for a temporary use, so that is at your discretion. The Youth League had initially offered $2,500, but once we got into the particulars and the process and the costs, they pulled that offer back just because it didn't seem to make much sense at that time. So it's up for discussion for you. I can answer any questions you may have.
When Barb and I have been talking about this, clearly we've had other examples. The one that comes to mind first and foremost for me is some of the concessions that we made for the Pioneer lot for Washoe County. And we have potentially the opportunity to do that here as well. The first thing that we have to do, of course, is meet Washoe County air quality standards. And
there are also drainage concerns, so water quality. A lot of that dirt that's getting pulled into the street is going into the gutter and through our drainage system, so that's a matter of concern as well.
Part of the issue is there will be potentially more traffic out there for the first round of play because of the work that we're doing at Echo Loader. It won't be available for scheduling some of the team activity, but that will be relieved in about August or sooner.
Actually, my understanding, and Mr. J is here if you'd like to address some answers to him. They increased the numbers of leagues or teams, so they're actually going to be utilizing Echo Loader to its fullest as well as DePoli, so the numbers aren't going to be changing even with Echo Loader coming online, but he can answer that.
We do have a public comment. Mr. J, Richard J.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Richard J., and I'm the president of Great Basin Youth Soccer League. I'm going to keep this short and simple. We have a parking situation at DePoli Middle School. When the fields were built, there was not adequate parking for the ongoing games. Last fall, we used those fields with great success. We've always had an issue with the kids at Echoloader getting off on the street there, especially the little kids, and moving those games out to DePoli was just a wonderful thing. We have a solution, and what my solution for this is that Great Basin Youth Soccer, with cooperation of CFA, has plans made up for the parking driveway as well as repair to the 2 ramps. We've also talked to a number of companies who said that they'd be willing to work with us in putting some kind of DG down on the lot to help with the dust control. Great Basin is willing to pay in full for the driveway, engineering, as well as installation of the driveway. We're also willing to pay in full the price to put the DG down to keep the dust under control. I've also sent a letter to the resident, apologizing for the inconvenience that we've may have caused him. If there's anybody else, citizen out there that felt the same, we'd be more than happy to issue an apology. Over the years, Great Basin Youth Soccer has always been there for the city in helping with soccer fields, and we will remain there to help with the city. With the budget crisis that we face right now, we all have to be working together, and all I'm asking is that eventually this park's going to go in, eventually a driveway is going to have to be installed. Let us pay for it. Let's work together. Let's figure this thing out. Over the last 3 years, our numbers have increased over 50%. Soccer growing is growing extremely fast, and we're trying to keep up with the demand. We have approximately 6,500 applications per year. We pay approximately $83,000 per year in field access fees based on $10 per player, both to the city of Reno and Washoe County. More than willing to pay our fair share. Let's work together, and let's get this situation resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I know I utilize the word DG because I know what that stuff is. I'm a ranch girl at heart. And I was told that that probably wouldn't be adequate, that it wouldn't sustain the air quality issues. But there are still these other alternatives, and that's what we need to identify.
What we need to do, if we can give a variance or something, we need to look at having somebody, without excavating or doing anything else, go out there and blade it, water it down, and put about 2 inches of used asphalt on top of it that can be removed and take away, and it's not going to cost that much money. It won't cost $100 grand, it won't cost the other, but that way you control the dust and everything else with it. And if we can do that and make it very simple, and I don't want it very complicated. Yes, ma'am, you want something?
Well, yes, I do.
Okay.
I wanted to make just a comment.
Good.
And that is when Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney, that the request for a variance, of course, has to be made, and then staff will put onto that whatever requirements they believe that they can live with that will meet still the air quality and water quality requirements. But I do want to say that simply because council is taking this action today, whatever this action may be, that is not to be understood as council guaranteeing that this happens, because we don't want to get in a position that council looks like it's biased or having made its decision before that issue comes before you.
I didn't mean to go there, and if I did, I apologize. That's not mine, but mine is, there's a simple way to do it, and that's to go blade it, put the curb cut or whatever needs to be done so that we're not tearing up other stuff, and put the handicap across there. And then we can put some DG, not DG, because that would not do it. You might put an inch or so or 2 inches of DG, and then you can spread some shavings on top of that, and that'll take care of the dust and everything else, and you could make a water catch basin out of it. But there's a simple way to do it, and it's not that expensive. Probably get a couple of contractors in town to volunteer to do the spreading and cutting and stuff like that.
That's what we need to do. In fact, the mayor kind of took the phone out of my hand when I was getting the report from the contractor that I visited with over the weekend, and kind of reminded him that it should be simpler.
Well, he made some statement about a contract. I said, we'll give you a contract, but it's for zero pay, to be done immediately. And he was giggling. He didn't say no, but I know he and another contractor would go together to make this where we can make it so it's viable for soccer for the 1 year. And then after that, we got to hope for everything to come around. Mr. Hashef.
Yeah, I just wanted further clarification. And so you know, Richard, when you sent those emails, usually we can fix things around here pretty quick, but now we've got ordinance and PUDs and things like that we have to deal with, so it takes a little bit longer. But is there any way we can do something similar to what we did with the Pioneer in baseball when we had those temporary lots, so we don't have to go out and pay a $5,300 variance fee, I'd rather use that money to help contribute towards whatever solution we come up with, including maybe even paying for the driveway. Can't we do something, a code change that gets us around this variance problem and having to go back and amend the zoning in the PUD?
I can certainly research that. At the moment, the options are variance or a PUD for anything other than an improved surface. So I
Because really, it's the same problem we had last time was with the Department of Health. It's trying to meet those standards, which can be pretty pricey, unfortunately. We don't have any control over that. But as the mayor indicated, maybe there's a short-term solution here. So, Marilyn, maybe you have some thoughts on if we did a code change that allowed a temporary use of that lot, provided we met the District Board of Health requirements. Could we do that similar to what we did for downtown?
We can take a look at it. I'm a little concerned about starting a code change because that perhaps is even a longer period or longer or elongated process than doing something else. But we can certainly take a look at it. That's why I was just wanting to say that staff needs to take a look at what we can do to accomplish the goals, yet and still go forward with a variance. And of course, the variance findings have to be made, which may be an issue in this case.
I guess what I'm suggesting is we bypass the variance. Why deal with the variance at all, which costs $5,300? I'd rather use the $5,300 towards fixing this problem. And whether it's a variance or a code change, you still have to go to the Planning Commission, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
So, and then it's not like we're reinventing the wheel. We've already done it once downtown for those temporary surface lots, as well as what we did at the Pioneer. So we do have kind of the template, I would think, to say, okay, now we can do it in this particular neighborhood or citywide for that matter. So that's the only thing I'm suggesting staff look at it because it saves us $5,300. We could use that money towards the solution as opposed to a filing fee.
Let's take a look at it and see what we can come up with.
Can we come up in the next week or two?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So we will remain in contact with you all, and I appreciate that you've been working so closely with Barb, and we'll identify a solution.
I would hope that we could come up with something and put some shavings down.
Yeah, and I think in fairness to staff, I mean, they took it as far as they could take,
absolutely.
you know, and then
I'm not
they finally
picking on
said, hey, it's a
staff.
policy decision. We need to address it at the table, so that's why Sharon brought it forward.
Well, I'm not picking on staff. We got to figure out a way to handle it.
I
Okay?
agree.
Thank you, sir. All right. Now we'll go. Which one is the budget? J13, potential direction to staff regarding the budget for 2010 and 11.
Good afternoon. Kevin Knutson, Director of the Office of Management and Budget once again. We have a three-part presentation we'd like to make to you today. The first part, which I will give you a brief overview of where we've been so far and a little bit more detail about what's going to be happening in 11-12 as we look forward to next year. Then I have Ms. Conway, the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, who will give a brief presentation on some of the options that are available with the pools that you gave direction to look at. And after that, we'll have the fire chief here to talk about sick time and overtime use within the fire department. You know what? This is the February 10th presentation. If I could have the February 28th presentation, that would be helpful. Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started as they make that change. For those of you who have handouts, and I apologize to those of you who don't, the reason we're here today is because we're continuing to see severe repercussions from the recession. Our revenue shortfalls have continued through this year. This is the third straight years that we've had revenue shortfalls, and we're not quite sure it's over yet. We think there may be further revenue shortfalls coming in next year. As we look at the numbers, we just got the numbers on property taxes. Those in particular are showing quite a bit of shortfall for next year, and we may even see that carry on into 12-13 as well. Over the past 3 years, we've done quite a bit to try to keep as many staff members on as possible, keep our services as high as possible. We've used our reserves. We've deferred maintenance. We've spent capital money on ongoing operating costs. We've reached the end of what we have in terms of those one-time revenues to spend. And because of that, we've got restricted liquidity. Some of the issues that we're talking about with the Department of Taxation are actually a direct cause of not having enough cash to move between funds when we've needed to do that. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about that in just a minute. On the second slide, the first thing I identified was the challenge for this year. We had $6.4 million shortfall that we had to make up before June 30th this year so that we could keep the budget balanced for this year. For next year, we're looking at approximately $22 million, and I'll go into some detail about that in just a minute to show you what makes up the different parts of that. But suffice to say, that's $22 million that we're pretty sure about. There's two big unknowns. Number one, we're going back to the Department of Taxation with a plan, and in that plan, there's about $10 million or so of additional costs that we think that they're going to give us several years to cure. If they were not to give us several years to cure it, and we had to cure it all next year, that would make our deficit $32 million and not 22. And we have not been able to anticipate any impact from the state legislature at this point. So if there's something that comes through later in the year as we're putting the budget together, we'll have to absorb those impacts somehow. Like I said before, we're finally there. We're likely to see continuing flatness of revenues through 2013. So what we're trying to do is come up with solutions now that make it possible for us to live within our means over the next 2.5 years with the resources we have and with the staff that we have. The deficit that I showed you, that $22 million, also has modest rebuilding of our reserves and starting to fund some of that capital. So what we're trying to do is take this opportunity to start building a solid financial foundation for the future. So I told you I'd tell you a little bit more about the Department of Taxation. Basically, every year we give a letter to the Department of Taxation along with our CAFR that identifies any issues that we see in our financial statements that might be of concern to the Department of Taxation. We do this every year, and it's a little chart that just says here's what the issue is, here's what caused it, and here's what we're going to do about it. This particular year, they became a little bit more concerned, number one, because an issue showed up for more than 1 year, and there were more issues than usual, like I said, caused by the restriction in our revenues. Before we ever talked to Department of Taxation, the finance staff had begun putting a plan together to respond to these, and some of them have actually already been implemented in the January 26 augmentation. This cut that we're proposing to put forward now will fix a little bit more. The budget for next year will fix almost the rest of it. And then the one section that might take a little while is the workers' compensation, which we plan to have resolved by 2016. And that's the plan that we need to get approved by the Department of Taxation. Kafori Armstrong has been working with us on this plan. They're going to review it before we submit it at the end of this week to the Department of Taxation. And then taxation staff will look at it and tell us if they think it's something that they can bring forward to the Committee on Local Government Finance. We're going to have a meeting in March with them. It's a statewide committee. They're going to look at our plan. They're going to analyze whether or not we're responding to the issues. And if we get their blessing, then we're going to come back to you. We're going to adopt the plan and implement it over the next couple of years. My feeling is, at this point, we've had good discussions. Everybody seems to think we're on the right track. I think that this is something that's going to go very smoothly, but we'll report back to you along the way. So for 2010 and 11, what we did is we asked all the departments to cut 20% of the remainder of the year's budget, except for public safety, which we asked for 10%. They did that, and we came back to you on February 10th and showed you how we were going to have $6.4 million in savings. We achieved that savings, and our projection for next year is, rolling those same cuts forward, we'll save $17 million in next year's budget. They have not turned in their budgets yet. Departments are currently working on those. We expect them to get most of them back by the end of this week, and we'll start doing our review, and we'll have a better idea of exactly what the differences are. We've asked them to start with a zero-based approach in their services and supplies, so all the operating budgets are zero right now, and they're going to tell us what they need to actually operate. We're going to add more austerity measures in. For instance, we're going to require that if they have an open funded position, someone retires or quits, that they keep that position open until we've completely funded all of the separation costs. And lastly, in order to close the deal, we're going to need some concessions from our bargaining units to balance next year's budget. This page shows you why Finance and the Office of Management and Budget believes we're going to have a $22 million deficit. It looks like at least $7.7 million in current revenues, particularly in property tax, the one-time sources that I told you about, charges for services, and some other revenues, including parking tickets, are going to come in a lot less than we expected this year, and we're carrying that projection forward into next year that they're going to continue to be decreased. We're going to have additional expenditures for PERS, retiree insurance, unemployment, departmental expenditures. We'll know the exact number in a few weeks, but we estimate it's about $4.6 million at this point. We'd like to add $6.5 million back into funding our capital and finance. This is everything from motor vehicles to facilities to computers, anything that people need to do their jobs. We've put off buying these for a very long time. Most of our computers are 7 or 8 years old. We've got vehicles that need to be replaced. We can no longer put that off. So this small amount of money, $48 million is how much we need every year to fund all of the depreciation, but this will get us a lot closer to starting to at least not go further into the hole. $4.5 million will correct the rest of the negative fund balances that we reported to the Department of Taxation, and that includes almost $3 million to go into the Workers' Comp Fund, which was the largest one that we had to deal with. We'd like to add $3 million to the Stabilization Fund, which gets us a little bit more than halfway to the level we think it should be, which is about 30 days working capital or 8.3%. And that's also the limit that the state allows before we can claim that we don't have the ability to pay, and we think that's a good target to get to over the next 2 years. There's a little bit of good news. We're seeing C-Tax flatten out, and while it's not really going back up, it's at least not going as far as we thought, so we'll be able to bring the budget for that up a little bit. Plus, a couple years ago, we set into motion 2 increases in the franchise fees, and the second one is going to go into effect next year. So we'll get about $3.5 million more out of franchise fees next year than we have in the past. So that actually adds $5 million into the budget to help offset some of these. The net difference of all those changes is about $21.3 million. We're using 22 as an estimate because we know there's some play there in what we're going to get back from the departments. Yes, sir.
On the $6.5 million in infrastructure and facilities maintenance, I think there's a bill in the legislature that's requiring us to fund the depreciation.
Yeah, I believe that's SB 192, and what they're suggesting is that if they were to refund approximately $600,000 of money that they had taken away from us earlier, that they would require us to fund the entire amount of building depreciation, which is about $5.5 million a year. In this case, the $6.5 million is not all for building. There's probably only about one.
So this wouldn't meet that if that passes. This would
Unfortunately, because it's such a specific requirement for building facilities depreciation, the amount that we're suggesting here would not cover that. No.
So that would be an additional hit we would take. An additional 5.5, or would this cover some of that?
It would cover some of it. We'd probably have to come up with another $4 million or so to meet that requirement.
And my understanding is that did pass out of the Senate?
I'm not sure. I knew it passed out of committee to go to the floor.
Oh, actually, I think it went to the floor today.
Yes, I understand that's the case. And then, of course, it would go on to the assembly.
Thank you.
But when Cadence comes later, perhaps she'll have more news about that. So I told you $17 million came out of this year's cuts. And the way that breaks down is about $9.3 million of that is directly from the reduction in force that we've proposed. $4 million is from retirements and other positions that are going to be held open that are currently unfilled. And about $3.7 million of that were in operating cuts that we're going to be able to carry forward into the next year. The net difference there is approximately $4.3 million in ongoing wage and benefit concessions that we're going to be asking our employees to come forward with. So what are we asking from the bargaining units? Well, we're asking for the equivalent of 7.5% in permanent wage and benefit reductions since fiscal year 2009-10, so we'll include any that have already been given, and that will save us about the $4.3 million we need. But we're also going to ask them to look at creating a second tier of benefits for new hires so that as we hire new people coming into the future, we're not giving the same level of benefits that we're giving today, and that will help us with some of those structural issues we've been talking about so that our expenditures don't grow too quickly for us to manage. The breakdown by the bargaining units of the reduction in force, and this does not come up to the full $9.3 million because we also have some unrepresented folks who were laid off, but basically these are how the different bargaining units were impacted in that. As you can see, the amounts to save people for this year were small, but moving into next year they become much larger because of the difference in the timing. There has been one change. The police department, since the time that I made the presentation before, has had much more retirements come in. So working with their bargaining units and management staff, they've come up with a new plan. The original plan identified 18 retirements, and they were all sworn officers, 5 unfulfilled positions, and then 29 filled positions. Of the 29, 11 were sworn officers and the rest were civilian. Since that time, they've had 12 more retirements that have turned in letters, And so their new plan is going to hold all of those retiree positions open. So that's 30 retirements, still with the 5, and now they'll only need to reduce 9 positions total instead of 29. So where we were going to lay off 100 people tomorrow, it'll only be 80 tomorrow if this plan is accepted. Now, of the 9 in the RIF, all are civilian, but before there was 18 civilians, so that means 9 civilians will be kept on that were previously going to be let go. Most of them are CSOs. We're going to have 3 CSO1s, 8 CSO2s, and a CSO supervisor under this new plan. That was the end of my part of the presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them now, or I'll wait and we can get to them later. Otherwise, Ms. Conway is here to present on the Parks Department.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Julie Conway, Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Director. I'm pleased to be here today, and I'm here to answer the questions that the council asked for after the last meeting. And you asked for a discussion and a presentation on the reductions that were in the service reductions from the Parks and Recreation budget. And so what I did was to take the reductions that I knew that you would be interested in, and I've highlighted them in these slides, and then I would certainly provide any clarifications, and I've highlighted specifically the aquatics facilities because we've met with the advocates. So what I'm going to do here is to highlight first the Sabayan Youth Center, and here you see in highlighting this, it's owned by Project Solutions. The building is owned by Project Solutions. We have a lease with Project Solutions for $1 a year. And I wanted to highlight here that we have for March through June of this year, if the council wished to do that, we could fund it for approximately $21,000 between now and June 30th, and that would retain the facility to be open for 5 days a week. That would continue the services and provide our partners the ability to have their services. There is no one at this point that we have been able to find to just hand the keys over to them. We would have done that already if we could have done that. As you have heard already, Pathfinders and People's First Foundation, we work with these individuals very closely. These are volunteer groups and organizations that rely very heavily on us as governmental bodies to be able to provide services for 5 days a week. They come in and provide services in their own way as volunteers, and they rely on us to provide services and as we do and supervision. So what we're trying to do, working with Project Solutions, who now has a grant writer, is to look at long-term solutions as we have been in the past. So if council were to do this, we most recently worked with the school district. I mentioned this before. They have a AmeriCorps team coming in, and that AmeriCorps team is going to be working and starting and about in May. They'll be there until about August, end of July, I should say, and they will actually be working out of the facility. So they will bring in staffing to help provide staffing out of the facility at Sabayan and help supplement staffing to help youth. And so that is a new staffing resource that if we are to help provide dollars to the facility, then the school district will actually provide that staffing, and that will help supplement what we would be able to provide. And so that is something new that the school district has just come forward with. And if we do not provide $21,000, what will happen at this point is as of March 1, the city would pull out of the facility. The Project Solutions would use it as a rental. The nonprofits could still use the facility from Project Solutions. Project Solutions would rent it to other nonprofits as able, and the city would just not use it as a 5-day-a-week facility. The city would continue to work with other nonprofit agencies as we have been, such as Ready for Life, I've mentioned this before, in the long term to try to look for collaborations where we might be able to have a long-term funding solution. And as the council may direct, or as funding opportunities might come forward that are beyond what we might be able to provide, then we would come back to you and say, do you want us to continue to provide or restart some type of funding opportunity? So that is the choice. What we have before you here is that if you choose to fund this between March and June as an option, then we would go forward with that until June 30th. And then at that point, we would come back to you with our fiscal year 11-12 budget and provide some information regarding that budget. So this is for the Sabayan, and I'll just keep going forward unless you have any questions.
Anybody got any questions on this right now? Okay, we'll wait till the end. All right, go ahead.
Aquatics options. We had a wonderful meeting with our 6 competitive swim partners, and we met with them. You received an electronic letter from them, and I will not go over that letter in detail, but they provided you a proposal and laid out what they were able to provide. And what I have highlighted here is that the competitive swim organizations will provide and can provide in-kind labor. At this point, there is no legal entity to become a lessee of our facilities, and the organizations in discussion with them are somewhat uncertain about providing support for or becoming a lessee, if you will, and providing ongoing support for public swim hours. And what I mean by that is having the liability to providing services for lifeguarding and other monitoring for public swim hours at this time. However, we all agreed that working on a long-term plan was very good, and so this is what came out of our meeting. We had a very, very good meeting, and then they also met on their own without the city staff there and said, you know, this is something that they would like to do and possibly come back in the future and look at something in the long term as a proposal. But to summarize their proposal, this is what I would like to show to you as far as looking at a longer term plan as something that they might be able to do. But on a short term plan, this is going to be difficult for them to come up with cash. However, in looking at what we can work on together, and this is what I want to highlight and also focus on, we came up with some ideas for Idlewild Pool and for Trainer, and so let's go into that right now. We came up with some options, and I want to focus on these. We looked at two ideas for Idlewild Pool, and this is for Idlewild Pool option 1. There are 2 options for Idlewild Pool, option 1 and option 2. Option 1 is a 9-week program, which is less expensive, but is not really favored by the competitive pool users because it does not meet all of their needs. It's not long enough in the summer to meet the water polo group's needs because they need it into September. So they would like to have the pool open into September to meet their needs. But we offer it to you because it is less expensive, and as you see here, it does include their in-kind volunteer support. It also includes potential additional savings that they're offering to us for lifeguarding. So again, this one would cost $73,000 cash, and we're talking cash here, to provide this particular 9-week program for this time period. And as you see, I've included the revenue that you see here. Option 2 is a 13-week program, which is favored by the aquatics groups because it is open mid-June through September, and it would provide an opportunity for the competitive swim groups to use it in a greater opportunity for their swim meets, as well as in both of these options, it would be open to the public. So we would have it for public swim, and this would be something that the city and the competitive user groups would be co-staffing it, and we would be using it collaboratively. And I want to highlight that in both of these options, I did not include a savings, as you see at the bottom, of closing on Sunday. So if we closed on Sunday, we could add an additional savings of $6,000. The reason I did not include that is that that would be a closure of time, or less time for the public to use it. If the council chose to do that, then we could add an additional $6,000 of savings. But what it would mean is it would mean additional hours that the public would not be able to use it. But that is a policy choice that if you would like me to do that, we could do that. This one has a net cash shortfall of about $86,000. Again, we've got some great support from the competitive swim teams. They're providing us in-kind volunteer support and also additional savings in providing us lifeguard assistance. Moving on to trainer, we've looked at a program of 7-week, and this is includes water polo, competitive services, competitive pool services there, and they're helping to provide revenue there. And in talking with the Boys and Girls Club, they would also be most likely using it as well. And Mike Worm from the Boys and Girls Club, I know, is working with the water polo group, and we anticipate that they would hopefully be using the trainer pool as well. As you see, the trainer pool also includes the water spray facility there. It's not just the pool, it's the water spray feature. So this one is about $59,000 net cash shortfall. So if you look at this in total, and your options here include, if you wanted to look at it this way, option 1, Idlewild and trainer, is $131,290. Option 2 and trainer is about $145,000. So that gives you an idea, if you wanted to evaluate it in that regard, that gives you an idea of how much we're looking at as far as cash if you wanted to add option 1 in trainer or option 2 in trainer. Or, obviously, if you did not want to open trainer, then you could just look at option 1 or option 2. So both of these options include the inclusion of the competitive swim proposal. One thing I did want to add is that the competitive swim proposal also included energy saving measures, and we did check that with Jason Geddes from Public Works, and those energy saving measures that were identified and provided a cash dollar amount, those were not we would not be able to apply those cash dollars because any energy saving measures would have to be applied to the ESCO contract. So we would not be able to count those, if you will, to the aquatics savings. However, the group really did a great job of working with us. We had a great meeting, and they were able to come to the table with some good ideas, and I think that the idea of being able to, in the future, hopefully being able to help us with some cash is there. It's just on this short period, they were not able to come forward with any additional cash. It was in-kind service. So unless there's any additional questions on the aquatics, I will move forward with that. Okay. Moving forward with the arts and culture grants. The request from the city manager was to look at our budget and come back with a 20% reduction, and so I did that with our sponsorship and challenge and cultural events grants. And as I mentioned at our last presentation, for Art Town, Pioneer Center, and Sierra Arts Foundation, those 3 sponsorship represent a 20% reduction, those 3 amounts. And then for challenge, for the Reno Little Theater, that amount, the $22,658, that is an unpaid grant for this year. They have not requested that amount yet, and so that is their elevator. So that's an unpaid amount that they haven't requested for this year, and that's the total amount. And again, if that's something that City Council, as well as, let me finish. The last one, that represents the 3,468. That represents 20% of the unpaid amount for each of those 4 entities. So that's 20% of each of their unpaid amount, and that totals 3,468. So the total dollar amount there is $66,000. So, and again, that's the unpaid amount at this time. Any questions there before we move on? Okay. Then the general park maintenance. This, again, I wanted to pick out the items, the items again that you asked for that were in the large dollar, or the services supplies, which is the $4,500, the park supplies, plant materials, equipment repairs, weed control, $4,700 for the amount of cleaning and the amount of times that we clean in the portable restrooms at these particular parks. And we would, at this particular one, reduce the one restroom, or reduce one restroom each at Paradise and Miguel Rivera Parks. And we have more than one, so we would reduce one of them in that particular case. And then we would defer the park renovations at neighborhood parks. We have a certain dollar amount that we do park renovations, so would we reduce that dollar amount by $43,000. And then the last one would be $9,000, reduce our elm leaf beetle control measures by $9,000. We would still have some dollar amount to take care of our elm leaf beetle control, and we would just reduce it by $9,000. So the total there is $61,000 in general park maintenance. In community centers, in this one, as I mentioned last time, what I attempted to do is to retain, to keep the reductions and the impact as minimize it as possible at the larger facilities such as Evelyn Mount, Neal Road, and Northwest Pool, at some of our larger facilities where we have the use consolidated. So at Evelyn Mount, we would just shorten hours. So we're not going to have a significant amount of impact there. The same at Neal Road. We're going to just shorten hours. We are going to close Saturday because that's the day of the week where we don't have a lot of use. So that's why we just chose Saturday. So the rest of the time, the facility would be open. We would keep the staffing level there and have the facility open to the community. We're not going to have major impact there. So for the most part, people would not see the impact and the changes to Neal Road, and that's why we did not want to see a major impact there, and did not want to have a major reduction of services. At Paradise Center, we're recommending we close that facility. However, we've talked to, and I mentioned this last time, we've talked to Reno Housing Authority that they are open to having their classes at their facility. We're also looking at having our classes and our services out of Evelyn Mount, and we're looking at renting the Paradise Center, so we would still make money out of the facility. That one for 10-11, if we still keep it open, is $7,000 if the City Council would like to keep that open. And we also would look at providing services and having individuals still have ability to have services out of Neal Road. So they can come to Neal Road if they'd like to have those services. And then Northwest Pool, again, minimal impact at Northwest Pool, only close the pool for 2 weeks and discontinue Tuesday, Thursday night swims. We have swims other nights of the week. So trying to keep the impact very, very minimal. So the total there is around $50,000 when you add all of those up. So the emphasis was trying to keep the majority of the services open and available at Neal Road, at Evelyn Mount, Northeast Community Center, and Northwest Pool, and not have a lot of changes there. Then I provided these. City manager asked for some options in case the City Council wanted to look at other options for funding if the City Council chose to look at other funding options. So I provided those to look at. So that concludes the review of those alternatives, and I'd like to provide clarification to any of those slides or questions.
Questions from anybody on the council right now? Mr. Isaac?
Just initially, Julie, last time when we got this position, this paper, it said there was only going to be $214,000 in operating reductions.
Right.
When I add this up, I'm $341,000 short.
Right. Some of that, what I believe, and I'll ask Gayla to help me with this, some of those, that is supplies and services, and some of these may include some part-time staffing hours in my dollars. The 200 and that dollar amount you just figured.
214,000.
214,000, as I understand, is supplies and materials, Gayla, only?
Gayla,
No.
you want to come on up here?
No, last time you said that was the part for closing the pools and the arts and culture reductions. That's what we were told last time. That amounted to $214,000.
Yeah, I understood from Gayla is that 214 was for, where'd she go?
Heidi?
Identify yourself for the record, Gayla.
Yes, sir. Gayla Emery from the Office of Management and Budget. You're looking at the slide from last time, and it
Yes.
showed operating expenditures of $214,000.
Operating reductions.
Right, and then there was another line above that that showed something.
Just said reductions of 13.5 positions.
Okay, so the 214,000 is services and supplies reductions. What she went through today included salaries and benefits as well, because it's temporary. The pools and stuff includes temporary salaries.
How am I supposed to compare these two things? I mean, last time we said, look at the $214,000, and you come back with it's costing us more.
Okay, so the 214,000 is supplies and services related to these services that I just highlighted. That's what it relates to. So
if we put these back, then how many reductions in positions will we have? That won't be 13.5.
These changes that you just went through, Julie, they don't include any full-time people, is that correct?
Are you referring to the full-time people?
The 13 and a half.
I don't know. You said that part of this, what you told me today, has to do with personnel.
It's temporary personnel, and this 13 and a half people are permanent people.
So, but we were going to get rid of all the temporary salaries. We had a savings last time of $220,000 in temporary salaries. So if we fully fund this, are we bringing back all the temporary people?
No, you're not bringing back all the temporary people.
Then I don't understand why it's costing more money.
Okay. So my question is, what are you interested in? Are you interested in how many full-time staff are in the information?
Well, we asked last time for the $214,000, what would it take to go work with the pool people and everything to see if we could reduce that $214,000 down now, and you come back and said now it's $341,000. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I got to find another $120,000 above what we were told 2 weeks ago.
Okay. I'm gonna attempt this. Okay, the 214,000 was strictly services and supplies reductions. Her proposal today includes putting some of that services and supplies back. So part of that 214 is in this 300, but also part of her proposal is to put temporary salaries back. So the 220,000, a piece of that is there too. It's between the two amounts of the 214 and the 220. She's proposing to put back 300 and whatever the number is. 341,000.
Right, and what I can do while you listen to the fire department, I can tell you regarding the pools, I can tell you exactly how much of that is for temporary salaries, just related to the pools. If that's what you're interested in related to the pools, I can tell you that dollar amount.
That'd be good.
Yeah, I could tell you what that is, because I have that information related to the pools. I just didn't outline it because I thought it was too much information for you.
Well, it is when we get it like 3 minutes before this meeting. I'll say that right now. This is too much information. We should have got this last week or something to look at. But I'll have to deal with what I can deal with right now.
Okay.
I mean, last time we said we were told to look at the $214,000, and now it's coming back more. So I'm not understanding the reports.
Well, And I apologize, Counselor, I thought you wanted the information related to the services that related to pools and Sabayan and
We did,
that information, so that's what I focused on.
and I appreciate that.
Yeah, so what I will give you is the part-time allocation related to pools.
And I guess there's one more thing is it seems to me that every year when budget cuts, these same things keep coming forward, the same things. And I just don't know why, although I do know why, because council always finds a way to find the money to refund these things and put them back up. And I just don't know if that's our job all the time. I mean, we said at our retreat is look at the stuff that we keep funding and keep that in the budgets, and that's what keeps getting cut.
Okay. Mr. Hadchef?
Just by way of clarification, the difference between the 214 that you had showed us on February 10th, right? And then what you're proposing now, the 341, is the increase because under the February 10th budget, you had actually had some closures and things that would not generate costs, but in order to keep the facilities open now, even with volunteers, that's now increased the cost of operations. Is that basically the difference? Because you have to temporarily staff. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, Dave, is
The request is for the additional time between those two proposals.
to keep facilities open,
Mm-hmm.
Sabayan and the pools,
Right.
because you have to have.
Right.
So, in coming up with those additional numbers, did you take into consideration what Sierra Nevada had offered? So, for example, we'd have one lifeguard there, and then because it's just team swim, then those supervisors or those folks would take charge of basically supervising those kids.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is there a reason that we have to have one lifeguard there as opposed to no lifeguards?
Well, part of it is they can have a guard there, and I'm going to have to call on Jonathan to come up here. It has to do with the type of guard they have, so I'll let Jonathan speak to that.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Skinner, Recreation Manager. What we did is we checked with Washoe County Health, who actually does our pool evaluations and make sure that we have the proper staffing. And we checked with them as far as what is required. Now, the swim coaches do have a certain certification for a swim coach, but not for a certified lifeguard. So we did check with them to find out what is legally available through Washoe County, and they had stated that they could have a swim coach, but we would also need to have a lifeguard there as well.
What if they had a lifeguard, a certified lifeguard?
If they did, and at the time of the proposal, what they were able to offer was the swim coach, and if that has changed, then we'd be able to change these numbers.
And then the energy savings looks like it's from 6,000 to 17,500. Did you check with ESCO to see if they wouldn't agree that we could incorporate those savings into our pro forma here as opposed to letting them take credit for it? Because obviously it's based on these improvements, not necessarily what they're doing under their contract.
We talked with Jason, and I don't believe that Jason talked with ESCO. So they did not talk specifically with ESCO, but we could make that call, or he could make that call. This is what his knowledge of the contract that he made that determination, but we could make that call.
Okay. So of everything they've outlined in this letter to us as of February 18th, of all of their recommendations been included to get to your 341?
Except for closure on Sunday. So if
Okay.
council was okay with that, we would add the closure on Sunday and save even more money.
Okay.
If you were okay with that, we would do that too.
Yeah, I'm like Dave. I'm trying to just balance trying to figure out the differences.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I
Are
have.
those
Mr.
the
Mayor.
best days to close, that you're saying?
Yeah, Sunday would be a good day.
Because kids are off on Sunday and
Yeah,
stuff
it's
like
just,
that.
right, it's just like Neal Road on Saturday, it's not used as heavily, and we could use that day at Neal Road to rent,
Are you
so,
basing that off of the winter months, or are you basing that off of the summer months?
summer months, right. So
Because I
we
think the
could,
kids out of school and everything would be around more on Saturdays
I mean,
and
yes, there's
Sundays.
people that come on Sunday, but if we're going to close any day, that would probably be the better day to close.
Okay. Okay. Questions? Yes, Mr. Frazzle.
Couple questions, Julie, because first I look at the impacts, and they're almost 100% Ward 3. Northeast Community Center, Neal Road, Paradise Center, not doing paths at Miraloma. So it just seems like the budget is kind of slanted towards certain areas, number one. But number two, I want to get to this issue with management staff. And it's starting to concern me as I look at the matrix, Mr. Mayor. How many managers do you have, Julie?
Right. Well, and let me, I appreciate the reductions. You know, our community centers are in the north, so that's one reason why reductions are.
Oh, yeah,
that's
forgot
where we
about
have
Sabayan, too.
Yeah, we have
One's
Sabayan,
my
and we have
district,
one
too.
in southeast, which is our north, our Neal Road. So that's why we don't want to close Evelyn Mount and Northwest. We want to have the minimum impact on those facilities. So your question regarding managers, I have 4 managers, and last of the 13.5 reductions that I will take, the 1.5 will be supervisors. And so I have 4 managers who oversee the divisions, and last year I reduced down to 4, and that left the 4 distinct divisions, and that's what I have now.
And how many RIFs total in Parks and Rec?
Thank you. This year there were 14, and then I had a reduction of my part-time staff. Help me here. Gayla, can you give me an idea?
Are you looking at the RIF that we just did? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so of the people that, the 13 and a half, 12 of those were RIF. 1.5 were retirements.
Right.
And then in addition to managers, how many supervisors, Julie? You say
One-
there's 4 managers, how many?
1.5, and then in the coming years that will come into 2, because the supervisor next year is retiring in half the year, so that supervisor is retiring. It's not a layoff, it's a retirement. Is
Yeah.
that the question? I'm sorry.
Thanks, Gayla. How many do you have left?
Okay, I have I will have
Is this supervisors?
9.
It's 13.
9. I'll have 9, and 1 will be 1 is at the golf course, which is 9 months. No, I'm sorry, 10, and 1 is at the golf course, which is 9 months.
And I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to say this out loud. I
Go
think
ahead.
it needs to be said. I think when we're looking at programs and we're looking at keeping the pools and community centers open, which I think is extremely important, I think, Julie, you got to look at positions such as the arts manager. And we have an Arts and Culture Commission who makes those decisions. And I really want to see these things prioritized in the budget. And I agree with Dave. I think these things come back to us. They're the same things over and over again that the community wants protected. And I think when we're looking at cuts to the hours of pools, our community services, I think we've got to look at the management ratio too. And I'm not seeing that declining. Even over last year's fiscal year, looking at the budget, I keep seeing that put off. We'll do that the next year. We'll do that the next year. And that's really my concern when I'm looking at the Parks and Rec budget, is we're eliminating a lot of the lower ranked positions, but I'm not seeing that from the top. I'm really not. I'm not seeing the justification. The justification to me is you have the rank and file employees getting the reductions, but you have the same amount of supervisors that are supervising the staff.
Well, and we do have, our supervisors, and the reason that we have supervisors is they are more highly skilled to do all of the work and to manage our employees and our part-time employees and the services that we provide and the supervision that we provide across, the Sierra kids and the grants that we write. And I don't, I don't disrespect what you're saying. I do look at how we're organized and how we provide service. We do provide a lot of organizational oversight of a lot of buildings, and you're right, I look at my organization every year, and I will continue to look at that as we move forward, because you're absolutely right. As you look at your organization, as you look at your services, how do I provide the best service to the people? And that's what I do. And I look at it as a business. How am I going to provide the best service? You're absolutely right.
Again, though, Julia, the people at the top making the highest salaries, and then you've got the lower rank and file that we're, again, looking at eliminating. I don't see the justification of why we have to have all these supervisors with fewer staff. Yeah. And I'm not hearing the explanation
Well,
yet.
They're the highest trained. They can do all the jobs. That's the reason. They can do all the jobs across the board. And so I look at the business model of who can do all the jobs across the board and write the contracts and manage the contracts as we outsource. So, my lower paid individuals and coordinators can't do that, and the supervisors can. So I will commit to you that I will continue to look at how we're organized and how we're staffed. And as that occurs, I will continue to look at that and downsize as I need to and restructure. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I need the people that are going to be able to do the job and have the skills to do the job. That's the main thing.
How many days a week do your supervisors work?
They work sometimes 5 days a week, but they sometimes and oftentimes they work weekends, and they work past 5 because we have programs that go past 5 and are oftentimes are on weekends. And so they oftentimes work on the weekend.
Yeah, it would seem like that they would all be on a 6-day minimum
So,
to cover your pools and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, they manage facilities, they manage contracts. Our coordinators don't do that. Our lower skilled workers aren't able to do that. And that goes back to your point of who is the best to manage the facilities.
Julie, what happens when people retire then?
Well,
what happens? We can't consolidate some of these things?
Well, when we do that, when they do retire, then we have to look at other supervisors and other facilities managers to be able to provide that service.
So you can't do that now when we're looking at the lower employees getting the layoffs?
Well, we're doing that now. We have to look at supervisors providing that service. As supervisors retire, we're going to be looking at that. That's exactly what we have to do. Because those supervisors have the training, the certifications, and the skills to manage and to oversee those contracts, and that's what it's going to take. And as hiring freezes occur, that's going to be the challenge. And outsourcing. We're going to be looking at more outsourcing. We already do that with some recreational contracts, and I would imagine we'll do more of that. So I would agree with you, Councilor Sferraza, that is something that I will continue to look at. I did it last year, and I'll continue to do it. I will continue to do that.
Can I have one quick follow-up
question?
Yes,
sir. Mr. Ashe,
I know
sorry.
Mr. Dorch has been patiently waiting down there, but can I read into those comments that for the positions that actually got eliminated, let's just say coordinators, for example, that the supervisors are now taking on that responsibility across the board?
Yes,
so
they are.
They'll be doing There's
More
no
work.
drop in level of service or anything? They're basically stepping into those shoes and doing that work?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you have like a matrix or a chart that indicates what those new duties are going to be for those supervisors and managers that are staying on board?
Well, actually, we're waiting for the dust to settle. That's part of it. But the jobs that have, in the interim, they have been assigned to do the work that it has to be done. So that has already occurred for the work, like any checking. This has already happened as far as, excuse me, working with field trips and programming and all of that work. That is something that the supervisors have picked up and will continue to pick up to do. If there's, with a lot of our programs that we offer, there may be issues with our programs that our supervisors have to pick up and manage, and that's just something that our supervisors will take care of now, that our either our coordinators or our rec leaders will not be there to take care of it. And that's what the supervisors are there to do. And they have the capacity to do that.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, Julie, on the park maintenance that you're showing the reductions in, I know we talked about going out to an RFP for park maintenance. What is that? How does that impact what you're proposing here?
Yes, the bids were open last Friday, and we'll be coming back to council on the 9th with the results. And so at this point, the results, the outcome with as far as these reductions, it shouldn't make a big impact. I'm thinking that the reductions, as far as this is 910, so at this point, we have to make these reductions this year.
Okay, when would we award the bid? It would be July 1?
Well, the reductions right now, the janitorial reductions, that one will not be awarded. I mean, it looks like it's not going to. It was not a qualified bidder. So I mean, the bid was higher than what we provide. So we will be able to retain that in-house. So that's going to be retained in-house, and we're going to recommend for the mowing contract that also is retained in-house. So both of those at this point, and we'll be coming back to you on the 9th with that.
Okay. So the 61,000 that you're seeing savings here, this is just the 910 year, and then the bids didn't come in lower than what we could currently provide it for.
That's correct.
How many bids did we have?
There was one janitorial bid, and I think there were 4 for the. I'm going to look to Jeff here. I think there were 4 for the mowers, but I'm not positive on that. 4, yes, I'm getting the word here. 4 for the mowers.
Thank you.
Any others? Ms. Adra.
Julie, we heard concern expressed that the things that are offered up once again for decreases are things that the council struggled to find money for in the past. What other, besides the staff issues that you just addressed, what other kinds of savings were considered but not recommended, and why?
I considered the 350, we call the 350K fund, which is the capital fund that is in the park maintenance account. And that account pays for improvements or renovations to capital items in the park systems. So that is something that the city manager and I didn't want to look to reduce, because it is part of our capital, ongoing capital, to keep our park system maintained. So that is something that I looked at pretty hard and fast and decided not to take that.
So would that be like, so we don't experience another Moana pool going down?
Well, it wasn't for For the aquatics area, it was for sidewalks and for additional tennis court repair and painting of some picnic structures and, you know, that type of thing. But in reality, it's similar to that. It's capital money to help keep our park system repaired. But that is an option if you choose to take money from that account to look at that amount of money out of the park system budget. So that's a big account to look at. I mean, that's a lot of money that you could look at, that you could evaluate. The other one was I kept Evelyn Mount, Northeast Pool, and Neal Road. I kept those three facilities virtually whole. I didn't touch them. I mean, the small amount that, when I say small amount, because they're in the millions to operate those, or certainly for Evelyn Mount, and I kept those facilities whole. So those are ones.
And I would commend you for that. I recognized that.
So I didn't
agree with
touch
your rationale.
those for the most part, and I didn't purposefully did not touch those at all. I did not take anything from the golf course because I felt that we're in a period of time. We're in the 9-month operation of that, and we need to give that a time to have an opportunity to work at a 9-month operation. And I felt council had given direction to do that, and so I didn't have take any funds out of that because it's in its operational cycle, and so I didn't look to that because it really can't afford to have any more money taken from the golf course at this point and still be able to operate. And so I didn't touch the golf course because if we take any more from there, I don't think it'll cease to operate, you know, from a revenue expense point of view. So that's another one I didn't touch. But the big ones, if you really look at the big ones, our focus, about 68% of our budget is park operations. I mean, that is 65 to 68% is park operations. So we took pretty much the biggest hit was there. And then the next area was in those 3 facilities. And I decided not to touch those 3 facilities. So that's what I didn't take. I didn't take from those Northwest Pool, Evelyn Mount, and also from the other one.
And it's going to take us some time to kind of put together a model for how the volunteer teams might be able to assist, and a lot of that really could be in your operations.
Right.
Again, I recognize it's going to take some time to really validate of these people who are saying, I want to come and do it, I'll do it, what will really be experienced. So given that delay, what would your expectation be? How could these numbers adjust a little bit if we really were able to get, you know, a service group, a Seroptimists or a Rotary to take over the Sabayan? You weren't able to get an existing service organization to do it, you know, the people who provide, be it CSA or AmeriCorps, but one of our community service groups might be looking at that. So is there still some opportunity to improve these numbers, looking at a different way to have the volunteers provide the services?
Well, for a place like Sabayan, there needs to be an infusion of cash to run the operation.
And you're talking about 7,000, if I remember right.
Right. When I say that is that the nonprofits that you've heard from, they come in and provide a volunteer service, like they'll provide a meal and they'll provide a special evening for children to do something or for young adults to do something, and then they leave. So the city's contribution, which is wonderful, is that we're there 5 days a week. We open up, we provide, you know, we open up the door at, let's say, noon. I'm just giving you a time. We open up the door at noon, and we're there till 8 at night. And so we're the platform. We're the foundation that these other groups can come in. So what you're saying is that Can another group come in, a nonprofit, a faith-based community, they could come in and take the place of that and come in and be that platform to open up the doors, provide that service, provide the liability, and be that platform that these other groups then can hook onto. And if someone else is willing to accept that liability and be there and provide the staffing for that, that's what would work.
I mean, I see like a junior league or a Seroptimist, those groups that are, their giving platform, their reason for existence is to give to youth. To hit on one of those groups that already do contribute money, you know, and $7,000 may be their annual contribution as well as manpower.
Right.
Do you think that there's an opportunity to still try and advance this need through that type of a service?
I think it definitely is worth talking to them, just like we did with our aquatics group. It's up to them to decide whether they would accept the liability. I think it's absolutely worth talking with them. We have a wonderful relationship with Dick Taylor Park and what we did with the Junior League. That project is kind of in and out. You know, they're going to help us build the play facility, and then they're out of it. So whether or not a group would come in and provide a long-term solution, that's what we're talking about with these facilities, a long-term solution to come in and be a platform like the city has been with these facilities. You know, that's what government has been, is a long-term solution for these kinds of facilities so that other groups can hook on and be a collaborator. And that's what, you know, I've been working with Daryl and these other collaborations to try to come together and get a funder to do that at Sabayan. And you know, we have the Adopt a Park, Adopt a Pool, and Adopt a Trail program, so I look forward to having more volunteers come and hook in, because we'll definitely hook onto that.
And to make that successful, Ms. Adra, it'll take a council person to volunteer to go. You don't have to get upset because we ask a question. But it'll take a council person going along with her to these different organizations and making the presentation also. Okay, questions? Any other questions right now? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's up next, Kevin? Chief.
Before I begin, Mr. Mayor, for the record, Mike Hernandez, Reno Fire Chief. I'd like to ask Chief Swearingen and Chief O'Brien to join me up here in case there's some operational questions that may be addressed, and Michelle Hobbs, our budget analyst. We put together a few slides based on questions from last week's council meeting regarding our reductions, and there were some questions regarding overtime usage, and sick leave. What you have in front of you right now is a slide that shows our overtime budget, and it goes back to fiscal year.
Do we have copies of this?
They were sent to City Hall last week.
Okay, turn the lights down so this old man can see them.
Kevin Knutson, Director of Office Management Budget. These slides were sent out a week ago under a separate memo. If you'd like, I can send somebody up to make copies and bring some down right away. Would that be help? Yeah, it was in an email last week. Chris Good, I believe. Oh, Chris Good went up to make some copies, but I believe they came out of the city manager's office. They had a cover memo, and they were attached to that.
We went back to fiscal year 06-07 and looked at our actual overtime budget, which at that time in 06-07 was $4.6 million. In 07-08, it was reduced down to 4.5. And as you can see, coming down to fiscal year 10-11, our budget is currently $1.9 million. Globally, that reflects a reduction of about $2.5 million. In terms of usage of overtime, I think the question was asked, how does which bargaining unit is actually receiving the bulk of the overtime allocated to the department. Roughly 92%, and this actually works out through all of the budget years, but roughly 92% of the budget is utilized by the IAFF, and roughly 8% is utilized by the RFDAA or the chief officers. Next slide. So where is that money going? The overtime is typically used in the following fashion. About 40% is used to cover vacation leave when individuals call in sick, and in workers' comp leave, specifically on-duty injuries. So those are the breakdown, all the way down to union leave at 2%, military leave, bereavement, special assignment, et cetera. That is how our overtime is utilized when you look at it globally. It breaks out in that manner. Councilmember Safraza was questioning at what point and at what time our membership, when they utilize sick leave, at what time of the day do they call in? And we went back and looked at that, and 76% of our staff utilize leave with more than 12 hours notice. Approximately 24% utilize leave with less than 24 hours notice. The issue here is that it becomes PERS compensable overtime when vacancies are filled with less than 12 hours notice. So the bulk of our overtime is used when individuals call, give us notice with more than 12 hours. We went back and looked at sick leave hours used all the way to 06-07, and we divided that up by the number of employees, and typically for the amount of employees that we have within the organization, we're looking at about a 5.5 shifts used per person per year. That's a rough average. You can see in 06-07 it was 5.5, 07-08 it was 5.2, 08-09 it was 5.4, and in 9-10 it was 6.5, and then of course this year to date we're at 4.3. However, I anticipate fiscal year 10-11 to be more in line with fiscal year 9-10, somewhere between 5 and perhaps 6.5, 6.5 shifts used by each individual within the organization. And below just denotes that those that are assigned to a shift, one day constitutes a 24-hour period, and non-line personnel, for example, our inspectors and things like that, one day constitutes 8 hours. That's why we have the two columns to denote shift individuals and non-line individuals that work in their prevention bureau.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question on this? Because we had reductions in force in 9-10 and now 10-11, and the hours are going up.
Correct.
What's the justification, do we know, of why the sick leave usage is going up quite a bit, actually?
And I believe they can sell back, correct? No, not sick leave. We'd have to go back and analyze that. Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide. There was also a question as to our brownout history. We began brownouts in 08-09, specifically truck 11, truck 15. Engine 19 became patrol 19, and engine 4 became a rescue 4 for a very short period of time. In 9-10, that was expanded due to the reduction in force. That included of course, truck 11 and truck 15. But it also expanded to Station 7 on Skyline, Station 9 instead, and Station 10 on North Virginia. Those brownouts continue, as well as the reduction from Engine 19 to Patrol 19 in Somerset. However, with this next round of reductions, Station 19 is scheduled to be browned out, as well as the continuation of Station 7, Station 9, and Station 10 to include Station 21. I believe it's in your district, Council Member Safraza. Station 21 is the station located at the GSR parking lot. And also included but not noted in this slide is that we have two stations that are multi-company stations. Station number 1, which is right here on 4th Street, that's a truck company and an engine. That will be reduced to a truck company and a rescue rig. And then station number 3 on Moana, that's also a multi-company station. That'll actually be reduced from a truck company and an engine to a engine company only. And that is where we are anticipating our basement to be. Anytime our staffing falls below the manning requirement for those stations, we would require some form of overtime callback. And I was speaking to some citizens the other night, and they were asking me to explain how the overtime callback works. And in essence, what I told the citizens were, a fire station is very much like an automobile with 4 tires. When one of the tires goes flat, we need to either rent a replacement tire or fix the tire or not drive the vehicle at all. And sometimes we use overtime callback in increments as small as 4 hours. There are times when we use overtime callback in increments of 24 hours. So it just depends on what our staffing level is at that time.
Chief?
I'll take any questions.
Yeah, Chief, because this was one of the big issues, and what concerns me with council, and this came up last year, and it looks like it's going to happen again this year. This council approves an adopted budget per department, and in 910, this is the same issue that happened. The overtime, the adopted budget that we approved, the fire department went over budget. So we had to make more reductions within that department because the council approved a budget and just willy-nilly people went over budget. Now I'm seeing 10-11 again on the actuals where we are with overtime. We still have quite a bit of time left in this budget fiscal year, and we're going to go over the budget approved by council for overtime. How does this happen?
For the record, Michelle Hobbs, Senior Management Analyst, Reno Fire. Let me address this year's budget first. I understand there was a concern by council regarding where we were at this budget year with our expenditures to date, overtime, all of those issues. See, can I get that up real quick? Okay. I'll work with that real quick.
Do we have copies of this?
No.
No, but I can certainly get them to you. Where we're at right now, based on the last payroll that went through on 2/10, which was just a few weeks ago,
Can't see that.
right now we are 67% expended through the fiscal year. And our total fire department budget right now is at 65% expended. Now, there are some challenges with this budget that I've been working with the Office of Management and Budget with Kevin and Gayla regarding some unfunded liabilities. There were some things that happened last year with holiday pay, there were overtime comp payouts, with vacation cash outs. These are unfunded liabilities for our department that are contractual based. For example, holiday premium pay. We're budgeting right now $542,000 based on what we think is going to be utilized for holiday pay. Contractually, our members can carry 312 hours from year to year to year that they can either utilize or they can either cash out. So we do our best projection based on prior years and what we think is going to happen. And mid-year, we talk to the Office of Management and Budget and say, look, we think we're going to go a little bit higher, and so we have some unfunded items in our budget that we can't control from year to year. One of those things are vacation cash outs. Same thing happens with vacation. People can carry from up to 182 to 336 vacation hours on the books, and they can roll from year to year to year. So we do our best to project what we think we're going to need, but we work very closely with OMB.
What does that have to do with the overtime budget?
Well, I'm trying to give kind of a picture on where we're at. Overtime is the same concept with comp. People can carry overtime comp that they accrued last fiscal year into this fiscal year. If they use it, we can cover it by either browning out stations or covering that with staffing. But if we can't cover that, then they cash it out. It's part of an unfunded liability that we have to manage within the year, and we track that pay period by pay period and keep OMB apprised of our situation of where we're at. So for this year, we have identified some items in our budget that we have concern. One is the unfunded holiday, another is some severance and separation payments that happened at the end of last fiscal year that carried into this fiscal year, and another one are the cash outs. Unfortunately, there became some sort of rumor with the city that there were some financial instability. We had a lot of people come in and cash out leave, excess leave that we didn't anticipate to be cashed out this year. Vacation cash outs, overtime cash outs, holiday cash outs. Those are not budgeted in here, and so we're trying to figure out how we're going to be able to work with those with the best of our ability and with OMB to try to suffice with those. In regard to last year, we set the same budget. We had an issue with last year on what the savings from brownouts were actually going to attain us. We had in 08-09 half a year's worth of brownout history, and we had projected that would be about $1 million. When we went further with reductions and going forward, that reduction in 9-10 became almost triple that. And so it was something that was not attainable. We had some other line items and services and supplies that we were able to reduce. We came into budget last year in 9-10. The end of 9-10 we came into budget, but we had to do some additional brownouts to make up for that.
Yeah, which council approved that you guys had to bring forward. We had to initiate those additional brownouts because you guys were so over budget in the overtime expenditure. That is exactly what happened. I went back and reviewed the tapes. So I want to get back to the chief on this overtime issue. Again, 36, I need to understand the logic here. 36 firefighters. So if all this is happening within the department's budget, again, why aren't we doing additional rolling brownouts now instead of laying off firefighters? I know we can't save them all, but it doesn't make sense. There's some categories, I understand the holiday would be one of them, but why wouldn't we start doing that now? Because you're going to lay off another 36. I would assume there would be additional overtime. The overtime expenditures would go up, not down.
We looked at the, well, first of all, we looked at the goal that City Hall asked us to meet in terms of a budgetary reduction. And unfortunately, that meant laying off 36 firefighters. Once we knew that number, we looked at how do we accommodate our daily staffing to meet the reduced number of individuals that our department no longer has. And that's why we started looking at the browning out of Somerset, at the Somerset station, as well as Station 21 at the GSR, and reducing the multi-company stations down to 2. At this point, we think that we're relatively confident that we can meet our budgetary limitations as well as the reduction in force and not have that negative impact to our overtime budget. If, as we go down this road, we're looking at modifying our plans. Frankly, we are getting very close to not having any other stations to brown out. I mean, we are down to roughly 8 stations for the entire city, excluding the Truckee Meadows stations. So we are doing the best we can with the budget limitations that we were given and the staffing reductions that we had to make to meet the new budget. It's not as simple as not laying off people, because that'll offset our overtime budget, because we still have staffing challenges. I hope that answers
And
your
that's
questions.
because you have to have the 4. I
That's-
think the mayor had mentioned that before, because if you had some relief from the 3-man crews for even a period of time, could we keep every station open?
I don't know if we could keep every station open. There would certainly be a dollar value saved if we don't have to bring back members back for short periods of time. But whether or not it would actually answer our question in terms of opening each and every station, that would be something we'd have to compute. But right now, even if we didn't reduce our 30, let's say we did keep our 36 firefighters, we still have stations, the 3 stations that were being browned out before. So it would give us flexibility. It would give us the opportunity to perhaps open up an additional station, maybe 2, maybe 3. But to comprehensively say that if we were at 3-person staffing, we would be opening up every single station, because we can't do that now.
Well, I saw a prime example this morning for a fire call. I thought it was a medical, but I found out later it was a fire call. Within a matter of 5 minutes, 6 minutes, we had 16 firemen going to a supposedly house fire. Turned out to be a medical. We had 16 firemen. If the group is, I don't want to put my firemen at a risk, but if we had the 3-man crew, we could open up the majority of the stations and everybody, we roll 2 trucks on any fire. We roll 1 or 2 sometimes on medical, but we'll talk about that later. I don't know why they won't work with us, because they're not going into the building. Everybody's there within 2 minutes. So you got 6 or 8 people there in 2 minutes, and I don't understand. So if they're really concerned of public safety the way they're talking, they'd work with us. Excuse me.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to follow up, though, on the numbers on vacation, because, Chief, I think this is again, the 2-hour issue, something that IFF could do right now. 2 hours. It's ridiculous. Nowhere out there can you call in 2 hours for vacation. Chief, you had showed on the chart that if you go back to that chart, that there is a percentage that call in.
24% call in with less than 12 hours notice.
So 24%. What does that equate to in dollars?
Well,
yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money. These are the things that we could work on right now, Mr. Mayor, right now, to save jobs. Just that 2-hour rule, if we had a week's notice for people taking vacation. This is the frustration, I think, that I'm at as a council member. These changes, I think we could make in save jobs. And we talk about the percentage, 24%, but it's almost $500,000.
Let me clarify. I took out, I took only 60% of 24% because 40 of them is due to illness. So when you're sick, you call in 2 hours ahead. So the $500,000 is only the people who are calling in on vacation, the 60% left. So that adds up to 14.4%, and 14.4% of the overtime, projected overtime, is $500,000. That's all they have to do, is just don't play the system on vacations. And if that's not playing the system, Mr. Mayor, I don't know what is.
Well,
They say we were told last time that no one can play the system.
Okay. Questions, Mr. Isaac?
I do have 2 on this budget here. You said that our actuals today on overtime was $1.6 million. And last time the actual was 1.8 million, well, almost 1.9 million on this one.
yes, sir.
I would think this would be more because there's been more time. So I'm trying to figure out what I calculated out to year end.
Is that the one you just showed us?
The overtime.
The last pay period I ran 1.6. What I've got right now, through the last pay period, I've got 1.6. I may have a pay period or so. Those numbers were prepared by OMB. I'll readjust and give you an updated overtime number.
Well, I'm trying to calculate, so then, and this is probably what goes through the end of February pretty much. So if I took that number, divide by 3 and multiply by 4, I should get our projected, right?
What I have right now, based on the last payroll that I ran, and I apologize, I don't have overtime altogether. What I have for the overtime remaining that I've given the chief to work with, and that's covering as much of the comp payouts as we possibly can, as well as anything projected going forward. I've given him about $125,000 between now and the rest of the year for emergency operations. There's some overtime for mechanic callback, for investigator callback, and so forth. But I've given him $125,000 for the remainder of the year for emergency operations. What that breaks down to is 1 24-hour overtime slot a day. Now, that would be compounding. If there's 6 used one day, add 18 to the 24 the next. But it's very slim to make budget for the rest of the year. So in addition to those brownouts that we have planned, we may have to go deeper in order to attain this budget to the best of our ability.
But we really don't have any control over that, do we?
No.
I mean, if they want to call in vacations 2 minutes before their shift, they can do it, and we've got to call it an overtime.
By contract, we can brown out to the level that council authorizes us to brown out, but there will be a floor of at what point do we call back overtime, or do we continue to brown out stations?
Brownouts are pretty close to the max right now.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm really a little disappointed because I was led to believe by some members of the bargaining group that they would be a little flexible on the callbacks and stuff like this. So we set up and we met with them. I didn't, but staff met with them Tuesday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and didn't go. I mean, the union leadership indicated one thing, but when they got to negotiation, there was a different turkey altogether. I don't understand it. And if they're really concerned with public safety, then they'd work with us. Mr. Ayers, you got another one?
Well, just
Chief,
overall,
we're not,
just overall
we're not
comment.
shooting the messenger. Thank you, though.
Well, this question came up earlier. What about our fire inspectors? Do we still need as many as we have now?
Well, they are a revenue generator for the department. And I think you're referring to the layoff process?
Well, do I still need as many with the lowering and building and all that stuff? Do we need as many as we have now?
I would recommend that we keep the inspectors for a couple of reasons. One, we do have the workload to support the inspectors that we do have, and they are a revenue generator.
Positive revenue generator?
I would have to...
Does that money go back to the general fund, or does it go to the fire department?
I think it's general fund.
Sorry, it goes back to the general fund. The inspectors just don't do inspections. They also do investigations. They have pub ed, all of those other activities that are not revenue generating. To pay for themselves one-to-one, we'd have to take into account all of those other functions that they perform, inspections and so forth, that are not specific revenue generating one-to-one.
Councilman Ayazi, if I could put my CD director hat on. We only have one now who's doing new building inspection. The other ones have all been moved out to the inspection that the chief's talking about.
And how many are those?
10.
10.
I just know that that's something that they want in Clark County. The arbitration is that they could go above the firefighters, so I could have firefighters on duty, and I could remove some of those inspectors.
I believe the collective bargaining agreement with the association specifically spells out when we do a reduction in force, it's based on seniority.
I know, but the arbitration down there, and I know
Correct.
we get a grievance, because we get a grievance whenever we ask them to move a desk. We get a grievance, but I think we might win that one, because we just won again. I mean, Clark County won that one there. In fact, they said that the public in Clark County should not be held hostage for 20 years to get this done, to get good public service. So that's something we should look at too.
Chief, how many rescue units do we have?
We have 2 at the present time.
And do they roll on medicals and stuff? I've never seen them on a medical. I've seen all the ladder trucks and the others.
Yes, we can incorporate them into a rescue response mode. But
how many SUVs do you have that are not?
We've got quite a few. We've got a fairly large fleet, 6 to 10.
6.
Yes, sir. And we could look at incorporating some of the unused SUVs into a rescue capacity.
And so we could maybe use those, and those roll on medical instead of taking the ladder trucks and fire trucks?
Yes, that's part of our long-term plan.
And then we can look at the dispatch system and stuff and talk about that, because we wouldn't have to, looking at the number of hours we go for rescue, or whatever you call it, 37,000 hours, we might not have to buy a ladder truck for a long time, or a regular truck.
Yeah, again, that's part of our long-term plan, long-term strategy to start
Just,
utilizing.
if you'd look at it, look at it and see it, because if we equip them, I'd like to know what it'd cost to equip them. And maybe we do a thing where they're the only things that roll on medical is the 2-man rescue crew.
Some other cities call those ambulances, but yes, sir, we'll look at that.
Well, some of those SUVs look like ambulances.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Ashoff.
Hey, Chief, on looking at these charts, the first chart you showed us, since 07-08 through 10-11, there's been a reduction in overtime of almost $2.5 million.
That's correct.
And then of that amount, that's when you break up, same time frame, the 39%, the 25% allocated to vacation leave. It was for that same time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
So do we know, I know you're trying to get some averages here, what it looked like 10-11? I mean, this is an average of over a period of fiscal years. did we see a decrease, just like we saw a reduction in overtime of 2.5 million over that same time frame? Did we also see a reduction in
And how that
vacation
overtime is utilized?
Correct.
I would venture an educated guess that it'll probably mirror that same breakdown.
We did an average because our numbers are oddly consistent throughout the years. For 10-11 to date right now, the vacation is actually 41%. The sick leave is 27%. The workers' comp is 14%. The bereavement leave is 3%. The military leave is 5%. I have all those breakouts if you'd want year after year after year. They are within 1 or 2 percentage points in each of those years.
Okay. And the same thing would apply with respect to the 12 versus the 12-hour notice? Yes. Okay, so there's not much deviation.
You know, I go back again, Chief Swearingen and I have been pulling lots of stats going back 5 years, and if anything, our numbers are strangely consistent with the leave amount used, those percentages, the amount of vacancy we have every day. We had reported to this council 12 to 14 vacancy slots a day. We are still running right in that 12 to 14 window. Even with reductions in staff, it's just strangely consistent that we have been seeing those same numbers over and over again.
And then I think last time you tested, you indicated that if somebody does call in for sick leave, that you ask for some kind of verification from the physician?
I believe contractually, I'm allowed to ask for a medical certificate with cause. If we've got an individual that shows a consistent pattern of sick leave use either before or after leave, or just in general, it warrants closer scrutiny, I do have that right within the contract to ask for a medical certificate.
And then with telestaffing, I think you indicated that you thought that we're able to monitor that sick leave to, unlike Clark County, which I guess there was substantial abuse there. If I understood your comments last time, you indicated that with telestaffing, you're able to monitor that sick leave. So, I mean, obviously, 24% of it is with 12 hours or less.
Correct.
So are you still comfortable after pulling these statistics that where are we at with sick leave and potential abuse?
At this point, I'm relatively comfortable that I wouldn't consider our department to be outside the norm. I wouldn't, you know, we may have 1 or 2 individuals that are outside the norm that probably could warrant some closer scrutiny. But again, we ran some of the numbers and we did some random selection, and we didn't see a pattern.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Chief, how many people now have we laid off in the fire department over the last year and a half?
I think it's in excess of 50, sir.
In excess of 50?
Yes, sir. It's significant.
And so far, I don't know that any concessions this time have come forward to save any of those jobs. I think there were 4 or 5 they were going to try to save. Do you know of anything else? Now, I do know they gave up a cost of living increase, and I'll give them credit for that.
Yes, sir.
Trying to do it, but the last time we gave up, we didn't save anybody, and this time we're not going to save anybody either.
I know that management team did meet Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And there was supposed to be some communication between the IFF and the city management team regarding a proposal. I have not seen anything yet come across my desk.
I don't think I've seen it either, but anyway. Yes, Mr.
Mr. Mayor, we got something from the firefighters at about 10 this morning. And if you'd like Ms. Runges to come up and...
Yes, I would like to hear what it was, because...
Mr. Mayor, before she comes up, Chief, do we have 2 or 3 or 5 people with sick leave problems? You said we might, do we?
Well, we have some individuals that we could look at, and I'll certainly go back and look at those.
And that's what's
we
being
do have
prepared for...
We have some, well, I mean, there are some FLSA issues, and I'm sorry, FEMLA. You know, folks that do have, that when you initially, you know, query the books, they pop up, but then it may be as a result of a pregnancy or something like that. So, again, you know, we looked at it, and I'm relatively comfortable with where we are.
And that's one of the things the city manager, talking with the finance director, is talking about working with Cavoy Armstrong and the university to do an audit on those different things. Thank you very much, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Ms. Runges can actually go through, if you'd like her to, everything that we've received since your February 10th from the different bargaining units. Or if you'd like her just to focus on fire, she can do that.
let's go through the fire department right now.
Okay. Renee Ridges, Director of Human Resources. This morning, shortly before 10 o'clock, the IAFF delivered a document to the city regarding some concessions to save, to bring back 4 IAFF represented employees through June 30th of 2011. They indicated a uniform allowance payment in June that is roughly the value of $93,000. The holiday pay that they would have been paid or credited on May 30th of 2011, which is the Memorial Day holiday, and that is about $66,500. They also indicated that they did not want Local 731 members to lose any rehire rights by not taking advantage of this offer through the end of fiscal year 2010-11. The total savings of both of these items was about $159,500, and that was to be utilized to rehire 4 employees, as I mentioned. And then also beginning March 2nd of 2011 and ending June 30th, 2011, they would like for any vacant positions due to retirements or separation of any kind from the city or promotion, that one of their members would be recalled to fill that vacant position. And then this, if more than 4 promotions, retirements, or voluntary separations occur, that this would continue through June 30th of 2012, and vacant positions would be filled on a one-to-one basis by the employees who were laid off. And that any reduction in force between March 3rd, 2011 and June 30th, 2011 of any local IAFF represented employees, then if the city had a reduction in force at that time, then all of the benefits with the holiday pay and the uniform allowance be returned to those employees, and that was submitted for the council's consideration.
Can I, Renee, because clarification, if we move forward and accept the agreement, go back to IAFF on the bringing back the 4, bullet point 5, that's the one. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly, because bullet point 5 says essentially if we have any openings in the future because of retirees, we would have to fill those positions, correct?
Yes.
Am I reading that right? So the problem with this is that if we have to do RIFs in the future, our hands are tied essentially.
That's correct.
So was there any discussion? I mean, I think this is a good place to start. If we go back and do something with number 5 on this?
We actually have not had a chance to have any discussions with the IAFF at this point. We certainly can do that. We just received this document this morning.
So, and then did staff have time to verify the numbers too for the 4 people?
Kevin? Gayla? Thank you.
Gayla Emery, OMB. Kevin had to leave for a few minutes. I have not verified any of those numbers yet.
So how quickly could we verify the numbers?
I could have them verified tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Dave?
So for 2 days of discussions, they got down to uniform allowances. That was done before. Nothing substantial, nothing important.
Basically, the discussions were off the record, and so I'm not really at liberty to talk about what actually went on during those proceedings, but let it just suffice to say that we did meet for 3 days at different times, and they submitted this document this morning.
And I don't want to just pick on fire. Did any other groups come forward with anything?
Yes, actually. The RPPA and the RPSAE came together sort of, there were no rifts in the RPSAE unit, but they did put something on the table in support of the officers that were laid off in RPPA, and they basically offered up uniform allowance payment that would be due in June for all of the employees in both of those, in those 4 units, and then a holiday pay for the RPPA, which would again be the May 30th Memorial Day holiday. The RFDAA, the Fire Department Administrators Unit, also did not have any rifts to their group. They currently have 2 vacant division chief positions open, and they have offered to keep those positions open for 6 months and reconsider it, that same program, every 6 months after that.
But they didn't allow for captains to move up and take some of the overtime?
Not in that proposal,
Because
no.
they still make all the overtime under this proposal, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So for the people up there, it's in their best interest to keep those positions open, I would assume, because they make more overtime. But it costs us more to hire one because we have to pay PERS on everything.
Correct. PERS
So-
and salary-related benefits.
So that was very noble of them, I gotta say.
And then
But
Renee,
that-
I,
I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. Are you done, Dave?
Yes, sir.
Let me, Dwight, go ahead.
I mean, my comment was, but if they would reduce the mandatory staffing levels and keep those 2 positions open, that would be significant.
It would give the city a lot more flexibility, yes.
Jessica, did you have any?
yeah, Renee, because I do want to follow up, because I think there is a difference in the RPPA and the RPSAE concession, because in their agreement, it's through this fiscal year. So they realize that these guys are only going to be saved until, I mean, we technically would have to send out the notices in May again, correct?
That's correct, but they have also indicated that they thought that there would be enough attrition through retirements in the
But
police
that's not
ranks.
part of what they proposed.
No.
So if we accepted, again, if council accepted their offer, it gives us a couple months, and we keep all the officers on, and there's no conditions to, like number 5 in the IFF concession.
There's no written document to that effect, no.
Okay. So I guess, do we have representatives from RPPA or RPSAE here? Can I ask you that question, please, publicly? Because that does make a difference to me, because we don't know what the legislature is going to do to us. We don't know, is that agreement still in effect, or are you guys going to change the provisions on that agreement?
Jason Soto, Vice President, RPPA. No, that isn't in fact. We understand that this proposal that we've come forward with saves them until, or keeps them employed until
June 30th.
June 30th. And then after that, we're hoping that attrition will keep them on, but there's no limits to that. I mean, we're not putting any, it's just what you said it is. There's no limitations to it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I just want to make sure that it's, as a council member, I understand what the concession is. It's to keep the guys through June 30th of this year.
Correct.
So essentially, I mean, the way our RIFs work, we may have to be giving notices in a couple
That is understood
couple of weeks
by
if
our
we don't
association.
come to agreement on other things.
Correct.
And then just another question, would you guys be willing to go straight to binding arbitration? Because that would speed up the process of getting more, I mean, the agreement's done quicker as we move into the future fiscal years.
We would certainly look into that.
Okay.
I'd, of course, have to go over it with my board, but it's something that we would look into. We're open with this. We're trying to work with council and everybody else on this issue. I understand that it's an issue, but I can't make any deals without talking to my board.
I understand.
And supervisors and everybody else. But for this specific incident, or for this, what you're talking about right now, what we've come up with is we've come up with a dollar amount to save these people until June 30th. And then after that, I believe that we'll be able to save them through attrition because of the massive retirements that we're having right now at the Reno Police Department. And not only is this very important to our association, but it's also important to the safety of the people in Reno. We're talking about 11 police officers that we're about to let go, and our association stepped up to the plate and said, no, we need to keep these people there, not just for the safety of our officers, but for the safety of everybody in this community.
And it also gives us 90 days to work something out and
Absolutely.
do something going forward.
Absolutely.
And then, Mr. Mayor, I would have, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Al Snover, representing Reno Police Supervisors Association. Just to be totally candid with you, the only caveat that we put on our agreement is that the monies that we gave up go specifically for those 11 officers.
Yes.
That is the only stipulation we had on it.
I think is totally reasonable, and you guys aren't losing anyone, so I think it's great that you guys have stepped up too. The next question I would have is for IFF, if there's a representative here from IFF, because I would have the same question of them, because I don't see how we can tie our hands, Mr. Mayor, for the future fiscal years.
Let's go ahead and take this one, and then we'll bring IFF back up.
I don't think anybody's here, are they, Mr. Mayor?
Is anyone here from IFF?
No. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Sraza, on the proposal from RPSAE and RPPA, there is one part that we need to make clear that I think Gayla can probably talk about is the 30% for unemployment compensation. We don't actually have that money. And I think Kevin would explain that, but he had to step out for a minute. But perhaps Gayla can talk about that. That may be made up in attrition, but
yeah,
still
I want to make sure that is probably from Gayla that we're making whole, because that cost, again, that cost would be going on to next fiscal year. I just want to make sure everyone understands that. So that could grow the deficit, correct?
Correct. That would absolutely grow the deficit for
So,
next year.
but I guess I'm feeling optimistic, Mr. Mayor, that in the next 90 days that we can work something out.
I'm feeling very optimistic with the police because they've come forward and they've been really working with, they've been coming to see me, then they've been meeting with staff and everybody else to do something. Hello, Chief.
How you doing? Deputy Chief Dave Evans, Reno Police Department. To add to that, the plan that you have before you today includes the work we've done with the labor associations, also within our budget, and with retirements that we have letters for that take us to June 30th. Along with that, we worked in, of course, the reduction plan for 11-12 to sustain these. So these are sustainable as it currently stands. There isn't going to be the urgency under what we have been given July 1 to come back to the table. We have sustained them in this plan that you received.
Yeah, the problem is, Chief, and I'm going to be really candid, I think we're going to need, I know just from staff and finance staff, we're going to need, in the next fiscal year, we're going to have to look at some things in the contract. So I just don't want people leaving here today. That's one of the criticisms that council's gotten. As long as we're on the same page that this is through the end of this fiscal year, I'm feeling comfortable with it if we can save these 11 people. But I think in the interim, we're going to have to evaluate and look at next fiscal year as well.
Absolutely, and that was my point, is that we have looked at this moving into the next fiscal year with those 11 on the payroll. Now, if things worsen, of course, this all goes out the window, but under our current reduction plan, we have met that and into next fiscal year. Now, if something changes above the reduction plan we were given, then of course, these folks would be at risk again. But I think it's important, because we didn't have that last time we were here, to tell you that it is sustainable under the current numbers we have. So we feel better telling you that right now, and I think that's important, that this isn't a Band-Aid approach. Now, if the numbers change and the city situation worsens, then we would have to come back to the table, of course.
But we're still, ultimately, we're still losing people because of retirees. So I think that's where, and I don't want to get into it here today, because I think it's a piecemeal approach, but it's one I'm willing to take, because if we can save the 11 officers and work something out, but we're still, theoretically, we're still losing bodies because we have the retirees going out.
Correct.
And we're really not replacing them. We're keeping the 11, but still structurally, those are things that we're going to have to sit at the table and bargain and certainly come to those conclusions.
And just to give you a historical, I mean, on the sworn side, at June 30th, with the retirements that we have, if we keep these 11 officers on the street, our sworn staff will be down to 296 from 383 authorized. So you're absolutely right. I mean, that's really the importance of keeping these 11 because it slows it down. At some point, we have to look at this attrition rates growing so fast that we will at some point need to hire again.
Yeah, and the ability to have that funding to be able to bring people on. So I think, yeah, what you're saying theoretically is true, but it doesn't help long-term as far as having bodies within the police department and making sure that we have the number of staff that we need.
And I think going forward, at least during the next 90 days, we have a chance to sit down and address that, because also we need to address the 30% unemployment compensation that we don't have, but I know there's been a group that said they could make up some and maybe we could do some different things. So at least it keeps the door open and we keep these 11 officers going right now.
Correct.
I have one quick question, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
sir. Mr. Escher.
In the calculations that you've done to make this sustainable, because obviously that's important, one of the disconnects I understood is as you keep those officers on, and there's very good reasons to do that, there's an accrued liability that goes on with that officer. So when he finally retires, or let's say it's not sustainable and that officer leaves June 30th, then you have the unemployment compensation that accrues. In your calculations, does that include all of those numbers?
The unemployment, we have essentially under this plan saved these 20 employees without taking into we've taken into consideration, this is over and above what the 30% would be. So there isn't a 30% deficit here. In fact, the numbers you're looking at will actually be more favorable. The 30% is, now had we not been able to do this through attrition in more retirements, that 30% would have been critical to the associations, but we've essentially been able to make up that money through attrition.
Okay, so that's my question.
Yeah.
So that includes not just unemployment, but any other unfunded accrued benefit that would have to be paid to the officer if he happened to leave June 30th?
Right. I mean, if things worsened, but again, we did not take into consideration the 30%. We overfunded it essentially.
Correct. So you're assuming that the retirements, that amount, whatever it is, will be
Right,
funded?
yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Chief, in the report, you have that we started this with, that we would be able to retain 3 CSO1s and 6 CSO2s.
Correct.
We asked a question at our last council meeting, the CSO1s who are writing the traffic citations, and they are the only ones who write the traffic citations, what their salary and benefits are in comparison to what they generate in revenue.
Correct.
Did you get those numbers for us?
Yeah, the CSO1s who essentially write the parking citations that we were talking about, and again, these are from city finance and numbers. The average salary and benefits is $63,000 per person. The average number of citations issued per CSO1 is about 2,900 citations annually. The amount of potential collectible revenue is $87,000, but the total number of fines collected on average per CSO is 26. So there's a $37,000 deficit per CSO1. So like most public safety, we're not a profitable entity. It certainly gives us the revenue, but it's not it's not going to pay for it.
Our hearing officers need to be a little tougher, and so do the other people.
Correct. Now, in this plan, we'll get 3 of those CSO1s back on the street writing parking citations and dealing with vehicle issues. So, I mean, that's a positive for sure. And then under this plan, we get 1 CSO supervisor and 4 CSO2s back to work at the front desks. And that will bring the total to 6, plus a supervisor, because we retain 2.
And where are we in determining if we can share the traffic violation, or the parking violations with our SAVE officers. They can enforce handicap, we know. There was going to be some investigation as to whether or not we'll
Right,
be
that's,
able to.
that is going to require some legislative changes, something we did talk about earlier this year, and it's something that the department and certainly the city will look to move forward in the upcoming years to allow those folks. They currently do issue citations for handicap parking. It's just a matter of getting them, because you have to be an employee to write the ticket citations.
And how about the plan that we've talked about just briefly in the past, about bringing back retired officers without the benefit side, so just an hourly rate that can still be sworn officers? Where is that going?
Well, we did institute our reserve program, our voluntary reserve program, but any time, at this point, to bring back paid folks without benefits, again, we would require the labor groups to sit down at the table with us to discuss it, and ultimately, depending on what money that would cost us, we'd have to weigh against what the benefit would be to have a full-time paid police officer out there on the street. So, it can be problematic, but at the same time, it's definitely not off the table. We'd have to discuss that with our labor group. So.
Mr. Isaac?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, last time we hired officers, I believe, we hired them specifically to be traffic division, and they went out and wrote a lot of tickets and lowered our accident rate. And I thought I remembered the chief saying that they've sort of gotten away from that.
Well, excuse me, Councilman Izzy, when you look at the statistics, simply writing traffic tickets does not reduce injury, accidents, or fatalities. We know that.
Well, wait, because then I heard something wrong, because we got a report here that said at the intersections that they did that, it dropped to 30% of what they were before.
Okay, yeah. Now, yeah, specifically our crash reduction team,
Correct.
certainly, yes. With kind of this intelligence-led policing philosophy, when we break down the data, we put our people in the right places, and we write citations in those locations, it does reduce injury accidents. Traffic revenue, however, just in those areas isn't substantial. I mean, it's not that we've gotten away from it. We still have those folks in those locations. We've actually become more dependent on intelligence-led policing to put our resources where they need to be. But it's certainly, I don't think, the answer to have them out writing an absorbent amount of tickets in areas that aren't we can relate to.
So we still
injuries.
doing that stuff at intersections?
Yes, we are.
The same level that we did before?
Well, we have sustained a few losses in the traffic division as far as personnel, and certainly in a reorganization in July, starting July 1, that they're slated to take some more hits.
I'd love to see that breakdown, because I know that police officers do not like to give tickets as much what people say, and we sort of have to tell them, we want you to write tickets. So
right. Well,
I'd like to see why it's fading off.
Wait a minute. You want them to start writing the tickets every time they stop?
If you deserve one, yeah.
Oh, cut it out.
No. The group you're speaking of, sir, absolutely, that is what they do every day. They go out, they analyze the data to see where the accidents and injuries, fatalities are occurring, and they go to those locations. And for that group, there is no drop in productivity. I mean, they stay focused on that. I think in general, citations to the community have dropped because our officers that aren't responsible for just the traffic division are obviously being pulled in many different directions, so that they don't have the time to just focus on traffic enforcement.
Well, I understand the problem too is that just like the CSOs, the money doesn't come into the police department, so everything is seen as a cost. You don't get to see it as, you don't have to look at it like a business, basically.
Right.
And we have got to go look through the court systems, like what actually comes back to the city.
Well, I can tell you the last numbers I looked at for a motor officer who does spend a lot of their time writing citations in these accident locations. The most potential collected revenue is about $100,000. So you still, again, like I was kind of referring to earlier, in public safety, there's no wash here. We're always going to be in a deficit. Even our most aggressive folks are not going to go out and generate that enough income to cover their salaries.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right, any other questions, Chief? Thank you very much, sir. You know, I've made two people suffer long enough. Chuck Grimm, you wanted to speak? I saw him step out, maybe he'll be back. Nettie Olivero. We're going to probably go a little longer, Nettie, so I've decided not to make you suffer anymore.
You were so kind. Thank you so much. Nettie Oliverio, Chair of the Arts and Culture Commission for the City of Reno. I wanted to address something that Councilwoman Safraza said earlier, and you were talking specifically about whether or not we needed an arts manager. And I just wanted to clarify, thank you for asking, because in fact, you know, we're all here trying to save as much money as we can. We, for the past 8 months, I guess, have not had a full-time arts manager. The person that was our full-time arts manager now does many other things, including arts management. And I have to tell you frankly, you know, as chair of the Arts and Culture Commission and a volunteer for an organization that actually is all volunteer, it really scares me to think that all of us as volunteers would be in charge of managing a $3 million plus public art collection, that we would be in charge of negotiating contracts and applying for grants with the State Arts Council, that we would rent facilities, that we would be doing all of the things that our staff person that oversees us as volunteers, as the commission, does right now, and that would fall on us if in fact we as volunteers needed to do it. Frankly, truly, for all of you, I don't think you want the liability of us doing that, because we're not professionals. We are not skilled at doing that. And everybody who has ever worked as a volunteer knows that in order to use your volunteers well, you need to have a professional at the helm who knows when they can be useful, how they can be useful, direct them in that way, and then do things themselves when in fact it's the professional's job to do that. So I just wanted to make that clarification, because I want to keep on working for the city as a volunteer to build on what we've been doing for decades here, and that is to create great arts and culture, which in turn builds economic strength for our community. That's what we're all here about. We're all trying to find ways to keep the money flowing in and to make it work well while it's here. And so that's what I'm here to tell you.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Grimm, I've made you suffer long enough. I thought the budget would move a little faster, and I thought I'd let you go home for dinner in case we don't make it.
Mayor, I'm amazed at how all of you can sit here for so long and not even take bathroom breaks. I don't know how you do it. Anyway, I'm here to speak on behalf of keeping the Sabayan Recreation Center open. I serve on the board of directors of Pathfinders Children's Ministry. I've addressed you on the 10th, and I am going to try to keep it brief this time. We are a 501c3. We operate in 2 locations, Libby Booth Elementary School and Sabayan Recreation Center. Our older kids, grades 7 through 12, are at the Sabayan. These are inner city at-risk kids. We serve them a hot meal every Friday at these locations. We counsel with them, we play games with them, there's tutoring involved. We have no paid staff. Every one of us are volunteers. I want to mention one thing about the staff, because it relates to L6 that Congresswoman, excuse me, you just got promoted. Councilwoman Zadra mentioned earlier the idea of having volunteers to take on additional tasks. We have an advantage. We have over 100 volunteers, and all of them have been undergone background checks with the police department and so forth. So they can, particularly at the time that we're there, take on additional responsibility. Our goal is to, as I mentioned the last time I was here, is to walk a fine line. We We want these kids to honor their parents and their families, but at the same time recognize that in most instances they are where they are because of bad choices made by the parents. We want to get the point across to these kids that through good choices, their life can be different. And so I would urge you to keep the Sabayan open in looking at some of the staggering amounts that you've been reviewing this evening. It's the equivalent of me carrying a penny in my pocket, but yet I understand it all adds up. So again, if you can serve the community by keeping this recreation center open and taking advantage of all of the volunteer organizations to help, we're here to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Sir, let me ask you something now. Chuck, just 1 minute, or Mr. Grimm, excuse me. Taking the liberty. Well, I didn't ask for the liberty, sir. They were proposing closing it a little bit. Does that really hurt the program very much, or?
We only use it, at present, we only use the facility on Friday evenings, roughly from 6 to 8 p.m.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sure. Questions, Ms. President?
Yeah, I would like to give the same opportunity, Mr. Mayor, for the RFDD2 to come up, the management proposal as well. The Reno Fire Department. Because you guys had offered the division chiefs, and I've asked this for a long time. I mean, maybe we can get somewhere allowing the captains to be able to promote up.
For the record, Brent Swearingen, I'm the president of the RFDAA, and the proposal that's on the table right now was kind of mischaracterized. The positions we were offering are division chiefs. There's no overtime involved in those positions whatsoever. They're 40-hour, non-replaced positions, and the total value of that package was over $300,000, and the city hasn't signed it. And that is outside the contract negotiations. That's a freebie. And and in fact, the RFDA has allowed captains to bump up, and we knew we had extended periods. We had one of our chiefs that had a prolonged medical issue, and we put a captain in there so it didn't generate overtime during the time he was gone.
Renee, can I follow up on that? The division chief, then, if those don't generate overtime, should we look at those?
I was under the impression that the division chiefs can be called back in for overtime to fill in for the battalion chiefs.
That wasn't his question. The question was,
but answer that question. Can division chiefs be called in to fill for your overtime?
They can be if there's no regular line battalion chiefs available.
So essentially, by us not filling those positions, we would be paying again a higher overtime rate for BCs.
No.
Okay.
No.
Where's the disconnect?
There are two classes of chiefs. Okay, there are the line chiefs that work the 56-hour regular rotating schedule like the firefighters do. They're the ones that run the emergencies. There's the division chiefs, which just work office work. Okay, now and we're all line qualified. So if there is a problem, they need us in the field, we're available to do that. But in general, we don't work overtime. By leaving the positions open, it would generate no more overtime. It's a straight cost savings. It's a liability in the contract right now that we're willing to walk away from. And that was all outside the negotiations. There was a side letter. So there were no strings attached. And when the city manager saw it, she said if she had the authority, she'd have signed it on the spot.
Well, let me, Gayla, because is this something we can run numbers on to see if because the last thing I want to do is cost us money with the overtime. Is this something that we can?
I think the question is if you have a division chief, who's gone for the day on vacation or whatever, you do not have to call another division chief in to fill that. So by keeping those two positions open, that does not generate overtime. The overtime is generated over on the battalion chief side. So he's absolutely right. Having two vacancies on the division chief side is not going to increase your overtime.
So, in your opinion, is it going to be a savings?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but then if that's absolutely the case, then I absolutely owe you an apology. And I absolutely apologize for that. I totally misunderstood.
And that's why.
I appreciate you coming forward.
I
said it
I
public.
appreciate
and
you giving me the opportunity.
I said it publicly. I'll apologize publicly.
Well, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come
That's
up
why I wanted.
and airing it publicly too. I would have gotten with you, believe me, but I appreciate the chance of, clearing the air on that one.
That's why I called you up here. So, I mean.
Thank you.
Because that's not how it's been represented to us at all.
Yeah, and that's the problem when sometimes
got a
when we have to do, I mean, I support the process, but sometimes that's why this has been helpful today, I believe. So.
That's why 7 of us can't come visit with you.
Yeah, I understand. Is there any?
But that's a break for you.
Yeah. Honestly, I do appreciate the opportunity. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
I
Isaac?
thought we were also going to get an update on the muni courts. That was something I brought up, that they didn't reach up to their 10%, and, what's going on there?
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Interim City Manager, Matthew Fisk for the Municipal Court. The next morning, Mr. Iazzi, we did send the slides, the appropriate slides that should have been part of that presentation. We can bring them up on the screen right now and confirm that the court did indeed give equal amount to other city departments. I'm not sure why the information that was on the slide, but it was an error.
Was that the first round? The contention was last time was there was a first round that the city manager wanted everybody cut late last year, and then this is another round.
In the first
Is
round,
this the new round?
This includes both. The $643,000 is the total of both. The first round was $200,000. The second round was $443,000.
So then when she asked for a 10% cut in the second round, you haven't come up to meet that?
No, 5% was asked for in the first round from October
Right.
forward, and then 20% off the last 4 months of the year in October. We also complied with that. We've done everything asked of us.
Okay. No one's saying otherwise, so that's why I had the question.
Yeah, we've always met or exceeded any requests made of us.
Okay.
You've also returned some money to us, didn't you?
Yes, we have.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, anybody? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here
Can
to
I
answer.
ask, no, Judge, can I ask one question?
Oh, the judge is still here. I didn't.
Because I do want to get this clarified, because I have had some emails and questions on this, and I do want to say for the record, you guys have given us substantially more out of your court admin fees, which you didn't have to do, and you have. But my question is specifically on the marshals, going back and reviewing the previous budgets, where council actually added positions into the court budget with the feeling that it was always presented to us that they would actually pay for themselves. And that was the testimony given year after year. I think 1 year we had done, I went back and reviewed 4, and then the subsequent years we added to that. How is that working out?
Ken Howard on behalf of the Municipal Court. I had heard this representation, or I guess promise, in the past, and I specifically don't recall it. I'm not saying that it was not made, and if that's your recollection of what was presented, I'll accept it. But I will say that it was unfortunate if it was presented that way, because I don't think that the court should ever put forward to you a request for a position, a court employee, and then assign a dollar value to that employee, i.e., this marshal is going to bring in revenues approximating $100,000, because in fact, that's just one aspect of what our marshals do. And so if that was the promise, I apologize. It should have never been made.
And then the second issue was on the, actually came up as we were interviewing candidates to fill the municipal court seat, and that was the comparison between the county and the municipal court's budget. Can you explain that to us? Are there more things that are in the court's budget, or, I mean,
Yeah, I heard
apples
that
to
as well.
apples?
I appreciate that. First of all, let me tell you, it's difficult to compare courts because we have different processes and we have quite often different jurisdictions. If I look at simply the Reno Justice Court, which is somewhat our quasi-sister court, and the municipal court, there are a number of things that jump out at me immediately in regard to our respective budgets. The first thing is the legal defender fee. We have a fee of some $340,000 each year to provide for the services of indigent defendants. Reno Justice Court doesn't have to concern itself with that because they utilize the services of the public defender. If that were included in their budget, the cost would be significant. So that's item one. Item two would be the civil filings that they bring in. We don't have jurisdiction over civil cases. I believe that they have revenue approximating some $700,000 on their civil processes alone. Third thing would be the Department of Alternative Sentencing. It's a standalone process and department in the county. I checked and their budget approximates some $770,000. The city uses our own Department of Alternative Sentencing. It's included within the court's budget, and it's staffed primarily by our marshals unit. The last component of that I would think that you'd want to take into consideration is revenue projection or component. I heard the deputy chief speaking just a little while ago regarding traffic citations. And as you know, there's almost a symbiotic relationship between the court, the city attorney's office, and law enforcement, specifically Reno Police Department. And we went back and we looked at some of our numbers. Back in 2008, we had about 40,000 case filings. This last year, it had reduced to some 34,600 case filings, about 5,500 fewer cases since 2008, and that equates to about 11,324 less charges. Quite a few of those are traffic-related violations. Okay. And it's true that when you put officers on the street and they're writing tickets, the police department may not see the consequent revenue coming in, but definitely the courts do. And our collections have been down for the last 4 years, significantly, about 22%.
Judge, can I ask one more question on that? Consolidation, is this somewhere where we can look, I mean, under the city charter, we're required to have one municipal court judge. Is this something that we can look at potentially with the Justice Court? I mean, when we did the co-location and all of that, do we need legislative changes? Is the court interested in doing that?
You know, we have it seems like every 4 years or so, every 4 or 5 years, this issue comes to the forefront. And with the recent elections, we've got some new judges over at the Reno Justice Court. They are interested in potential consolidation. I sent them copies of the last 2 studies that we've had. PSI conducted a study back in 2007, and prior to that time, I think the Georgetown University prepared one as well. They didn't look at total unification, but they looked at essentially shared services. And what they came up with was 2 primary findings. Number one, there wouldn't be any cost savings in the short term. In fact, the cost would probably increase short term. Long term, there would be some potential cost savings. And secondly, additional legislative, we'd have to do a study to find out exactly what impact legally would be required, because we would have to go to the legislature to impact some legislation to allow us to join together with the Justice Court.
Do we know what those legal changes would be, Judge? We don't know. That's what you're saying, we would need that information?
The studies did not address either of those, either the cost impact or the addition or changes in legislation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You know, I'll tell you this. Anything that would result in a cost savings, I'd be interested in. I'm not necessarily sure, however, that simply joining the Justice Court and the Municipal Court's the way to do it. I've always thought that if we're going to do that, it should be a top-down type of modification, including the Administrative Office of the Courts and the Supreme Court.
Okay, thank you.
Don't let them do away with the drug court, because I think that's one of the best things we got going around here.
Well, like you, we're concerned with what the legislature is going to do respecting the justice system.
Well, I hope you'll fight it.
We will. Thank you. Any other questions?
No, thank
Any
you.
other questions? All right. Thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate it. All right. Julie, do you have something?
Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation, Community Services Department Director. Didn't know whether you wanted me to respond to Councilor Ozzy's question or provide that information in a memo regarding the...
Either way. I'm happy now.
Okay, okay.
We're here.
Okay. In response to your question, the information that was provided at the February 10th meeting regarding that slide, this is the Parks and Recreation slide, that represents 4 months from March through June. And the information that I'm providing you regarding the pools, those are over 2 fiscal years. So I can provide you the projected part-time cost for each of the options, but it would not relate to that slide because that is the time period of March through June. So I'd be happy to provide you the part-time cost expenditures for the options, and I can give you that information.
So these slides are for 11-12 budget year?
That is, if you look at the options that I'm providing for you,
It just says May 28th through July 1st, like
right,
Idlewild
in
Pool?
June through September. The competitive swim groups asked for those time periods, and that's why we presented those time periods. So what I wanted to give you, the information I wanted to give you is there's no full-time staff in these pool proposals. These are seasonal facilities. So the staffing costs that are included in these proposals for the pool proposals are all part-time staff, and they're supervised by the full-time staff that we have. We have one supervisor that supervises all of our pool facilities. So that full-time supervisor is who we have that supervises all of our full-time staff. So I can give you, if you'd like, I can give you the part-time staff number that equates to these pool facilities.
I'd like to just compare apples to apples. You know, where are we through? We're just trying to deal with this fiscal year, I thought, right now. But maybe
Exactly.
maybe not with the pool facilities. And
Exactly.
did I hear you right that the health department decides how many lifeguards we have to have?
They give us the standards. There are standards that we have in the industry of how many numbers per patrons.
And can they cite us if we don't do that? I mean, what's their authority?
That's probably the best way to, yes.
They can cite us, and I guess that's something I'll look at later, because the health department's something I want to get into this year about why they have that kind of authority. I don't know.
And if I can, one more thing I wanted to clarify, because you asked for this information. In the pool information, because you asked for the numbers, you were trying to equate the numbers. In the expenditures in the pool slides that I gave you, in those expenditure amounts, is the cost of public works to pay for, and that's in the slide. I just didn't give you the amount because I didn't want to, if you're interested in the dollar amount, I'm happy to give that to you. But in the, it's the actual public works expense or cost allocated to open those pools. So
And what do they have to do to open the pools?
They bring up the boilers, they make sure the piping is ready, and that's what the volunteers are going to help us in cleaning the pool and that kind of thing. They're going to help us do that. So, but the technical side of it, Public Works helps us with that part of it. Okay. So we have allocated in the expense side of the pool expense, we have allocated Public Works time. So that's my response. And I'm happy to delineate more of the expenditures side of that slide. I'm just trying to reduce the amount of detail, but I have all of that detail if you'd like it. Thank you.
On the Sabayan Youth Center, you're talking about keeping it open 5 days a week?
Yes, that's what we have now. We keep it open 5 days a week, and then we have it open for rentals on the weekends.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, any other discussion or questions or any answers needed? Yes.
I think the other question we have is we haven't asked what the unrepresented groups are going to do. I mean, what are we doing? What's been their options?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Ayazi, the management team has, I asked them last Thursday at the department head meeting, they have agreed to add 4% to their 3.5 raise that they gave up this year, so they've offered to go 7.5. We haven't specifically talked about if it's salary or benefits or whatever, but because we just didn't have time to. The unrepresented employees we have not had a chance to talk to.
Is that something that you have to talk to them about it, or we just say this is what's going to have to happen?
We're going to ask them for 7.5 next year. I just didn't want to characterize it as we've met with them and they said, yes, sure, we understand.
Right. But why not this year? We've asked the represented people to give up the rest of this year. Why not? You said next year, why not just make that this year, the rest of this year?
I'm not sure that we would be saving any risk.
Right now. And then the 3.5% that the management team took, they didn't take a cut in pay, they didn't take a raise. Is that correct?
Right. They forewent, I don't know if that's the right word, gave up a raise when other people were still getting theirs.
And how much did that amount to? Do you know offhand?
I do not.
I mean, I don't know how many people are even in that range.
I don't have it.
We can get that, though.
Gayla may know, I don't.
Yep.
Gayla Emery, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I can certainly, I have all
That's
of
a first.
I have all of that done.
I was going to say that's the first time you've been.
Well, there's just too many numbers running around these
Took me
days, but I have
16
all that
years to
information.
finally get you.
Yeah,
I've never
but I can get
seen
all
you
that
say
to you for
that.
all of the unrepresented people,
That'd
okay?
be great.
Gee, Manny, I saw a miracle tonight. She finally said something that she hadn't. Jesus, this is a miracle. Okay.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I'll start off a couple things. You know, in 2006, we had our total personnel budget was $97 million. That averaged more than $80,000 per employee. In 2009, it was a $137 million budget, an average of $96,000, over $96,000 per employee, a 20% increase in that time frame. And I guess it's the same speech I gave last year. I still haven't seen one group or organization, or there might be a couple here or there, people who actually make less money and taking cuts. It's always been come down to, well, we'll give up a raise that we would have gotten, or, you know, nothing permanent. There's always little things. It's really great to give up uniform allowances, and that's nice, but it's not substantive enough. And I don't know what we got to do to explain to you people that there's no freaking money. It's gone. We're not hiding any. We spent $20 million out of our reserves to keep people on the way we've kept them on now. And to come here after all this time and then still be meeting at the last minute about how all this is going to change, and nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. But 20% increase. And what happens is the public is the one who's underserved here. When people say we'll trade retirements so we can keep here, that doesn't serve the public. The unions aren't giving up anything to take a retirement. The public's giving up something because they have one fewer person on the street doing fire calls, doing police calls, fixing a park. So doing it through retirements is not the way the city should run, because pretty soon we'll have one guy making $197 million a year if that's the way we're going to go. But this is just, this is the opposite of Wisconsin, is we're being held hostage, I think, by we don't have any bargaining rights here. We don't have any way that we can do anything or force anybody. And I heard a guy representing the state workers on John Ralston's show saying, all we want to do is bargain in good faith. Well, they don't have to anymore. Because if they do nothing, they get the same contract now until the end of time, until they get an arbitration ruling. There's absolutely nothing we can do except layoffs. Nothing. So these layoffs, in my opinion, again, are not on our heads. If everyone, again, would have just said, we'll make the same amount of money in 2009, in 2011, in December of 2009 when we asked that, I don't think we would have had a layoff. But those people getting laid off are at the expense of the people at the top who are not giving up any, they're going to be making as much as they want, and those are the people who are doing the bargaining. And that's the sad part. The public safety is not being met here by giving up uniform allowances and things like that because or relying on people to retire. That's fewer officers on the street. That's fewer firefighters out there fighting fires. And it's just sad because it's going to end up being a catastrophic one time. But there's absolutely nothing we can do about it.
Ms. Raza.
Well, I understand your frustration, Councilman Ayazi, I do, but I guess I look at it differently. I think this is the first step, and that's what I said, I believe, when the chief came forward. I don't think this is a long-term solution, but I think it's something, and I think it's something in good faith to come to the table and try and save these 11 guys. I do want to thank the RFDDA, too, for keeping the positions vacant. And I gotta say, I think some of the responsibility lies at this table. I look at all the rest of the collective bargaining groups across the state, and they're giving concessions, and you gotta wonder why. And I sit here as a council person, I'm frustrated by the numbers, the changing numbers. I wonder, Mr. Mayor, last year, we went over and above the amount that staff recommended. And guess what? We were saying, oh, no, that's never going to happen. But yet we're at a $6 million deficit. So I think in all fairness, and I understand your frustration, Councilman, but I think in all fairness, it's got to start here, and it's got to start today. And we've got to be giving people the correct and accurate information, the correct numbers. And I think we really have to start today improving our relations with all of our labor groups. I think that I'm still getting calls about, you heard it today, about the arch and the flower baskets, and there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I truly think we need a town hall. Even with the budget numbers with the Department of Taxation, Mr. Mayor, we've got to go out there and explain to people what the different pots of funding sources are, how our bonds are actually funded. I think there's a lot of information out there about the general fund and the bonds. I think, Ms. Anderson, you brought up some great questions at our last budget meeting. And we do this day in and day out. We can't expect everyone else in the city to understand those issues. And so I think some of the responsibility has got to start here. I am frustrated, but I think that we can come to some agreements. I just want everyone to know this is just short term again, and we're going to be here in a couple months. I think the binding arbitration would go a long way to get these contracts moving forward quickly. That would benefit everyone, quite frankly. The fire agreement, Mr. Mayor, the issue I have there is number 5. I think we've got to be consistent with what the police and the sergeants are offering in their agreement. We can't realistically, I believe, accept this because it ties our hands for the future. We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, Councilman Dorch pointed out this new legislation that's passed through one of the houses could cost us another $5 million. We just don't know what those impacts are going to be. So I understand the frustration. I have the same frustration. And I do believe we're getting some gibberish from management. I got to say, this whole parks thing, I'm frosted. Last year we had the same discussion. We've got 14 management staff, 4 managers, 10 supervisors, and we've got rank and file going out the door. And I'm tired of buying the excuses because of this and that. We've got to have them. You still can't provide me a rationale. And these are the same things. And I understand the public comment, but I'm also concerned about, you know, fire and police and the rest of the city staff that we have to operate. And now we're at deadline now, and these decisions have to be made. I think out of a $160 million budget, we're looking at $315,000. We've got to get there. Whether it's with the PILT funding, I believe we have an obligation to keep these facilities open. It's a quality of life. The pool, we have organizations up here. And I'm sorry. I think there needs to be cuts in management to start funding, to keep some of these things funded. I really do. Because it affects the kids. I think that has an impact on public safety, and we've cut a lot of these rec times already, and I think the volunteer groups, Mr. Mayor, are really stepping up to the plate, and I'm not in favor right now of cutting those things. I'm just not.
Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. Hayshef?
No, not really, Mr. Mayor. I think a lot's already been said. It is clearly a short-term fix.
Yes, it is. All we're talking about is
we're trying to plan for the next fiscal year, and if it means we have to come back and restart again, I assume that we'll just have to do that. But it gets to a point where there is retirements are not going to solve the problem, and you're going to have to get down to the minimum threshold for public safety. I mean, it comes down to that. So I think we move forward. The other thing I think this council should think about is looking at some kind of a policy committee of council members to sit down with management and make sure they're on the same page with us. Because even tonight you're hearing there's a disconnect with council members and what they think should happen, where we should be looking to make cuts. So that to me I think would go a long ways to try to smooth out the process.
Well, I'd like to see that committee you're talking about taken up on Wednesday if we can. Is there a possibility, since we're talking about budgets and stuff?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I think it's a general budget discussion that's noticed for Wednesday.
Well,
actually
if the
creating the committee
If the city
would be.
manager were to invite a couple of council members to sit down, would that be okay?
You could not.
He has the authority.
Yeah, you can discuss matters with the city manager individually. You cannot meet in a quorum.
Oh,
that
no,
would
but
require
if he
a meeting.
wanted 2 people to sit down with him and listen to the stuff, he could do that.
Depending on the circumstances of the matter, we can discuss that.
Okay. Mr. Dorch, you have anything? I mean, Ms. Adger, excuse me, then Mr. Dorch.
Mr. Mayor, I think most of it's been said in the last 2 hours. I agree that we need to do a better job at communicating not only with the employees but the public with what the real situation is. I think that there was kind of a who was going to flinch first in the first few go-arounds. I do believe that the employees are recognizing that the deficits are real. They just really haven't stepped forward with the long term, and that disappoints me because we've given them every opportunity to look not only at the immediate need but the forecast. We've talked about 11, 12 already earlier than today. And we're still getting just the temporary fixes. And that's what we need to improve on. They need to recognize that we can take action for today, but tomorrow we'll begin in May, probably even sooner, trying to fix the 11-12 issues, which will be even bigger. And we need to have an understanding. The public needs to understand what some of the other opportunities are, much like the question that I asked of you, Julie, what were some of the things that you didn't recommend, but that are out there. We've never heard from any of the groups things like longevity pay or merit pay and how far that could go to getting us to the number. We've never heard that from them, nor has the public. The public doesn't know how big that number might be. Renee, can you even kind of take a stab at that? If we were to get longevity, or between the two of you, if we were to get longevity and or merit pay from these bargaining groups, what would that bring to the table?
For the most part, for any of the bargaining units, is pretty slow, because what we have is we have an older workforce, and so most people are at the top of their range, so you're only looking at maybe $500,000 between all of them. Longevity and police and fire is in the $2 million range, 2 to 4. I think it's 2. But I have all of that, so all you need to do is tell me exactly what numbers you want, and I can get them all to you.
That would be great.
Okay.
If you would send that to us next. Thank you.
Mr. Dortch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And like I said, most of it's been said. I mean, I think the thing that we got to remember is we did ask them to come back with short-term fixes to get us till the end of the year, and then we can start having the discussions on how we solve this thing long-term. And we've come up with some solutions for this year. But clearly, this isn't the answer long-term. I think one person made the comment that the citizens are the ones that are best served by these 11 officers staying on. But as has been said, it's not, yeah, these 11 are staying, but others are going. There's less people on the streets, and that's the bottom line. So we do have to come up with some solutions long-term, and these things aren't going to solve it. But this is what we asked you to do. This is what you came back with. You know, I think now it's just a matter of deciding what we take. I mean, I think obviously we can take the offers by police, but the tentative agreement that fire gave us, I mean, I know that staff had some concerns with the bullet 3 that it violated policy, and then I think we had problems as council with 5 and 6.
5 and 6.
So I don't know that we can accept it as written, and there's no one here from IAFF.
There's no way you can.
Discussion, John, on Wednesday?
It's part of the budget discussion on Wednesday.
I thought they need 40 days to vote.
We have the same item on Wednesday's agenda.
Wasn't indicated by the negotiator, but by the union representatives that they could call an emergency maybe or something
I'm
like that.
disappointed they're not here, Mr. Mayor, because,
Well,
I mean, we
they're
can
throwing
get this solved.
36 of their guys under the
I mean,
bus.
the only thing I could do on this one today is say I'm okay with it if we take out 3, 5, and 6.
And they agree to binding arbitration. I mean, we got to start moving somewhere. We got to start getting everybody off the dime.
I don't disagree.
And Wednesday, this is the same thing we said last year and the same thing we said the year before. Oh, everybody's nice. They're all coming to the table. I really have good hopes for the future. And here we are again.
Well, we can't, we've got some tough decisions, and by Wednesday, we have to make some final decisions.
This is the
and
final
tonight.
decision today, isn't it?
That's right. We can make them tonight.
Today, I mean, we're moving forward with the RIFs today. We have no other options, except if we accept the police office, the RPPA and the RPSAE's offer, then we save the 11 through June 30th, and
Yeah, I mean,
CSOs, the
That's
CSOs.
June 1.
Yeah, to me, that one's easy. I mean,
Yeah,
that one we
I
can
mean,
move
that's-
forward
The
with.
police I have no problem solving, because they came to the table with some stuff that, even though we need to talk about the retirements and things, because we're losing officers.
And how
but-
many CSOs again, Mr. Mayor, are we going to put back on? Because
I think it's,
All but 2?
For the record, Dave Evans, Deputy Police Chief. We'll actually bring back 5 CSO2s to I mean, we have 2 currently working, so that'll be a total of 6.
And then
Plus the
what
supervisor.
And then what about the CSO ones, were they, I'm sorry, I get confused with the classification. They're
Sure,
the
no,
parking tickets?
Correct, and 3 of
how-
those will be returning.
And how many do we have going?
We
How
lose
many?
2 or 3?
2.
2.
You have a total of 5.
Okay, so we're going to be able to save 3 under this scenario?
3, correct.
Okay. But again, that's temporary too, through, I want to make sure that's clear. That's only through June 30th of this year.
Oh, no,
So,
I mean, talks have got to start right away.
Well, if I might, with the work we've done with city finance, again, it's certainly not a long-term solution with retirements and through attrition. These positions aren't solely being funded on the concessions. They're being funded on long-term positions that will go into next year. So, and again, unless the number changes or the percentage change for us, which we understand is a possibility, we feel very comfortable that this isn't something that's going to end June 30th. And that's the difference in the plan that you received on the 10th versus the one you received for today.
Yes, today's goes into 11, 10.
It does. This is part of 11-12. It's just an extension. We're starting it early.
But again, with fewer officers on the streets.
yeah, that's the problem. That's,
And I understand the frustration there, and certainly it's something that we are very concerned with as well, because in the end, we're down almost 100 police officers, and we're just trying to keep the ones we have employed with the system, and so I understand your frustration. We feel it as well.
that's why we got to look at other things. That's why, I mean, we've got to be very frank and open and honest with each other, and I really think this is a short-term fix, but like I said.
There's no question it's a short term, but at least we have 90 days with the police
Correct.
to sit down and come something so
Correct.
that we don't take 11 or 12 off the street and stuff like that. But at least they've been open to sit down with us. The other has not, and so I'm very, very disappointed. I really had my hopes up when I visited with some of the leaders of the bargaining group for IAFF, and when they went to the negotiations, they got the old timers negotiating, protecting themselves and their friends, and not getting down. They're throwing 50-something young people that they've been dreaming of this job under the bus because they don't want to do something or give up 4-man crews so we can keep everything open, or to give up something substantial to go in. Some of these people act like we've got a barrel full of money, and I just don't know where it is if we got it. So we've got some tough decisions to make between now and June 1. But we got some poor people who are going to get laid off tomorrow morning. And to save 4 people into one group doesn't do us any good. So I'm willing to work with the police because they have, but I'm not going the other way.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I mean, on saving those 4, I agree with you that it doesn't help us as far as it takes 12 to operate a station.
Yeah.
But it cuts down overtime.
What if the 4 save a little overtime?
But it could cut down on overtime. That's 4 guys. I mean, they're coming up with the solution.
Yeah.
That's 4
What are you
guys that
gonna
out on the
accept?
street.
Are you accepting just the part of it, or do you accepting all of it?
No, I told you what areas I thought that they've got to
Number
agree to it.
3,
We've got to get.
Councilman, number 3, I guess I'd ask staff what that means, because what's wrong with number 3?
Renee Runges, Director of Human Resources. It says that Local 731 members do not lose rehire rights by not taking advantage of this offer for employment through the end of fiscal year 2010-2011. And in the civil service rules, and these are civil service employees, if there is a recall from a RIF and the employee doesn't take the recall, in other words, turns it down, then it's my understanding they are then off the reemployment list. Is that correct?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. We haven't had an opportunity to pull the civil service rules today because we've been in the meeting. I can pull them really quickly if you'd like to wait a few minutes.
Well, I mean, could we adjust that to where it just? I mean, we add to the back of that as long as it doesn't violate policy.
Certainly.
Civil service.
But I mean, the 2 items there you got that we couldn't agree to or look at, I mean, I don't know why we're wasting our time even looking at them.
Because I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'm of the opinion that they submitted this. Again, I think
Well, I don't want to say
we
no,
should
but-
try and work with everyone we can. And I'm just saying publicly what the issues are, and mine was number 5. Number 6 seems reasonable.
What is 6 again? I don't have it in front of me right now.
This is where we have to pay them back the benefits.
If we do additional RIFs between now and June 30th.
That's ridiculous.
Then the uniform allowance and holiday pay that the IAFF represented employees would have foregone, the city would have to return that.
So if we have to lay more off, we have to return it?
That's correct.
Tell me what they've
Between
offered
now
us.
and June 30th.
I'm
Between
missing
now and
something.
June
Somebody's
30th.
not telling me what they've offered us. But I'm a little thick sometimes, so
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Mayor. I mean, they haven't offered as much. I mean, they've offered to save 4 guys out of 36. I mean, that's what they've offered.
hey, I don't see where the 4 could help us with a little of the overtime.
It's 4 jobs, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I wanna save
just-
as many as I
It's
can.
4 jobs, and 4 jobs is 4 jobs in this tough economy, and I think that the issue is really number 5.
Well, I
And-
like saving jobs just like everybody else. But it seems like that they could come back with something better than what they did, knowing the circumstances of what they are.
Well, I mean, they've got a proposal on the table that they could have accepted.
Huh?
It would have saved a lot of jobs.
They have one?
No, I think what Dwight is saying, our proposal saved
Right.
firefighters.
That's right.
Yeah,
We
they've
could have
got a
saved all
proposal
of
on
them.
the table that
We
could
could
have saved a lot of
all
jobs.
16 of them. But the answer was no. We
But-
brought in staff and everything to work with the bargaining group for 4 straight days.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think if we accept the RFDDA and the RPPA and then go back to IAFF and ask for the modifications to item 5 and 6, and then 3, as long as it doesn't violate civil service rules. I believe we had to have a public hearing under the new collective bargaining laws to accept these agreements, is my understanding
Yeah,
from the
Mr. Mayor,
attorneys.
if it relates to an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement term, that is accurate, and Deputy City Attorney Christensen has looked at which ones do affect bargaining agreements, and he can give you that information.
Don Christensen, Deputy City Attorney. From the list that I see here, the only proposed amendments to collective bargaining agreements are the RPSAE ones, where they agree to forego uniform allowances. So that require an amendment to the existing collective bargaining agreement, and also the IAFF proposal.
And the RPPA, I'm assuming then they're agreeing to uniform as well.
The summary I have just says the revised plan keeps all the officers. If there's a reduction there for the uniform allowance for RPPA itself, that would
Yeah,
also
and
require to come back. Okay.
theirs is for
Memorial Day.
I don't have that.
Memorial Day and for the uniform allowance. And the RFDDA, theirs is for not hiring slots that are required under the contract. So we're going to have them all on the agenda.
For the ones that are out, yeah, proposing to amend their collective bargaining agreements.
Yeah.
We need it, it'll have to come back next week. Next week's
And
agenda is a public hearing.
We can't do it under the budget hearing this week?
There's not enough time.
No, we've already posted for Wednesday, a meeting to discuss budget and finances.
But it's not an agenda item, so.
The financing is, and the budget is.
You need a specific
Special
public
agenda
hearing to
item.
amend the contract.
So maybe we have a special meeting on Friday then.
We have a
'Cause
meeting next Wednesday.
We're under time constraints, aren't we?
No, these things don't, some of these don't kick in until June 1st is when they would get their clothing allowance, the uniform allowance.
Right.
So they don't get it every week, they get it paid, so we might not have to do that that quickly, and Memorial Day is Memorial Day. So some of these things, we do have some time, because that's when they actually get them.
Well, I wish that the IFF would tell us who we deal with. Do we deal with the leadership of the bargaining group, or do we negotiate with or do we sit and talk with the negotiators they have?
You know the answer to that, Mr. Mayor.
I think though, in the, just with this overall budget discussion, and maybe on Wednesday we can get the answer to this from legal, and I mentioned it at a council meeting before, is if we could have a couple members of the council sit in on the negotiating team. I don't see anything that prohibits us from doing so. I think, Mr. Mayor, it would be helpful to our negotiations as we're moving forward. I think that would be appropriate, and to see if legal could come back to us by Wednesday and give us that opinion.
And I think they're doing that in Clark County.
Huh?
I think they're doing it in Clark County.
Well, I think the city manager could request a couple of council people to sit with him for advisors and stuff, and that he could do that. And so he can check that out and get back.
We'll check that, we'll check
That's what I
that with
want
legal
on
counsel.
Wednesday.
Yep.
We already had that discussion at the table, and I understood from the city attorney's office it's possible.
But the city manager can appoint.
I don't care what the
No, I don't
method
either.
or what the vehicle is. I think you need to have policymakers that
Right.
are involved in that process with management.
I agree.
Whether it's, and two sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me. All right.
So do we need a motion on that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I think we need a motion on the police department.
Well, I think it'd be that we will accept the offer from the RPSAE and RPPA and RFDAA, and go back to IAFF with the modifications that we'll accept 3 as long as it doesn't violate
Civil service.
service policies, and eliminate number 5 and eliminate number 6.
Right.
Civil service just showed up. Do you have an answer to the question? Okay.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's
And if
Office.
that covers it, if it doesn't violate it, it's fine.
Correct.
We do have an answer to the question for the council members. In the actual rehire list, that provision is not in there if they waive. It relates to a waiver certification. If you're offered off of a list 2 times, you're stricken from an eligible list if you decline. But that's initial hires. That's not on rehires. So that applies in a different scenario.
The
So-
people laid off
Laid offs are entitled to be on the rehire list for 3 years.
for 3 years.
So we can leave
And
it
do
at
they start with the new ones we laid off, or do they start with the old ones we laid
New
off?
ones.
The rehire is based upon, I'm going to turn it over actually to Rick Bailey from the Civil
Same
Service.
as everything
Please
else.
come up and help us up at the mic and introduce yourself.
Last one out's the first one in. Just the opposite.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Rick Bailey, Chief Examiner for the Civil Service Commission, and Councilman Ayazi is correct. The persons that have been laid off, for instance, in this go-round, have more seniority than the people that we laid off prior to that.
Okay. Okay. All right.
So we can make that correction to item 3. So
So, yeah.
that's my motion.
Second?
Mr. Isaac?
On these pools and stuff, Dwight, could we just tell them to, out of all of our budget, just figure it out somehow and get that $320,000 somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't put that in there just because I don't know where the 320 is coming from, and I don't know if it means more layoffs. I don't know.
I think they gotta
But I
figure it
thought
out.
we would go into further, since most of that's 2011, 12. I thought we'd be going into that as we go into
But
budget
even in the rest of
discussions.
this year, if the first one was, we could do it separately, we could make that motion
Yeah,
separately.
let's get through this one and then we'll go through the
So that's the motion on the offers that we have. How's that?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a motion and a second.
second.
Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Now, on the $214,000, out of all this stuff, it just seems frustrating to me that we always go back to the same thing. I don't know whether we take the offer, I don't know what it amounts to of the managers taking that cut, how much that amounts to. That may help fund that gap or what everyone else is happening. But I just think we tell them they're gonna have to find it somewhere. I'm just tired of finding it for them all the time. I think I finally figured out why they keep coming to the same thing, because we keep finding a way to solve their problems for them. So I'll make a motion that they just fully staff those and come to us with a plan on how to do it. Cut something else. Maybe we take that money that she was worried about, that $250,000 that she said that we had through the CIP fund.
That,
but it's just always the same
As
thing.
long as they bring the solution back to us.
Right.
I want to see what it is.
I agree.
I agree with you, but I just want to see what it is.
So
Because something's going to get cut.
Yes.
And that includes the pools and everything?
That was what they told us last time what the pools were. It might have to be for this fiscal year. We might have to work out something to get to the 380 something for the next fiscal year, but it won't be 380 next year. It'll be something else, but to keep them on through
Right.
this fiscal year. I mean, it's
But
just.
you want the solution for the whole,
Yeah.
right, for the whole time frame. Second.
So, but I want to, I think that just going to the 350, Dave, I have issues with that. If we have broken down facilities, then.
Well, I threw that out there that she can come
They
talk
gotta bring
to
it
us.
back to us.
We
gotta
don't
see
know
what it is.
we don't know what the savings
Yeah.
are from the managers taking cuts. That might do it. I don't know what's going to happen.
I mean, we asked them not to bring these things forward.
That's my problem.
So I agree. They can figure it out.
We'll tell them to come on back next Wednesday.
That was the motion.
Motion and second.
Okay, motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, anything else right now?
Nope.
Well, the young lady drove all the way up from Carson City, so I think we should listen to her 3-minute report on the legislature, because if it takes any longer than that, I know you've been doing something different down there. Give us all the history.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is Cadence Matievich. I will try and keep this as brief as I can. I provided a staff report that I believe you received this morning. I am not going to, unless you want me to, go through the standing items on our bills or the league's bills. I will simply try and quickly highlight the 2 items that I have before you today for potential direction from the council. I understand that prior to my arrival, there was some discussion regarding Senate Bill 192. I will correct something that I heard earlier. It has not passed the first house yet. That is the title of the bill makes various changes relating to job creation within the Nevada construction industry. And essentially what the bill aims to do is return a portion of the ad valorem capital tax that the state has been diverting since the 2009 session. Return a portion of those funds to the counties. In our case, we do receive a distribution of one of those allocations. It would return 2 cents of the 5-cent property tax that they had originally diverted. And would require us to spend those funds to maintain, improve, or reconstruct buildings, facilities, all of which I think sounds great. I'm certain that this council would look favorably on if it did not come with the caveat that we would then have to fund the entire depreciation for such buildings, facilities, and other reconstruction. The analysis that staff has conducted is that in fiscal year 9-10, the depreciation that we recorded in our comprehensive annual financial report was approximately $5.4 million, anticipating that would be the same as we go into future years, particularly since we haven't had the funds to maintain those facilities, and that the revenue projection for fiscal year 11-12 that we receive, should we have this revenue returned to us, would be $513,000. So that's where you get to roughly a $4.9 million unfunded mandate. We have been working very diligently to try and communicate this to legislators. This bill was introduced, had its first hearing on the Senate floor last Wednesday morning. Fewer than 2 hours later, received its first hearing, and then on Friday afternoon, under an agenda item indicating consideration of matters previously heard by the committee, they did take a vote in the Senate Select Committee for Economic Growth and Employment. It did pass out of that committee, and we are anticipating that it may be read on the Senate floor for the second time later this week for a potential vote and movement to the Assembly. In that vote on Friday afternoon, Senators Kekeffer and Senators Gustafson both voted against the bill stating the challenges that we had and our belief that it creates this unfunded mandate. Myself and representatives from local governments are, as I said, furiously arranging meetings with the bill sponsor and with other members of that committee to try and work through those issues. I would also like to add that there are some provisions in the bill that encourage us to utilize private sector employees for these projects. Should these funds be returned to us and the bill pass, our staff does have some concerns that in some instances it would be more costly for us to complete these projects using private sector employees rather than our own. So we're certainly looking to address those issues as well. Again,
That's the one the AGC is supporting, correct?
correct.
And isn't that the same one, the funding, I'm not sure where it's going to go because the governor's using that funding for education, correct? For higher
That's-
education.
In the governor's proposed budget, the governor has proposed retaining all 9 cents that had previously been diverted to the state general fund, continuing that, however, earmarking it specifically for higher education. I should mention that there is another 2 cents of property tax. This is the 5 and the 4 that gets talked about a lot as the 9. The bill also proposes to return 2 of the 4 cent valuation to the counties, and in Washoe and Clark counties requires the county to provide those funds to the Regional Transportation Commission in the county of origin. So it would be potential additional revenue for RTC here in Washoe.
The only agency that doesn't really need any money right now, except for buses, to run buses, but not for construction. Second.
Well, I think the problem I have, I mean, it's the meaning behind it's good, but we would have to lay off other employees to come up with the amount of money for what they're looking for.
I believe
So it's actually a job loss, and I think that's got to be our position from the city side. This is actually going to require us to lay off more people, and so I think we've got to be clear on what our opposition is.
Understood, Councilwoman, and I think, as I said, I believe that from what I know, that the position of this council would be is that if this in fact were a mechanism to add jobs to our community, not jobs in one sector at the expense of another, that the council would be wholeheartedly supportive of it. But that as it's written now, that we would oppose it, and certainly our team in Carson City will be working with the bill sponsor to see if perhaps this was an unintended consequence. They didn't realize that they were in effect creating this unfunded mandate, and if there are amendments that we could propose that would change that. I think certainly, any bit of money that they had previously diverted, we'd be happy to get it back, but not if it comes with a requirement that we spend it, tenfold.
Okay.
There was a motion and a second, Mr. Mayor.
Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. The other item before you this evening for your consideration would be SB 169. Councilwoman Sferraza, this is the bill that you had inquired about the last time I provided an update. This bill is being proposed by Senator Hardy with Senators Gustafson and Roberson joining on, and joint sponsors Assemblyman Sherwood. Again, recommendation at this point that we oppose as introduced. This would seek to eliminate seniority in the process for layoffs. And while we understand that certainly the council and the management has some concerns with the current process, that perhaps there are times when we do relieve people of their duties who may have more recent skill, that this bill creates more issues than it helps address. And I know that our Human Resources Manager and Chief Examiner from Civil Service are here and could answer specific questions. I tried to detail them in the staff report, but that essentially we would have to implement a service rating program, and that to do so would be costly, very time consuming, and would potentially open us to litigation or other legal action.
Would we only have to do that if we chose? I mean, if we continue, even if this passes and we decided we wanted to continue on with the current system that we have, would we be required to go to this?
Councilman Dortch, it's my understanding that this is a mandate, not enabling. That it would prohibit us from using seniority, that it would require that we adopt a performance standard process, and that is what we would have to utilize.
Well, our performance standard could be the longer you're here, the better you are. It solves our problem.
There we go.
I think we should oppose, this is going to create a nightmare.
Yeah.
I mean, because then that's why civil service is in place. So this council, it's protection for the employees. So we're not picking and choosing within the rank and file whose positions are getting eliminated. I don't know how we would do that. Or potentially now the way it works, you have the city manager, actually. So
the other side of it is that when you're negotiating, everybody knows who's getting laid off.
My understanding is that there are entities that use a performance standard process. I believe Mr. Bailey has actually had experience in implementing one of those. So they do exist out there, and perhaps if it's your desire, he could very quickly just kind of talk you through how that works and some of the potential positive, positives and negatives.
How does it work with collective bargaining? I'm not smart enough. I don't.
Renee Ringes, Director of Human Resources. Under NRS, and legal, please correct me if I'm wrong, but performance standards is a management right and is not a mandatory subject of bargaining.
Except for when it comes to layoffs.
Yeah.
You can say that all you want, but it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we actually, and I guess, Candace, you're going to have to work with them to figure out what exactly they're trying to, what the target they're trying to hit. But I know at civil service, I mean, we have out-of-order layoffs. We have, it goes before the Civil Service Commission, obviously, but staff can go and say, this person is senior, but I need this person. This person's critical to the organization. So we do this anyway. You just have to take it through the Civil Service Commission. So it's not like we don't do it already.
You're correct, Councilman Hasjeff. We do have the ability currently through our charter, through our Civil Service Commission process, to process an out-of-order layoff if we believe that it's in the best interest of the organization to do so. The feeling that I'm getting from the discussions I've had related to this bill is that perhaps this bill is intended more directly to relate to school district employees. As local government is written, we get lumped in with them, and so perhaps that was the intention. We can clarify that with the bill sponsor, and certainly if there's a way to amend us out so that it does not affect cities or counties. Sorry, Councilman Dortch, I didn't hear that.
Or make it enabling. I'm not sure that I'm completely opposed to this.
this one.
Okay.
I mean, if they can make it enabling, that gives us the authority. I mean, on surface, I mean, there might be some advantages to this.
Turned like this. I mean, we could always take a position to watch and sort of see where it's going.
Opposed to it. Because if we have to testify, I just want it on the record, that's fine, but I want on the record where our position is on this.
There might be some advantages to it.
So somebody give me a motion.
Well, I guess if I'm hearing everybody correctly, the motion would be
Oppose as written.
Oppose as written until we get further clarification, and then you can explain to them what our concerns are. I would assume you'd take Rick Bailey with you and others from staff to make the case for the city. So that would be the motion until we can get further clarification.
Do I have a second? Second?
Second, I opposed, right?
Yeah,
All in favor,
you
say
wanna
aye.
Make it enabling?
And/or make it enabling
Yeah.
or further clarification, but until we know that, we're just going to be in opposition.
So, Councilman, I understand the direction to be as opposed as written, and to engage in dialogue with the bill sponsors to
Resolve
entertain
our
amendments
concerns.
that may make it enabling, rather than mandatory.
Yeah, I don't know that I've looked at it close enough to know that it's all bad.
No. Have a motion,
think
second.
it's
All in
bad.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Yes, ma'am. Next.
That's it. Thank you.
That's it.
Mr. Mayor, one question. We did have, Cadence, do we have people from local government, elected officials testifying? Because right now, I mean, Commissioner Sisolak was down there last week. There's a big move by the counties now to say, hey, the cities need to pick up the brunt. So collectively, they've been testifying that, wait a second, they're hitting the counties. We need to hit everyone. And so they've sent letters. It's a big article in the paper yesterday. What are we doing as local governments, as cities?
At this time, I don't believe that we've received direction from you that there, I mean,
That's pretty important.
I understand. You're talking about the governor's proposed budget?
Well, yeah, I mean, the commissioner's been down there. What the counties are proposing now is they're saying, hey, you guys aren't going after the cities. And so they're saying, we want the cities to share in this burden. And we already pay county tax. And so I think we've got to take a position that we're opposed. And more so than that, that we need to be down there testifying against that.
Understood, Councilwoman. It's not my understanding that there have been any hearings.
There have been hearings. It was in the paper.
On bills, or were there presentations perhaps where, I mean, as you know, our mayor and manager came down and gave an overview presentation to Assembly Government Affairs that same day. County Manager Katie Simon and Commissioner Bretternitz were there. They did, not in great detail, but they did address some of their concerns about the governor's proposed budget. But at this point, I'm not aware of any hearings on the governor's proposed budget or on any bills that would be seeking to implement what the governor's proposing. Certainly, you know, as we're working through these, as the legislation is being introduced and we're seeing impacts to the city where appropriate, we have engaged. As you know, Mayor Cashel came down for Assembly Bill 144. In that case, it was to speak in favor. Councilman Dortch came down on SB 124 to speak in favor. And certainly, you know, we're very mindful and watching very closely for anywhere where the counties and the cities are being put in an adversarial situation, and the counties have representation of their elected officials, that certainly we would be looking to engage you and bring you down on those issues.
Well, I guess, Cadence, you need to find out who he testified in front of, because collectively they're together, and I think we've got to be aware of what's going on statewide, too. I mean, this has been several articles now in the papers.
Well, I hadn't seen it. Okay.
So,
I didn't see the article you're referring to.
Yeah,
I read
and
it
this
every
is
night.
the third one.
Okay.
So, and it was in the Vegas paper, but it's important to the cities, so we need to be tracking that.
Certainly.
We should track that paper every day.
We do, sir.
Good, thank you, I did.
We were in it yesterday.
Okay. All right, anything else? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to item L11. I think that's our last item for tonight. Discussion, potential direction to staff regarding the acceptance of the city manager's 90-day resignation, including potential determination of business hours to be maintained by the city manager during the 90-day period, or potential appointment of an interim manager.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. The city manager's contract has a clause in it that indicates that she can provide a 90-day notice. That notice has been tendered, as you know. So this was placed on your agenda to determine whether you would accept that notice. That clause also gives this council the ability to determine whether you wanted the city manager to continue to work for those 90 days or whether that would be leave with pay. So that's why this is on your agenda.
I think that's what Councilman Isley put on from the last city manager. Okay, any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, not discussion, well, maybe it is, but she also agreed to forego the severance package, correct?
Yes, she has.
in a letter? Okay.
Yes, that, Council.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. That was indicated in the resignation letter. In addition, legally, we did not believe she'd be entitled to it, given the reason on how she resigned.
Okay.
Is there going to be a separation agreement?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office again. The City Attorney's Office has not been directed to do that separation agreement. It is not required under the law. We certainly could do that.
Well, if we have a motion and sever her employment today, then there's no time, there's no requirement for her to do a separation agreement.
No.
She's no longer here. So I'll make the motion that we continue the 90 days pay from the date of the resignation letter, and that we no longer use the services of Donna Dreska.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase,
Yes.
as a clarification, the resignation letter had a start date, I believe, after a vacation period.
That's right.
And when was that?
I
She's on
believe
2
the
weeks
start of the
vacation
90
right now.
days was on March 3rd.
Well, I mean, that's the reason I put the clause in. I have no interest in having someone be here even for 3 days. Being the city manager, she seemingly could come back and say, I'm off vacation.
And as you're aware, I believe she has come back and performed duties
Exactly.
in the
She
last
did
week.
some work
Yes.
for us.
Exactly. So I would make that resignation effective immediately. I mean, if that's what we can do. Otherwise, she could say, I'll resign in 90 days.
She had put in for 2 weeks vacation. She came back and worked 4 days, but she's not asking for them. And then her resignation starts at the end of those 2 weeks, which is
3 days from now.
And it's my understanding
3
that
days
2
from
weeks
now.
was for our benefit because we couldn't
That's
appoint,
right.
we couldn't appoint an acting
Right.
without having a meeting.
But we can
So
now.
she gave us that, I think she gave us that 2 weeks
right.
so that we could have
So
a meeting.
I accept, I think if you, on your motion, we accept what she's proposed and relieve her of her duty.
I haven't seen what she's proposed, that's the problem.
Everybody got a copy of the letter because I sent it to everybody. It's on
Really?
your desk.
I provided that to City Council.
Well, I'll even put in there that I'll give her 3 more days' pay at the end, if that's what, that's okay, if that's what the issue is. I just don't want to have I don't want to be confusion as to who the city manager is.
Yes, Mr. Asher.
Yeah, and I think by what we're doing today, that ends the confusion, so, and I'm going to respect her decision if she's going to resign, and she's made that pretty clear, but I think we do need to have a conversation. Doesn't make sense to have her continue as city manager, because she's resigned, but do we need her assistance in some of our labor negotiations, at least on the transition team, and she would just be no different than any other staff member? So let's have that conversation as to whether, because she was instrumental through the negotiation process, and if nothing else, as a resource. If there's not a comfort level letting her sit at the table and help make decisions, then at least use her as a resource during the 90-day period.
Yeah, I don't really even mind that, but that would be up to the acting city manager to decide. I don't think we can do that. All we can do is hire a city manager, and it's up to the city manager to decide if he wants to use her later on and ask her to come back.
So
they
when you
can do
said in
that.
your motion, relieve her of her services, that's just city manager service,
Correct.
city manager position, okay. So if they want to retain her or call her,
They could,
okay, good. All
Within
right.
90 days, they can.
Yeah, within the 90-day period. Okay.
Okay, do we understand that motion? Mr.
motion
Dorr?
is today, and she'll get 93 days' pay. If that's,
So you want to accept it as of this?
I do.
Okay. All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Do I have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. On the interim manager, I passed out a thing at the meeting we had earlier about Mr. Hester. Want to talk about it and see what the discussion is. Because he will now, if he's the one we select, he'll now step into negotiations. But you could ask her for some help, and I know she would.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not comfortable today appointing, We
Well,
need
don't have a
somebody,
city manager
obviously.
as of about 5
I
minutes ago.
understand, but we can do that for a couple weeks. We do it when the manager's on vacation. I would like to take some time, see who's interested. I don't want to rush into this process, and I think it's got to be done right. So I'm comfortable with John carrying on for a couple weeks, but I want to talk to other staff who potentially are interested before we make that selection.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. The item on your agenda is the appointment of an interim, and that would be until you determine that you want to put in somebody different in that position.
Yeah, and that's what I understood too.
Yes.
So, the way things are going on around here, Mr. Mayor, interim may be short-term interim, you know, so, you know, because if John decides he doesn't like it, he always has the option to tell us he doesn't. So I'm okay with John serving as the interim until we get our arms around our problems here financially and otherwise.
Okay, are we talking about a short term or?
I think Tracy said it best. It's interim until we change it. So we always have that right to do it.
Does that mean we're accepting the proposal that the mayor passed out?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office.
On the interim, there's a proposal that I passed out this morning. Do y'all want to handle it that way?
I think we
on the
might as well
interim, or
have a
you want some
conversation.
discussion?
I'm okay with it, unless, let's have a discussion.
Yep.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I would recommend the appointment, and if there's terms that were discussed, they need to be provided to the legal department. We can draft an agreement to come back to you next week.
Well, we need to be able to discuss it tonight, whether or not we even.
Oh,
are
I mean,
interested in
that's
talking
fine. You
about it.
can discuss the conditions of the interim, but to actually approve a contract should be on another.
No,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just talking about how we offer the interim. Maybe he wouldn't be even interested in the interim if we're not interested in doing something with him. Mr. Isaac.
Yeah, I just noticed this in all my pile of papers, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure even for an interim how I can pay more than the last city manager. I mean, it's a 10% increase in salary. So I think that would be my sticking point. I don't know what all the other benefits are and what else matches up. But that's tough.
Mr. Esther, you have any comments about?
Sure, I can explain to the council and the mayor rationale for what I have here is, my personal plans are to retire next fiscal year, and so I'm making an offer to the mayor and the council to stay on 6 months. This represents about $23,000 over 6 months more than I would make to take this on. If not, I'm happy to stay on as your community development director, redevelopment administrator, assistant manager. If you want me to do this, these are the terms I'd like. So it's the same benefit package. And if you'd like to fire me before the 6 month period is up, then I'd like the severance till then. If I give you 30 days notice before then, I wouldn't get the whole package. And that's pretty much it. And I'm perfectly happy serving the city either way. I view this as a way to try to help through difficult times. And if it's not agreeable to the council, that's perfectly okay too.
John, you said this is $23,000 difference over the 6 month period?
Over a 6 month period.
Over a 6 month period.
So what's your salary now, John?
172.8.
That seems, I mean, I don't know what we can negotiate here at the table. All we can do is say what we say.
Well,
I think it's too much.
I think it's too much. We just went through asking all of our employees to take cuts, and I'm sorry. It's got to start at the top. It's got to start with management, and I'm sorry. I'm not going to support that. I'm not.
Well, we can always ask him for a pay cut once we approve.
Why don't we do this, Mr. Mayor? John, would you be willing to, I mean, we meet, in 2 more weeks? Would you mind being an interim city manager for 2 weeks under the current arrangement without those terms?
I think Mr. Hashef would be better for me and for the city if you guys decided tonight, to be frank with you.
So if it's not John, then what do we do?
The next person to offer it to would be, if she would be interested, probably would be Sue Slurf, or if there's somebody else.
Sue?
Right, but what would be the terms of that arrangement?
I don't know.
That's why we gotta ask her.
I've never bounced it around. Ms. Slurf, come forward, please.
I hadn't anticipated having this conversation.
No.
As far as being willing to step in for a short period of time, I'd be happy to do that. I too have personal plans, including a wedding, so for a long-term commitment, I don't think I could do that.
Right now, it looks like we're just talking about 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks, I would be happy to do that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to appoint Sue Slurf as acting city manager
For 2 weeks.
for 2 weeks.
Okay. Do I have a second? Have a second discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to amend that motion. I don't know what 2 weeks, this is a Monday, it's not a Wednesday, so I don't know what 2 weeks ends. So let's say, until we change our mind, we'll put it on the next agenda that we can do. Because 2 weeks, we don't even have a meeting in 2 weeks, do we? We have one next Wednesday,
Got one the 9th.
so we only have one, I guess we could extend it then if we want to.
No, we do have it.
We can't talk about it this Wednesday.
Mr. Mayor, we
Yeah,
have a
we're on
meeting
the
on the 9th and the
23rd.
23rd.
Right, but that's 3.5 weeks away. That's what I mean, the time frame I said was. So
Yeah.
let's just say through until the 23rd.
Okay.
And I'll support the motion with the understanding it's for 2 weeks.
Right.
It's for 2 weeks. Because I do think we need that time, or not 2 weeks, but the next
To the
meeting would,
23rd.
yeah, the 23rd. I'll support the motion.
Okay, because now we do have a meeting in between the 9th and the 23rd, because we have one every Wednesday scheduled. So we could put it on an agenda item in between the 9th and the 23rd. The 16th.
I'm just going with what I'm told here.
Huh? You want to put it on the
16th is fine.
16th?
Right.
Well, then put it on the 16th. No later than 23rd, or we'll put
There
it
you
on
go.
the 16th.
No later than the 23rd.
Because frankly, we really have not had a discussion about what we want to do
Correct.
in the future, where that means we want to go out and look for somebody. We'll do it in-house for a period of time until we make some decisions on finance, for example, a finance director. I mean, all of those are moving parts as to what we're going to decide, so.
And we need to talk about whether we want to maybe do some consolidation.
Correct, absolutely.
Pretty good time to look at it.
So again, I'll support the motion on that basis.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Have a
Second.
motion to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, don't count. This meeting's adjourned.